Hey guys, welcome back. So in the last video, like we did build the backend part. So let's get started with the front end part now. So let's just create a next tab. Okay. So rather than creating it from scratch with the next tab and adding the Postgres and Prisma and then auth configuration, I'm just going to use one template. Okay, I'm just going to show you the template and let's use that and then start on building from that template onwards. So this is the template that I'll be using, just the Postgres auth starter with the Prisma ORM. Okay, so I'm just going to take this. Okay, so let's go to this and here let's use this. Okay, this template, and here I'm just going to name this front end. Okay, so now we'll have this template ready. Okay, so let's navigate to that. Okay, so here, okay, and I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and let's clear this, and now let's install the all dependencies. Okay, so basically here, so we'll just install this dependencies, and it just has the Prisma. So if you just see the user table, okay, and if you just see this, so we have this, the command to generate and get started, and if you're building, we just push this and then build this. Okay, and other pages. Okay, so just these simple slide pages, you'll see this now. Okay, I'll just showcase you this. Okay, let's wait for this dependencies to get installed. Okay, and I'll just showcase you this, and we'll have to create environment variables. Okay, so for this I'm just going to quickly create this. Okay, so first thing, let's copy this environment into separate file. Okay, so here this let's just quickly have this Postgres and host. This is going to be the local host. Okay, and the password, let's just set it to the thing, and here let's have this organize simple front end. Okay, and here now the URL, so this is going to be this Postgres and then the user. Okay, and then I'll have to pass in this password, so let's just pass in this password as the root. Okay, and then the host. Okay, so here it is local host, and the port I'm just going to specify here, let's say 5433. Okay, and this I'm just going to pass in this db name. Okay, so we'll have to have this container. Okay, so for that let's I'm just going to have here the docker file for this. Okay, so let me just copy from here this whatever the compose file we had. So let's just copy, and I'm just going to create the same in this folder. Okay, so which is the docker compose the YAML file. Okay, so let's paste this, and for now I'm just going to completely remove this app part. Okay, and this network also let's just comment for now. Okay, and here the volume, let's just add in this front end. Okay, fine, and the db name we'll just add whatever I just added. Okay, so let me close this here. I'm just going to get this db name, so let's go to this, let's close this. Okay, so this is the db name. Okay, and I'm just going to expose this 5433. Okay, fine, so I can just spin this thing. Okay, so we will have here, let's just say container name, let's have this thing. Okay, fine. So I'm just going to up this. Okay, so it's creating, and now we should have this db ready. Okay, so we have this environments thing, and also I just installed let's navigate to this front end. So I'm just going to run this dev command. So here let's clear this thing. So now we should be able to go to 3000 port number and see the UI. So here let me just now see this. So we should just see the starter file. So basically the template that we got. So I'm just you'll once you see this, you'll have see, yeah, so this is the simple the starter Prisma Postgres starter file. Okay, and now we have here, if you just see this is the just the sign in protected thing, so it will be navigated to this login. Okay, so this is the just the thing. So if you just see the overview of the code, uh, this is going to be straightforward, so you can just have a look at this. Okay, fine. This is just the template. I just don't want again to set up all of this again. Okay, so we just added this starter. So next thing what I wanted is I just wanted to add in this the shardcn into our application. So that's the we'll have components that we'll be using. So let me just add one more terminal. Okay, let's go to this front end. Okay, so here let's just add this shardcn. Okay, so shardcn UI latest. Okay, I'm just yeah, proceed. Okay, so it's going to install TypeScript. Yes, let's go with the default, and I'm just going to go with the default thing. So okay, no. Okay, so we have in here this tailwind config. Okay, so I'm just going to, yep, fine. So whatever the default thing is suggested, I'm just referring that. Okay, so I'm not making any customized selections. Okay, so now we should have this components. Okay, and this here will be this is where the components will sit in. Okay, whenever we add. Okay, so now the initialization is also done, and if you just see here we got this things added. Okay, fine. So I just added this shardcn, so which is the straight way of adding shardcn configuration into a thing. So if you just see the global css file, so here in this thing, so you should see this themes also being added. Okay, so just you just saw this is the just command to set up the shardcn into our application, and we should have this utils, which is the class which is going, we can use this to combine multiple classes together. Okay, so fine. And now the thing is, we'll start adding the pages required for all our needed routes. Okay, so I'm just going to start with this the layout first for our auth. Okay, so inside this app folder, so let's just create here the new folder. So what happened? Okay, fine. So I'm just going to create in here in the new folder. Let's have this auth layout. Okay, so this app directory, right? Okay, so here, fine. So here we'll have the simple layout for auth layout. Okay, So first I'm just going to define this here, the interface. So let's just say this as something like, layout props. Okay, so basically this will have this children, which is going to be a React node type. Okay, so I'm just going to add in this React node, and let's have this function. So export default, I'm just going to have this function, the auth layout, and here let's destructure this children from our above the auth layout props, and here I'm just going to return this div. So let's just add in this minimum height screen thing, and here I'm just going to pass in this children. Okay, so this is going to be just simple layout. Okay, and now this we will move all of this into, I mean, the login. So we have here, so what I will do, I'm just going to move this inside our the auth folder. Okay, so that this layout can be used inside these things. Okay, so here this is the login page for now, so I'm not going to do any changes for now, so let's keep it. I'm just going to change this to something like making more meaningful, changing it to login page. Okay, let's leave that as it is, and also let's move this register as well. So I'm just going to move this to auth folder. Okay, so here, fine. So basically we are moving this because this layout can be part of this pages. Okay, fine. So here as well, this I'm just going to change this to a register page. Okay, let's rename this to register page, the component. Okay, fine. And then the pages, as I said, we will add the one by one. So first thing, in this app folder we will have the dashboard data extraction page, right? So the pipelines. So let's create this the new folder. So I just don't want this to be part of our route, so I'm just adding in this brackets. Okay, and now let's create this also the pipelines. Okay, this also we don't want this part of our router. Okay, and this is where the page for the the folder, the data extraction. So this is going to be the route for that, so data extraction. And now inside this I'm just going to create a new page inside here, so page. Okay, so for now just let's have the simple function. So I'm just going to name this as data extraction, let's say unique ID page. Okay, so okay, fine. And here let's return just simple div for now. Okay, I'm just going to add some text here inside one header. Let's say here the data extraction page. Okay, fine. And then the I mean this the data extraction page. So same way we'll have this unique ID page. Okay, inside this, so I'm just going to create here dynamic thing. So let's name this to be unique ID. Okay, so inside this I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so let's just copy, and you create here new page. So I'm just going to add this page. Okay, and let's just add in here this now unique ID page. Okay, and here I'm just going to add in this unique ID page. Okay, so for data extraction and the respective data extraction unique ID I just added. And next for the text recognition page. Okay, so same in this pipelines. Okay, I'm just going to create in here the new folder. Okay, so this is going to be now the text recognition page. Okay, and here this also will have the page and also the unique ID page. Okay, so here I can just paste this. Okay, let's just change this name. Okay, so we will just change this to our text recognition page. Okay, fine. And here as well I will just change this text. Okay, to text recognition page. Fine. and now the dynamic page. Okay, so let's have this unique ID. Okay, and let's just copy this. Okay, I can just create in here the new file. Okay, so and this is going to be this unique ID page. Okay, so I'm just going to add in the here. Fine, so that was for the text recognition thing, and next is the page for taking the upload. Okay, so here just in this pipelines I'm just going to create in here the new folder for upload. Okay, and this also will have the same thing, so let's create this page.tsx. Okay, and here this I'm just going to paste this. Okay, here now let's change this to upload page. Okay, and here let's just add in this upload. Okay, so here let's copy this and let's have this dynamic route. Okay, so here as well let's create so it's just simple like we created the above. So I'm just creating all the pages that we need. Okay, so this is going to be this dynamic page. Okay, for upload part, and next for the verification. Okay, so let's just create inside this pipelines itself the new folder for verification. So I'm just going to create here verification, and this also it's going to have the page and a dynamic page. Okay, so here let me just paste this here. So let's just change from upload to verification. Okay, so here also I'm just going to change this to verification, and here let's add this new folder, sorry, not file. Okay, so okay, and let's create this page. Okay, page.tsx, and here I'm just going to change this to verification unique page, unique ID page. Okay, so okay, fine, and after this for the now the organized data section, so where we will try to have for card statements, the invoices, and the receipt separates things. Okay, so now not the part of the pipeline, so I'm just wanted to be properly. Okay, this it should be inside this pipelines. Let me move. Okay, okay, so here now it sounds good. Okay, so here now I'm just going to create in a new folder for our the organized data section. Okay, so organized data, and now here we'll have for each three categories that we have. So sorry, the folder. So first is for the let's create for like card statement. Okay, so here I'm just going to create first card statements. Okay, and let's have this page in this. Okay, so page tsx. Okay, I'm just going to paste this, and let's change this name to the card statement. Okay, so I'm just going to change this to card statements, and here as well let's change this to card statements page. Okay, and now for the other things, so the other thing is the invoices, so let's create this invoices. Okay, and I'm just going to copy this. Okay, uh, let's create in here this new file page.tsx. Okay, and here let's just change this thing. So here I'm just going to change in here this to invoices. Okay, and finally the receipts section, so Inside this, let's create a new folder for receipts. Okay, so here let me create this page file. So fine, and now in place of this card statements, we will just replace this with the receipts. Okay, fine. So that's the thing. And then the main page and the dashboard page. So inside this dashboard, I'm just going to create this dashboard folder. Okay, and in this we'll just have this dashboard content. So here I'm just going to have this, and here I'm just, let's rename this to dashboard. Okay, so this is going to be this dashboard page. So now we have this organized data section, then pipelines, and then the dashboard. Okay, fine. And so the layout also I'm just going to create here, and the settings page. Okay, so and also help page also I'm just going to create. So first let's create this help page. Okay, so inside this, let's create this new folder for help, and I'm just going to add in here this new file. So let's create this. Okay, so I'm just going to change this to help. Okay, and then let's add the layout for this complete section, dashboard section. Okay, so let's create this file. So I'm just going to create here this layout file, so layout.tsx. Okay, and here let's have the same thing like we did create the layout for our the art section. So maybe I can just copy that and we'll change this for this. Okay, so here this instead of this auth thing, so I'm just going to replace this with the the dashboard layout props. Okay, and here, okay, so I can just change this to dashboard. Okay, so fine. So this is the layout for our dashboard, and also we'll have the settings page. Okay, so inside this dashboard itself, so I'm just going to create this a new folder for settings. Okay, and let's have here this file. Okay, so okay, so let's take from this help whatever we had. I'm just going to paste this inside this settings section as well. So let's replace this with this settings. Okay, fine. So these are the pages that we wanted to be part of our application. So now if I just showcase you this, so okay, so I can just showcase you this now, this dashboard. Okay, so we should just see okay, we see some issue. What is that? Okay, I see some issue with the dependencies. Okay, let me check. But this is how we just added all the pages that are required for our application. Let me just see what is the issue with this, and then we'll continue from here. Well, I just restarted the application, guys, so it's working. So if I just try to run it again. Okay, so now let's go to the output. So we should see, so now for the dashboard we see the dashboard page. Okay, and the if you just go to this, the other routes we had it. So if you just see, yeah, this was the dashboard section. Okay, so now if I just showcase you this pipelines, data extraction, and also you will just see this. So let me change this to data extraction. Okay, you should see here the data extraction page as the content. Okay, let's wait. Yeah, you see here data extraction. So same way the for other things, no, if you wanted me just to go for this settings, we should see the settings page. Okay, so like this, whatever we had it, so it's working fine. So now let's get started. So first thing is I will add a design for our login page. Okay, so whatever is required for login page, we will just create that. Okay, so for that we will add first the dependencies so that I wanted for to build a forms. Okay, so the thing is let's first add in this the job validator. Okay, and also we will add the resolve hook form resolvers. Okay, so let me add this job. Okay, and this then these resolvers for our React hook form. Okay, and let's install this React hook form. Will handle everything using this intakes from the user using this React hook form. Okay, so yeah, this should do for our validation. So I'm just going to install this three dependencies. Okay, and then we will just build let's build the first the validator. So inside this library I'm just going to create a new section for validations, and then create the schema, I mean for auth. For now just auth schema. So if you just see here this auth file, so I'm sorry, library folder, let's just create here the new folder for validations alone. So and here I'm just going to create a new file for auth section. So let's add, so for now let's have this simple schema. So here let's name this as the auth schema. Okay, and here this is going to be object. Okay, so let's import this as z from our zord. Okay, fine. So here this is going to be object with two properties. One is the username. Okay, so here, so this is going to be a string, and let's add some constraints. So minimum it should be of at least 3 length. Okay, and the max it can take up to, let's say, 64. Okay, and now these password. So here let's just add this also to be a string. Okay, and the minimum let's set the length to be 8 characters at least. Okay, and the max let's set the same value, 64. Okay, so this is simple auth schema. Okay, so now we will create this I mean to say this form for our auth section. Okay, so inside this components folder, so I'm just going to create in here this new file. So let's just name this as something like auth form. Okay, so okay, fine, and here we'll be using this state variable. So I'm just going to mention this as use client at the top. Okay, fine, and now let's create this component. So let's name this as the auth form. Okay, and let's have this props interface. Okay, so I'm just going to have this interface defined above this component. So here let's name this as auth form props. I'm just going to for now just extend this whatever we have in this HTML attributes development. Okay, so yep, so here let's just get this. Okay, now okay, fine, and here let's have the type for our form data. Okay, so from the schema that we have just created, so this is how we just get. So I just have to import this as well. So here let's import this from job. Okay, and here now I'm just going to refer this type of from this auth schema. Okay, fine, so we have this type for form data, and here this let's destructure this class name, and the rest of the props we have from this auth form props. Okay, fine, and now here we will use the use form hook from our React hook form, and then pass in this form data as the schema for that form. Okay, and the resolver will attach this job resolver, which we just installed this hook form resolver dependency. Okay, so here this I'm going to use this use form from React hook form. Okay, and this type it's going to be the form data. Okay, so this is going to be this the type. Okay, and here now let's just destructure the things from here. One is the register, okay, and then the handle submit function, okay, and the form state. Okay, so here I'm just going to get this errors. Okay, and here we'll attach this resolver. Okay, so here we will attach this Jord resolver. So I just have to import this. Okay, so here let's import this Jord resolver from this hook forms resolvers. Okay, and this Jord thing. Okay, fine, and we will just attach this, okay, by passing in this schema. So here our auth schema. Okay, fine, and let's have one state variable for loading. Okay, so I'm just going to have here this named as a loading, and this is going to be set is loading. Okay, and we will just use this use state. Okay, by default let's set this to false. Okay, fine, and yeah, let's focus on this UI. Okay, so here let's use the cn util. Okay, first thing I'm just going to make this display to be a grid. Okay, and let's add the gap of 6. Okay, fine, and let's attach whatever the additional class names. Okay, fine, and also the additional props. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in this additional props. Okay, and this is going to be our main div for our the auth form. Okay, so now inside this we'll have a form with the two label inputs, one for the username and another for the password, and then the button no, to just sign in. Okay, and okay, so you will just no, see this in action. So if I just add this inside the login page for now, so just let me add this. So whatever we had here, I'm just going to remove this completely. So here the login page, so if you just see now, we have in here this the default things that we got. Okay, yeah, so this is the login page for now. So if I'm just going to remove this completely. Okay, so here let's have this empty div for now, and you'll see the changes. So if I just show, let me refresh this. Okay, so we should not see anything. So this is yeah, so this is the thing. So now here let's first make this div as a container and the display to be flex. Okay, so let's add this styling. Okay, so I'm just going to make this container, and the height, let's add the full screen, and also width also I just wanted to have full screen, and direction let it be the column, so that we'll see the username and password in the column vertical things, and let's center the items. Okay, so that it will be in the mid of the screen, and also justify center. Okay, fine. So now here let's add so if I just say I am, so if I just show you this, here it is in center. So that's what I mean, this item center, justify center, and it occupies whole screen width and height as well. Okay, so now let's remove this. Okay, so I'm just going to add in this one more div. Okay, and in this we will just add some smaller width, where we can fit in this to form. Okay, so basically let's add this margin x auto, so that it will be in the center part of the screen. Display, let's have this flex. Okay, and width I'm just going to set it to full, and the direction obviously it's going to be column, and now this justify, let's center. Okay, and let's have the space in the y direction 6. Okay, and if it's a smaller screen, I'm just going to restrict the width to, let's say 350 pixel. Okay, so now inside this div we'll have this the image that you wanted to display. Okay, and then the some text like something like in welcome back. And okay, let me showcase you that. So here let's just make this as a flex, okay, and I'm just going to make this column, okay, and let's center this text, okay, and here we'll have this here one image, okay. So let's just add the margin x auto to be, okay, and the source I'm just going to add in here whatever I have here. So this we have in public for now, this logo.png. so for now I'm just going to use this thing, okay, and width let's set it to something like this one, okay, and height, so this you can just check it out and adjust accordingly the width and height values that you want for the image that you'll be passing, okay. And here let's just say it has organize simple logo, something like this, okay, fine. So I'm just going to close this, okay. Now here below this I'll just add one header with some text like, let's say, like welcome back, something. So here let's do some styling for this, okay. So let's make text to be little larger, 2 times extra large, and I'm just going to add a margin at the top 8, okay, and let's make this emphasize to be semi bold, okay, and let's have this tracking as well tight, okay. So I'm just going to add in this, okay, and let's have this welcome back text, okay. So now if I just show you, you'll see this is the thing. So maybe I can just reduce this width and height dimensions. I can just reduce this, and this is the thing. So now after this div we will just add then this auth form, so which we are just creating, okay. So if you just see, we should have this auth form. As of now we don't have anything, that's the reason we don't see. So let's go to this auth form, okay, and I'm just going to minimize this and also minimize this section so that we can see this part, okay, fine. So here inside this div let's add the inputs for our form, okay. So this is going to be wrapped inside this form, okay, and on submit we will call this handle submit function. So here I'll just have to create one function for handling the on submit, okay. We will create that, okay. For now okay, let's just create in here. So I'm just going to create here let's create the function, okay, not in the arrow functions, okay. So here let's on submit, okay. I'm just going to will receive this form data. So here this form data, okay, and okay, for now I'm not going to do anything. We'll come back to that logic handling inside this, okay. So I just wanted the error to go, that's the reason I just added this, okay. And now here we'll have this div, okay. So this will be a grid, okay, display, and let's have the gap of 6, okay. And here inside this we'll have two divs, one for the username and another for the password, okay. So here let's make this also as well the grid, okay, and the gap, let's say something like in 1.5, and I'm just going to add in this label, okay. So here let's add this is going to be the label for username, okay. So this is going to be this username. So if you just see now, you should see the label, so which is the username, okay, fine. And now let's go ahead and add the input for our, so here this input let's just add from shardcn. So I'm just going to add in here this input component, okay. So basically this is how we had so shardcn UI. So I'm just going to add in here this input component, okay. So you can just add in this input. So you should see this input component to be part of your this things now, yeah. So I can just now import this. So here, yep, Now let's I know pass in this styling for this thing. Okay, so here what I will do is let's first set this id. Okay, id, let's have this value to be username. Okay, and then the placeholder. So here let's just say I'm just going to name this as username. Okay, and this type it's going to be text. Okay, and this auto capitalize I'm just going to set this to none. Okay, and this autocomplete as well. So here let's set this to text. Okay, and autocorrect I just don't want it to be on, so I'm just going to set this to off. Okay, and disabled, so this is going to depend on this is loading value. Okay, and then we will just pass into this form, so which is the username. Okay, fine, and this is going to be our input component. Okay, so if you just see the output, so we should see, yeah, we should see this username as an input. Okay, fine, and if there are any errors, we'll try to check if there is any errors on this username. Then we will just display this error message in this p tag. Okay, so let's add some padding in the x direction. Okay, and text make as small as possible, and here text color will make it as a red, so indicating it is an error. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to pass on this message. Fine, so this is going to be for showcasing errors if there are any. So let's do same thing. So I'm just going to copy this div, and we'll make changes for our password. Okay, so now here this is going to be the password. Okay, so here let's change this to a password. Okay, and here id and everything will have to change, so let me change this password, and here I'm just going to have nothing in the placeholder. Okay, and now here the type is going to be the password, not text, so this will be hidden. Okay, and autocomplete I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and now here in place of this username it is going to be the password, so let's just change this to password. And now in place of this username we'll have to change this to password. Okay, same here, this password dot message. Okay, so let's just have a check now. So what is the issue here? Okay, we'll see that. Okay, so now let's see. Yeah, we have this password as well, so fine. So yeah, and just after this div I'm just going to have a button which says sign in. Okay, so here let's have this button. Okay, and here let's use this utility function. Okay, I'm just going to add some margin at the top so that there'll be some space. Okay, and here let's use this button variance. Okay, so here I'm just going to get this button variance from chassis and UI button component, so let's add that too. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here button now. Okay, so it's installing, so button is done. So here let me just import this button variance, and for this I'm just going to pass in this variant. So here variant I'm just going to pass in this as a default for now. Okay, fine, and then the size also let's just pass this default value. Okay, and now let's this disabled, so this depends again on this is loading value. Okay, so fine, so now in here if it is loading, then we will have here some icon with the which is going to load the spinner icon. Okay, so we will add this eventually. Okay, or else this is going to have the text sign in. Okay, so let's just have a look at this. Okay, so this is the sign in thing. Okay, one second. Tailwind config. Okay, so we have this added, right? Okay, components. Yep. Okay, so let me just check this. Okay, here for label, let me apply this styling. So let's just say some red color. Yeah, it's working, so fine. Okay, so this is the for now let's keep it this way, and I'll reduce this. Okay, so for now this is the simple auth form. Okay, and we need to add in this icons. Okay, so here let's do one thing. So instead of using this default label, I just wanted to use this label component from this shard cn. So let me install this, and we'll replace this with the normal label with the label component that we'll get. Okay, so let me just, yeah, it's added. Okay, so let me just change this label. Okay, so I'm just going to use this. Okay, here also let's just change this. Okay, let's check it out now. Okay, so yeah, let me just refresh. Okay, fine, so it's looking quite good now. Okay, fine, so that's the just the this is just the auth form, and also we will just delete the components that we don't want. So here this auth status, okay, this form, this all things I'm just going to delete. Okay, so this one, okay, loading dots, loading sign out. Okay, so let's just delete here. Okay, and here what is the issue? So here I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and even in here let's just remove this import. Okay, fine, and here as well let's just remove this. Now here we will create this let's add the metadata for our login page. Okay, so here I'm just going to, at the top of this, I'm just going to add in here this metadata. So let's say this is going to be metadata. Okay, so this title, I'm just going to add in this title as login. Okay, and this description, so let's just set this to be a login to your account. Okay, fine, and we just added in this auth form. Okay, and now in this register page also I'm just going to remove all of this. Okay, for now let's just have the text as this content as a register page. Okay, so here let's just say some, for now I'm just going to remove this and add this as a register page. Okay, fine, and in the layout as well, so what we will do is so if I just go to this layout app layout. Okay, so we will remove all this unwanted things. So here let me just remove all of this. Okay, and also here I'm just going to remove this completely these things. Okay, and also this thing, so let's just remove this. Okay, and now here the title, I'm just going to change this to organize simple. Okay, and here the descriptions. Okay, so I'm just going to change this description to relevant to our application. So here we will just say this as organize organize a simple is something like web application. So I'm just going to say something like that helps you to extract this organized data from, let's say, unorganized data. Okay, something like this. Okay, so let's say text. Okay, so this is going to be description. Okay, fine. And here whatever we are not using, I'm just going to remove this. Okay, fine. And yeah, this is going to be our main layout. Okay, and in this app page section, okay, so here we will just remove everything, and I'm just going to for now add this as something like home page, like we did add for the register page. Okay, so let's just have this as home page. Okay, fine. Yeah, and we added the auth form. Okay, that was good. And now we, as I said, I had to add this no, why is this issue? Okay, should we change something in this our config? Okay, ts config. So because I see here let's just go to our section. Okay, fine, but I don't know why. Okay, let's just ignore it for now. Okay, I'll come back. Okay, and here as well okay, we have this any type. Okay, that also I'll take care. Okay, fine. So now the thing is what we will do here, as I said, in this components we need to have icons for loader. Okay, so that we are supposed to add, so we will add it from so here what I will do, let's create here the new file. Okay, so let's name this as icons file itself. Okay, so I'm just going to create the icons. Okay, so first thing, let's have this type icon. So here this type icon, I'm just going to get it from this Lucide icon, and let's have this list of icons that we want. So object, so we can just say object. So here this spinner, I'm just going to have in here this loader to. Okay, and later whatever additional icons that we want, we will just go ahead and add in. And now here in this auth form we will just add here, if it's loading, we will add this loader component, so which we just added, so that whenever is loading is true, this looks good. Okay, so that is, and I'm just going to import this icons. Okay, so here in place of this empty fragment, let's just import this icons spinner. Okay, and here let's do some styling for this. Let's add some margin at the right. Okay, and height and width, let's set it to 4. Okay, and let's apply this animate spin thing. Okay, so now it looks good if it's loading is true. Okay, yeah, so down the line, whenever we want a new icons, we'll just add in that as one property, and we'll use it from there. Okay, so fine. So we added the auth form. So next what I will do is let's add the navigation links that we want in the sidebar. Okay, so if you see, we added two sections, one for the pipelines and another for the organized data sections. So for that let's just add the nav section. So here I'm just going to create here one new component. So let's name this as something like nav section. Okay, first let's define type for our nav item, and then proceed to add the thing. And here I'm just going to specify this as the use client component, because we'll be using the use path name for navigating and all. Okay, so here, as I said, first we'll have the type for our nav item. So here this let's name this as nav item. So this will have the label property. Okay, so which is going to be a string. Okay, and then the href, so which is the string again, and then icon. So this is going to be a key of this type of this icon, so we have this list. Okay, so this is going to be this nav item definition, and now let's have this nav section items type as well. So that will have a label, and icon will be there, nothing but the key type of that icons, and then here the items will be nothing but the list of this the nav item which we have just created. Okay, so here I'm just going to create this type for this as well. Let's name this as something like nav section items. Okay, so this is label. Okay, sorry, so label, this is going to be a string. Okay, and here this icon, let's make this key of type of this icons. Okay, and then the item, so here this items is going to be this nav item array. Okay, fine, and now let's have this function for nav section. So here I'm just going to have in here this function, so let's name this as something like nav section, and this let's have the props the pass to this nothing but the class name. Okay, the string that we wanted to style if you want for this nav section, and then the section, so that nothing but the nav section items. Okay, so here I'm just going to define that. So here class name, let's make this as optional, so this is going to be string. Okay, and the section, so which is going to be this nav section items. Okay, and here let's destruct get these values here. So here this class name, and then the section. Fine, so yeah, so now inside this, first let's get this path. Okay, using this use path name, so that whenever we click on particular thing, we should navigate to that. Okay, so here let's just import this. I'm just going to import this from next navigation. So here import use path name from this navigation. Okay, so sorry, this is going to be this, that's the reason we didn't see the imports. Okay, fine, and now let's get the section icon. So here section icon, we will just use this list. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in this section dot icon. Okay, fine, so now let's focus on this thing. So this thing we will add in inside our the dashboard layout section, so then you will see it in the UI part. But first let me complete this. Okay, then we'll just see the usage of this in the UI. Okay, first thing is let's wrap everything inside one div, and here I'm just going to pass in this class name if we did receive anything. Okay, and let's add this one more div, and in this we will add the icon and the label. Okay, so let's make this as a flex direction to be a row by which is by default, so that icon and label will be next to each other. So here I'm just going to use this section icon component, so let's make this capital S, so that we can use it as a component. Okay, fine, and here width, let's just set 22. Okay, and height, I'm just going to set this to 22. Okay, it depends upon the icon that you want the size to be. And here let's say stroke width, I'm just going to set this to 2.8. okay, and styling, let's say this to be inline block. Okay, and I just want the stroke color to be a slate. Okay, so let's say 900. Okay, so this is going to be our icon. So just below this, inside this pan, I'm just going to add the label. So here let's add some margin left, so that there will be some space between icon and the text. Okay, and text size, let's make this extra large, and font type, I just wanted to make more emphasize, so that is the bold. Okay, and the text color, let's apply the slate color. Okay, so darker slate color, and here we will just pass in this section dot label. Okay, so this is to showcase the icon along with the label. Okay, this div is for that. So after this, we will iterate through the items present in this section now section item, and then display those accordingly in this div. Okay, so here I'm just going to make this to be a flex. Okay, And here first I just wanted this to be having one just a div just for the styling purpose. Okay, let's add some margin left 2.5, and height I'm just going to add 32. Okay, and width let's say 0.5. Okay, and background I'm just going to add in here slate color, let's say 300. Okay, and I just want it to be a circle. Okay, fine. And here I'm just closing this div, so fine. So below this in unordered list we will display those lists. Okay, so this is going to be role of type list. Okay, and let's add some margin at the top. Okay, and now inside this let's iterate through this section dot items. Okay, and get the each item along with this index. Okay, so here let's first get this icon component, so using this icons. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in this item dot icon. Okay, and now we will return this. Okay, so here we will wrap this inside this link component. Okay, and here let's do something flex. Okay, so that item icon and along with that text also can be showcased. Okay, and let's add some margin left, and margin y direction I'm just going to add top and bottom, let's say 3. Okay, and here key, so let's attach this index href. I'm just going to pass in this item dot href value. Now here we will add a span, so kind of for showcasing the pipeline, kind of attaching thing, then the icon. Okay, and then the same thing. Okay, so you'll understand, so once I showcase you this output, so then you'll understand the purpose of this. Okay, so here let's say if this path okay is matching to this ref. Okay, then I will have this background color set to some, let's say, darker slate thing. Okay, if not a lighter slate color, so let's just say 300. Okay, so here then I'm just going to make this absolute, and this circled, okay, rounded, let's say full. Okay, and height and width I'm just going to set this to 2. Fine. And here this style I'm just going to add in here some margin left. Okay, so let's just say negative 21 pixel. This all you can just adjust whatever you want. Okay, so this is the span. So after this I'm just going to have this icon showcased. Okay, so here this icon and width and height I'm just going to set it to 20. Okay, and stroke width, let's just say something like 2.5. Okay, and this is going to be, I can just copy from above the inline block. Okay, and the stroke color, let's say apply this slate color, darker slate color. Okay, so this is going to be icon. Okay, and this I'm just going to copy this span. Okay, and here let's change accordingly. So here this is for showcasing the label. Okay, so here if it's matching, so I'm just going to have this font type to be a bold. Okay, if not we'll just apply this font to be a medium. Okay, so fine. And here let's just apply this margin left. Okay, and text color I'm just going to add in here this slate 800. Okay, fine. And now inside so let's remove the styling, and now inside this pan I'm just going to display this label. Okay, so this is going to be this now the now section component. Okay, so we will make use of this. Okay, inside our first as I said, we need to have the icons for each of the things. I will just have the icons. Okay, and we will accordingly use that. So before that let's just have a at least a peek view of how it's going to look once we had inside this dashboard layout. So if I just collapse all of this, so let's go into this app section in here. So this layout, so first we will add the list for the pipelines. So then and then we will add for the organized data. So first let's showcase I will showcase for pipelines, then you will understand the how this nav function component which you have just written is going to look like. Okay, so this is going to be a nav section items list. Okay, so here let's have this label as let's say this to be a pipelines. Okay, and here this icons icon. So here I'm just going to add in here this layer, so we'll have to add in this list. Okay, we'll add. Okay, fine. Here then items, so this is going to be a list of the objects. So here first the label, we'll have this text recognition as a first item, and href. Okay, so we had this route. Okay, so here which is nothing but this text recognition. So on clicking on this we will be navigating to this. Okay, and here icon, this it's going to be this text select which we'll have to add. That's the reason we see the issues. Okay, now this label, this is going to be this data extraction in the pipeline next stage. Okay, and this href. Okay, the page which we had it, so which is nothing but this data extraction, and then the icon. So here this icon, we will add this braces icon, which again we will add now. Okay, and finally the step in this is the verification. So then the page for that. So let's navigate to this verification page. Okay, and then the icon. So I'm just going to add in here this check circle icon. Okay, fine. So this is the list. Okay, so let's just first add this no, inside this components. Okay, in icons, I will just add for now for these things. Okay, so here the layers. Okay, layers. So I'm just going to import it from this Lucide React. Okay, so let's import this layers. Okay, and then the braces. Okay, so this also we will import it from here. Okay, and then the I think the text select. Okay, so here this I'm just going to import the same thing from there. Okay, so now if we just go here, okay, check circle. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in that check circle. Okay, so here let me just add this check circle. So now if we go, so this is the things. Okay, all the icons that we want are ready. Fine. Now for organized data we'll create the list later, but we will see that. Okay, so now here let's add this sidebar now. Okay, so here let's say I'm just going to add in this sidebar. Let's comment this so that it'll be good reference for us. Okay, so here I'm just going to add this as a no sidebar now. Okay, fine. So first thing, let's wrap this everything inside this div. Okay, fine. So let's make this to be fixed. Okay, and also let's apply this inset on y direction 0. Okay, and z index I want, I'm just going to give it 50. Let's make this display as a flex. Okay, and direction to be column, and width let's give something like for sidebar I'm just going to give you a 72 as a width, and let's make this direction column. Okay, now inside this we need to add the div where we are going to showcase the logo. Okay, so clicking on that it should navigate us to the dashboard thing, and then the navigation section. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in this flex display. Okay, let's add in this grow. Okay, and the direction it's going to be this column. Okay, and let's add a gap in the y direction, let's say 5. Okay, and here overflow, let's apply in the y direction to be auto, and let's add some border to the right. Okay, so that there will be some distinction between the sidebar and the main section. Okay, And the border color, let's apply this slate, okay, some 200. And let's add this background to be a white color. And let's add some padding left, okay, and also some padding right, and at the padding bottom too. So fine. So this is the div. So here I'm just going to add in here this logo section, okay. So here this logo section we will wrap inside this link component from Next, okay. So this, clicking on this, we will navigate it to our dashboard page, okay. So here whenever we are in different page, so whenever we click on this, it should help us navigate to this dashboard page, okay. So here I'm just going to use this image component, okay. And let's did we not import this? Okay, so here let's make this also to be flex and add some margin at the top, okay. And I'm just going to apply this shrink, okay. And let's add in this priority and source. For now I'm just going to add in this logo, so whatever we have, okay, fine. And width, let's say something like 102, okay. And height, let's set something like, it might be big, so we'll change accordingly, okay. So here I'm just going to say this as organize simple logo, okay. So this is the image component, okay, the logo section. So here right after this link we will add this navigation. So here I'm just going to add this navigation and let's comment this, okay, fine. And here let's wrap this inside this now semantic tag, okay. Let's make this a flex and let's add this one so that it occupies as much as space it needs, and direction to be column. And first here we'll have this nav section usage component which you just created, and here I'm just going to add some margin at the top, okay. And here this section, first thing is the pipelines, okay. So now let's just have a look at this, okay. So we should see some sidebar, okay, with a list of the pipelines, okay. So here if I just navigate it to dashboard now, so we should see a sidebar, okay, with the pipelines and those subsections in that thing. So let's see, it's loading, okay. Let's just see, okay, yeah, you see now, okay. So this is what I was talking about, okay, the pipelines, and this is the icon, and this spans whatever we added. So if I just showcase you this nav section, so this icon and label corresponds to this, okay. Here this is the icon and this is the main label, okay. So after that if you just see this rounded thing, okay, so this is the thing, and this div it's going to take care of that. And then the list of the things that we have just added in the list, that is the icon and the text, okay. So here this is the icon, okay, and the label, okay, fine. And so if I just let me just comment this, okay. So let's just see what is the difference that you will be seeing, okay. So yeah, you see now this the full things that span, that is the purpose of this span. So basically it's going to add the indication that for each section the respective thing. So again if you just reload, okay, so this is how you just do the checks and try to keep on building the way you wanted. It's never the optimal code, again it's never the end design. So that is the span, okay. And this span is for the label, okay. So that was for this, and this was for the so you just saw what was this for, okay. So basically this section. So if I just refresh this, I mean today my system is a bit slow, okay. so I'll have to restart this. Okay, so you saw that. Okay, so for the vertical line that we wanted, that this div was for that. Okay, you understood now why this div is added, right? Fine. So this is the sidebar with the list that we wanted. And so next what we will do, I'll just add in the other section, the organized data section, where we'll have to display the categories list, that is the card statement, invoices, and the receipts, which I will do. Okay, so yeah, so this is added back. Okay, let's continue adding the list for the organized data section, and then we'll proceed further. Let's go back. So here right below this pipelines list, let's create the a list for our organized data. Okay, so here I'm just going to create this organized data object. Okay, this is going to be of type this nav section items. Okay, and here the label, I'm just going to give this label as organized data. Okay, fine. And now here this icon, let's just I will add this grid icon. So for now let's just pass in this value. Once we pass, this error will be gone. Okay, so fine. And here in this items, we'll have three items, one for the receipts, one for the invoices, and other for card statements. Okay, so here let me give those labels. So first let's have this I think, yeah, receipts. Fine. And then the navigating to this receipts page. Okay, here, and then this icon, and I'm just going to pass in this receipt icon, which we don't have yet. I will just add. Okay, and here this label, which is the invoices label, and then the navigate to this invoices page. Okay, so here, fine. And finally this icon, so icon also we will add this. Okay, let's name this icon as the invoice. And finally for the card statement, so here I'm just going to add in this card statements. Okay, and this navigation, so this is the page, so which is the card statements. Okay, and then the icon, so here let's name this something like credit card. Fine. Now let's first add this icons in this icons section. So here in this components thing, let me add in here first for the receipt. Okay, so here I'm just going to get the props from this Lucide props. Okay, so this I'm just going to import this from Lucide React. Okay, so let me install this, sorry, import this. Okay, fine. So I'm just going to use this. So here let's just have this svg icon here. So basically I have this svg icon, so I'm just going to it's going to be this Lucide props. Okay, fine. So I just have the note of this svgs here, so for each of them, so I will just pass on this references to you. Okay, so that you can also use this. So this is for receipt. Okay, and same way we are just going to add it for the other things. This is for the invoice. Okay, so here let's have this Lucide props type. Okay, and here let's me just take for invoice, here this invoice. Okay, and finally this card statement, so which is we named it as a credit card. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this props. Okay, so Lucide props. Okay, fine. And here let me just take this svg for this thing. Okay, Fine, so now we have this things, okay, and I just had to add this grid icon, okay, so that we will take from this layout grid, okay, from the Lucide React. So I'm just going to add in this grid. So here let's just get this layout grid, okay. Fine, so these are the icons for this organized data sections. So now we just have to pass on this usage here. So here just below this pipelines we will just add in this the nav section. So here let's have some margin at the top. So here I'm just going to give 10, and here I'm just going to pass in this organized data object, okay. So now hopefully we should be able to see this list as well, okay. So just let me just showcase you this. So if I just navigate here to the output, okay, yeah, now you can see this organized data also, okay. So with the icons and the receipts and the labels for each of them. Fine, so this is how we just added the links, I mean in the sidebar, okay. Navigation links, okay, fine. So let's add the username and logout thing at the bottom in our sidebar. So for that I'm just going to simply create one component inside this components folder, okay. So here let's name since I want it to be at the bottom, I'm just going to name this as bottom section, okay. So here let's have this, okay, and we will be using the no server component. So I'm just going to mention use client at the top, okay. So here let's just create a function. So I'm just going to name this as bottom section. So this will have the props receiving the class name, which would be optional, again the username to be showcased, okay. So let me just write the definition for that, okay. So here the class name, which is going to be string and optional, okay, and then the username, okay. So here this is going to be string. Now let me just get those values, the class name and the username, okay, fine. And here now let's just have this everything wrapped inside this div, and the styling, I'm just going to pass in this display as a flex, and whatever the class name that we receive as a props, okay. So additional here I'm just going to make this as a flex, okay. And also I want this items to be centered, okay. And let's have this border, and I want it to be rounded medium. Then the color for the border, let's apply the slate color, okay. So, lighter slate color. And let's have padding y direction, some, let's say, and in x also let's say 2.5, and negative margin, let's say 2, okay, fine. And this is the styling for this main div, okay. So here now inside this div, first thing is now we will have this the username thing, okay. So inside this div, so here let me the let's say, like, first two characters of a username in the form of the circle, okay. So here let's have this as a rounded full, okay. And the background, I'm just going to have this completely darker slate background, and the height and width, let's say 10. Let's make this flex, okay. And here I'm just going to add flex none, then items to be centered, okay. And justify, let's center them, okay. And now here inside this span, I'm just going to showcase those two characters of a username. So here let's give the color for our text, the slate color, lighter slate, okay. And also let's make this as a bold characters. So here I'm just going to take this username and get those first two characters, okay, fine. And yeah, so after this div we will have the full username displayed. So inside this span. Okay, so here I'm just going to add some margin to the left so that there will be some space between that two characters circle and this username. Let's add this color for this slate color, something, let's say 800, and let's apply this ellipsis thing so that overflow will be taken care. And I'm just going to add here hidden, and now let's just showcase this username. So fine, after this we will just have an icon to log out the user. Okay, so here let's say some margin left auto. Okay, and padding 2 in all directions, and on hover effect let's make this cursor to be a pointer, and even on hovering I just want the background color to change. Okay, let's say 100. Okay, and here let's have this rounded effect. Okay, fine, and here let's have this logout icon, so which I will just add in the icons list. Okay, so let's just add in here this logout link. Okay, so icon from this Lucide React. Okay, so going to this bottom section, so I can just use that icon and showcase here. So that is nothing but this icons dot this logout. Okay, and here let's give some styling, width and height let's set 5. Okay, and text let's make the slate color, and hover effect I'm just going to have this slate effect, so 600. Okay, fine. So and here we'll add this on click effect, but for now I don't have anything, so I'm just going to let's say I'm just going to log here this logout. Okay, fine, we'll come back here once we have this functionality working. Okay, so this is the bottom section. So now we will just add in this to our layout. Okay, so basically to this dashboard layout. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here the one more section beneath this nav sections. Let's wrap this inside this div, and here let's make this to be flex. Okay, and the direction I'm just going to apply this column. Okay, and a gap of in the y direction 7. Okay, and here we'll just use this component, so which is the bottom section component. Okay, and here I'm just going to add in here margin top to be auto, and let's pass in this username. Okay, I'm just going to pass in this some random name. Okay, so now let's just have a look at the output. Okay, so yeah, so this is the bottom section, the first two characters of a username in the form of circle, and then the username, and then the logout icon. Okay, at the bottom. Okay, fine, so looking good. Now the thing is let's add this now I know in the sidebar the links for settings and helper page as well. So what I will do, I'm just going to create this bottom items as well in the list. Okay, and we'll add those icons in our the icons file as well. So first thing, let's go to this layout. Okay, so here right below this organize the data, I'm just going to create in here the list for the bottom items. Okay, so here let me have this list. This is going to be a simple nav item array. Okay, and let's add this two items. So first for the help. Okay, and here the navigation, so it will just go to this href help page. Okay, and this icon, so let's say this is going to be the help, and we'll add that. Okay, and then the for the settings section, so here I'm just going to add in this settings section, and then the href, so let's say this to be settings. Okay, so the settings page, and then the icon, so this is going to be the settings which I will add this. Okay, so now first let's add this icons in the icons file. For help, I'm just going to use the help circle from Lucide React. Okay, so here let's go here, and for the help, let me just add in this help circle. Okay, and for these settings, I just have this svg icon, so I will just use this. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in this svg icon inside this. Okay, let's take that. So here is the svg icon for settings. Okay, so let me go back and use this here. Okay, fine. And now that we'll have to showcase in the layout, right? So for that I'm just going to add that inside our the bottom section itself. So here if you go to this component, so I will just add in this one more the props. Okay, so here now the additional props, it's going to be the item, so which is going to be this now items array. Okay, and here just let me get these items. Now what we will do is we'll have to change some styling for this div. So for this I'm just going to wrap everything this inside one more div. So you'll just so let's have this div. Okay, and I'm just going to apply this styling for this whatever we receive in the props. Okay, and let's just fit in this div for now inside this. Okay, so later I'm just going to make adjustments. Okay, so first here in this div let's add the this flex div. Okay, and here let's have this div. Okay, like we did for the other sections. Okay, let's add some margin left. Okay, and height I'm just going to have this, and width let's say 0.5, and the background I'm just going to add in this slate color. Okay, so let's say 300. Okay, and this rounded full, why this div is for, I already explained this. Okay, fine. So just below this we will have those list. Okay, so basically I can just take from the nav section component. So here like this, so we will have in this way. So let's just take this ul thing. Let's here, now let's go to this bottom section. So here right below this div I'm just going to use this. Now we'll make changes accordingly. So here instead of this section, it's just going to be the items dot map. Okay, and we'll get the item and index. Okay, and icon will get in this way. And this, let's just import this from next link. Okay, and here this let's just change this if it includes. Okay, so here path dot includes. Okay, so I'm just going to change this to from equals to includes, and here I've passed in this thing. Okay, so the issue here path. Okay, so I'm just going to import this. Okay, this use path name. Okay, fine. So now if this includes this the page that we have passed, then we'll have this background darker background, or it's the lighter background. Okay, fine. And here this is going to be pretty much the same, and the label. Okay, fine. So now coming down after this div, we will have the same this div where I'm just going to have this. Okay, and here now we had the same thing. Okay, So whatever we had, now it should look pretty good. So let's I think we should pass this list. That's the reason we see here the issue. Okay, so in the bottom section, so we'll come back again if something doesn't look good in this component. Now here we just have to pass in this the items. Okay, so here now items will be this bottom items which we have just created, and yeah, we should be good to see these things as well. So let's go here. Yeah, so we have this help and the settings setting. So if you just click on this, will be redirected to this settings page. Okay, so okay, and here this is going to take us to the help page. Okay, yeah, if you see here. Okay, so we just added the links for this help and settings sections as well at the bottom, just above this our username and logout section. Now I just wanted the layout here, this the top main layout for all of these sections. So for that also, let's just create the component inside our components folder. So here I'm just going to create here the new file for that top main content. Okay, so let's say, just name the same thing. Okay, top main content. Okay, let's create here this top main content. Okay, so this let's say this is going to receive the title to be displayed in that section, and also the should we display the upload button or not. So basically we'll have a button to take the files, right? So I'll just make that as an optional. Okay, so here this title, okay, sorry, this title which is the string. Okay, and then the should I display this upload button or not. So this lets me make this as optional. Okay, and here this is going to be a boolean. Okay, fine, and here this title and this display upload button, by default I'm just going to set this to false. Okay, and now here let's just have this wrapped everything inside this div. Okay, so let's add some styling. Height, let's restrict it to 36, the whole div, and let's have this border slate color. Okay, something, let's say 200, and we'll have the border at the bottom. So let's just add bit thickness, and display to be flex, and items I just want it to be end. Okay, and justify, let's say between, so that they will be extreme to each other. So fine, and now inside this div let's display the title in this h1 tag. Okay, so here let's do some styling for this. I'm just going to add some margin bottom at the okay, this let's say 4, and also to the left 10, and here let's say the font type to be this, let's say I just want this text color, text size to be something like 4 times XL. Okay, and here let's just display this title. So this was for the title, and depending upon this display upload button true, okay, we will render this link component. Okay, so let me just add this link. Okay, and here the styling, so let's just use this and use this button variants from our buttons component, and here I'm just going to add in by the additional margin bottom. Okay, and margin right styling. Okay, fine, and here clicking on this we will navigate to this upload page. Okay, so fine, now here I'm just going to add in so let's just import this, and let's add in this upload icon. Okay, so let's just add in this upload icon to our icons list. This name, let's have it as upload. Okay, so I'm just going to add in this upload cloud. Okay, now let's go here, we will just use this upload icon now. Okay, fine, and width and height I'm just going to set 18 for now. Okay, height as well, let's just set 18. Okay, and here the styling for this, let's add margin at the right. Okay, and stroke, let's have this slate color, let's say 100. Okay, fine. And here the text of this, I'm just going to add in this as the upload of files, the text of this link component. Okay, so this is the top main content, the component. Okay, so if I just use this, you'll understand this. So basically we will try to add in each page section. So let me just add in each of the pages. Okay, so first in the let's just go to this pipelines and data extraction page. Okay, so now here let's just wrap this in the fragment. Okay, here I will have this top main the content. Okay, and here this title I'm just going to pass in this data extraction. Okay, and here let's just pass in this. Okay, so now let's just say this content, I'm just going to add margin in all directions. So, and I'm just going to move this inside this div. Okay, so let's just see this. Okay, so this content. Okay, so let me just showcase you the data extraction page. Okay, so going here, so now if I just click this, we should see here the title and the text that we have added. Okay, okay, there is title, I'm not able to see this. Okay, let's go to this component. Okay, here this title, let's say, let's just see this. Okay, let's add this red color something. Okay, so I'm not able to see this title in this component. Okay, okay, just let me have a look. Okay, but we are able to see this upload files also, but there is some issue. Let me just have a look at this. So we are not able to see. So if I just hover this, if you see, this is right below this the logo, that section. So let me do one thing, I'm just going to add some extreme left margin. So let's just change this to something like 80. Okay, and let's just have a look at this. Yep, now we're able to see. So for now I'm just going to change this, and also let's remove this text red color. Okay, so now let's just see. Yeah, the data extraction is added. So we'll have to do the same for the other pages as well. So the whatever the pages we have, this, now let's go to this text recognition. So I'm just going to add the same for this as well. So let's add in this top main content component. Okay, and the title, this is going to be this text recognition. Okay, so here let's just add in this, and here I'm just going to pass in this, and we'll have this div with some margin for the content, the same thing, margin 4, and here I'm just going to move this. Okay, so here let's just change this to content. Okay, fine, I can just copy this, okay, whole thing, and let's reuse the same in our other pages. Okay, the other things as well, so we can use in the id pages and all of the things. So let me just use this inside this upload thing. So I'm just going to replace this completely with the fragment, and I'm just going to import this. Okay, and here now the text, instead of this text recognition, it is going to be this upload. Okay, and here I want this to be let's just remove that. Okay, and in the verification page, okay, so here also let's just replace this with this thing, and let's import this, and I'm just going to change this title. So here let's just change this title to verification. Okay, fine. And the other pages in the dashboard, I mean the structured organized data. So basically here as well I'm just going to change this to, let's just import. Okay, so here in place of this it's going to be the card statements. Okay, and even in the invoices, let's just replace quickly. I'm just going to import this. Okay, and now this is going to be this invoices page. Okay, and then the receipts page. Here this is going to be receipts now. Okay, fine. And yeah, we did just change in all of the thing, receipts and everything. So we will change in this dashboard page as well. So here let's just replace this too. So here let's import this. Okay, and here this title, let's say this to be a dashboard. Okay, and this is going to be the same. Okay, and in the help page and the other pages also I'm just going to change this. The title will be according to the page that we are in. So here this title, it's going to be this help. Okay, and this, I mean in the settings also I'm just going to add in this. Okay, so here now this title, it's going to be settings. Let me just remove this, and okay, and here I'm just going to add in this settings title. Fine. And now in this dashboard layout as well, so basically here in this layout I'm just going to add in this for this display to be of flex. Okay, and also here I'm just going to, for the children, wrap this inside the main. Okay, so here this is going to be this, let's wrap this inside this main tag. Okay, and let's add some styling. So padding left 72. Okay, and the width let's occupy full, and let's wrap this children inside this, and I'm just going to remove this. Okay, fine. And yeah, and also if you want we can change in the IDs page as well, but for now let's keep it as it is. Okay, so this is the this is how we added the top main content to all our pages. So if you just go and let's check it out. Okay, okay, now I can just remove this margin, this left it from 80 to 10. Okay, because we did add the padding to the layout. Okay, so I think, yeah, got it. So we can remove that margin left from 80 to 10, so that because we added the padding in the main layout of the dashboard thing. Okay, so if I just navigate to different pages, the text you can see, and also this verification. Yep, and the same for the receipts. So this is the, or this you can say top main content for each of our page. Okay, and now let's try to change the schema for our next auth credentials options. By default we have this email and password, so I just want it to be changed to username and password. So let's make changes for them accordingly. First in the next auth route. Okay, so I mean in this API folder, so let me collapse this. Okay, so here in this app section, and here in this API section for the next auth. Okay, here in this thing, so we have this email and password by default. So I just wanted to change this email, instead of email, to username. So let me just change this. Okay, and here the label, now it's going to be this username. Okay, and this type, this is going to be text. Okay, fine. And while we are authorizing, so let me get this username. Okay, and also wherever we have this email, I'm just going to replace with this username. So here as well, so let's just, okay, we'll have to change this in our schema too. That's the reason we see this issue. We'll change this. Okay, yeah, fine, that's a change in this. Okay, so now first let me make changes in the schema. Okay, so here in this Prisma file, now in place of this email, I'm just going to add in this username. Okay, so here let's just replace this email with this username. Okay, and this id, I'm just going to have this as string type. Okay, and also here let's use this unique id thing. Okay, fine. And now also I just wanted to have one default user inserted into our db. So for that to happen, we just have to add in this c.ts and uh, have this function where it's going to insert the user that we wanted to when we are creating the db or making changes to the db. Okay, so for that to happen, so inside this, let's just create here the seed .ts. Okay, and here you all I think if you just looked at the backend video, you should know the purpose of this file. Okay, so here let's just get this Prisma client. Okay, in object. So here I'm just going to get this Prisma client. Okay, fine. And here let's have this function, the main. Okay, so here let's query this Prisma dot user. I'm just going to observe. Okay, so here where let's say this username, so here I just have to migrate this. So let's say this to be, okay, fine. And here this update, I'm just going to leave this okay as it is. And now here creating, I'm just going to create in here this username. Okay, so let's say okay, fine. And the password, so let's use this wait, I'm just going to hash this the let's say this super secret. So let's hash this to thing. Okay, fine. And we can just console if there is any issue. Okay, so like this. Okay, so you can just console the user details whatever you get. And now here that's let's just disconnect in the callback once we are done with it. Okay, so here let's just prisma dot disconnect. Okay, and if there is any exceptions, okay, so we will try to handle in this catch block async. Okay, so here let's just console if there is any error. So in this error section. Okay, and here I'm just going to disconnect this. Okay, and let's exit from this. So here fine. So this is going to be said we have see this issue because we'll have to migrate this. Okay, so now we made changes from username sorry email to username, and also added this inside our the c.ts as well as in our auth section. And also we need to add for seeding in this package.json, just we need to add here the prisma. Okay, so for this let's this seed. Okay, so here this ts node. Okay, and we can just add this file. Okay, fine. And this is the comma separator. Okay, and we can just add in this ts node to our dependency, okay, if needed. So here, so you can just add in this ts node, okay, fine. And now in the auth form, let's try to, in the on submit, if you just see, I did not handle anything inside this on submit. So now let's try to handle this, okay. So first let's inside this on submit thing, okay, let's set this is loading to true, okay, so that we will set this is loading to true value, okay. And let's create this function, though that is nothing but the sign in result, okay. So here I'm just going to call in this sign in from our this next auth, okay. So that is from this next auth react, okay. So let me then just import here at the top sign in from this next auth, okay, from this react, okay. And now I can just use this, in the sound submit function. So here we'll have to provide this credentials, okay. And for this, the things that we want, that is the username, so this will be there in this our username, okay. And I'm just going to convert this completely to lowercase, all of the characters, and then the password will have to pass in. So here this is going to be password, and here redirect, I'm just going to set this to false, okay, fine. And this is going to give us the result. So once we have this, that is, if this let's just check for the something went wrong. So if this sign in result it's not okay, that means something went wrong. So I can just return this toast, okay. So here let me have this toast, okay. And here let's add in this title, this toast, okay. I will just import this from our component, okay. So basically here, okay, then let's add this let's add this token, sorry, yeah, toast, okay. So here we will just add in this component. So like we did add the other things, if you just recall, we added the button, the label, and the input things component. So same way I'm just going to add in this thing, okay. So let's add this toast, okay. So this is how, if you wanted to add a new component, you'll have to add this thing. So let's wait for toast to be added, and then I can just make use of this component, okay. So let's just wait, okay, yeah, it's done. So I can now just import this from the components, okay. So here now I'm just going to add in this title, okay. So let's say here this title, I'm just going to say here something went wrong, okay, fine. And this description, let's say something like, I'm just going to say that your sign in request failed, okay. So I'm just going to show here this as please try again, okay. And here this variant, I'm just going to set this to be destructive, okay, fine. And if everything went good, then we are going to navigate to our dashboard page, okay. So for that I'm just going to get this router thing. Okay, so here let's use this router from our next navigation. Okay, so now I can just if everything went good, so I'm just going to refresh this. Okay, and then navigate to our the dashboard page. Okay, so here let's just go to this dashboard thing. So this is the on submit thing. Okay, and we'll have to change this if you just to see the issue here. I just no we'll just leave the imports issue. Okay, I'll just take care of that. Okay, so ideally this is how. And if you wanted to change the schema from the email to username, now the thing left for us is to make update these changes in our DB. Okay, so let me just migrate this. Okay, so here let's just give changed schema, hot schema. I'm just going to here mention this name. Okay, 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 I see some validation here. Okay, so here let's go here. I'm just going to, for now, let's comment this. Okay, and in environment we have this Postgres URL. I'm just going to pass in that. Okay, here this one. Okay, so let's try to run it again. Yep, so we have this migration created, so you can just see the name of that. Okay, so here this changed auth schema. Okay, and this is the thing. So now if I just push this. Okay, yep, fine, and it's already done. So now we can just see this thing in action. So if I just try to open this thing, so we should see this thing here. Let me just showcase you this tables and the user inserted. So we have this user. So okay, the seeding thing did not work. Why is that? So we just changed this username. Okay, let's try to um, seed it. Okay, so now we should see this. Okay, fine. Okay, we see some issue. Okay, it is exit, sorry. Okay, now let's try to seed our DB. Okay, but still I see issue. Okay, there is some issue with the compilation. So what I will do, let's go to this section. So now here, while we are trying to run this. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in this compiler options. Okay, so let's say here. Okay, and here I'm just going to specify this I mean this module. Okay, so let's say to be the common JS. Okay, so then hopefully we should not see the below issue. So here let me just have this. Okay, and here now let's try to run this. Okay, now let me try to seed our DB. Okay, I still see the same issue. Okay, what is the issue? So basically, unexpected end of JSON input. Okay, so did I miss something in here? Nothing. I just mentioned this module to be common JS. Okay, I don't know. Let me just have a look at this. Okay, but I see it should work. Okay, and also I see this thing. Okay, fine, now it's inserted. Maybe it was because of the space. So if you just see this user is inserted because we just consoled it, so that's the reason we are seeing this and this thing. So if I just showcase you here, let's just refresh this. Okay, I just stopped that. So here studio. So if I just now try to refresh this, so let's wait, it's going to take some time. Okay, so okay, we see. Okay, I just misspelled this. Okay, fine, so I'm just going here to this. Let's just, yeah, so now we have this the seated user with the username and password, so we should be good. Now let's try to check this. So basically I'm just going to check this out. So here, let's go to this login page. Okay, so once I try to log in, it should take me to the dashboard page. Okay, so here let me just this is the username, and here the password, this is going to be, this is the password. Okay, so here if I just sign in, okay, we see some issue here. Got it. Then we have some issue. Okay, so yep. Okay, there is no secret is the issue. Okay, so here let me just specify here some value. Okay, fine, and now let's try to run it again. So I'm just going to refresh this. Okay, so here let's see if it's compiled. Okay, fine, so let's try to log in. Okay, so here the password, let's sign in. We should okay, okay, so there is some issue with our login page. So here if I just remember, here is the thing. So now if I just go here, it is we have some either on the issue is in this protected page.tsx. Okay, so let me just see this. Okay, let me do one thing. So here I'm just going to comment all of this. Okay, and here where is this? Okay, fine, now we are in the dashboard page. Okay, so here, fine, let me do it again. So we had some unused things. I'll just delete those things. Yeah, basically here it's navigating to this protected page. Maybe that will have to make changes in our middleware. So yep, yeah, and fine, this is the reason. So here we'll have to change this to dashboard. Okay, so basically whenever we try to log in, this middleware is going to help us restrict the user to particular the let's say page only if authenticated will be directed to that particular page. Okay, so let me just go here and let me remove this cookies in the application thing. Okay, so here let's just let's do one thing. I'm just going to clear this. Okay, and let's go to this login page now. So here once I yeah, we are in the login page now. So once I try to log in with the seeded user that we just added in the DB, so now we should be redirected to the dashboard page. Okay, so let me just add in here the password, which is here the super secret. Okay, so now okay, so we should be navigated to dashboard. Yep. So as soon as we are the authenticated, then we are redirected to the dashboard page. So this is going to be simple. And now the hot section, the thing we added on the user that we just created, it's also working good. So fine, so we change the schema from email to the username. So next thing what we'll try to do is let's try to implement this session and and also see if we can retrieve the name and ID of the user that has logged into our application. So first for that to add, we will have to change that in our hot next auth section. So that is here in this API route. Okay, so first thing I'm just going to define this next auth. Let's just extend the session interface. Okay, I mean the default session. So I'm just going to here create here this module. So in this next auth module interface, okay, this session, I'm just going to extend this default session. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in this user and here pass in this ID and the username. That's what we just wanted. So I'm just going to extend this definition. And now here in this callbacks, okay, in this callbacks we can add in this this session function and also the JWT token, so which is going to give us this session object and the details that we want. So you'll understand once I add this. So here first let's add this for web token. Okay, so here I want this token. Okay, fine. So here if this token dot sub, then I'm just going to get this query on our user table. So that is find first with this ID. So here it's going to be nothing but this token dot thing. Okay, so if here, and I'm just going to set this to this DB user, to this username. Okay, fine. And here let's just return this token. Fine. And if there is any exception, so I'm just going to say this as invalid token. Okay, so here let's fine. And after this let's add the function for the session. Okay, and here the thing is the session and along with this token. And here if this session dot user and also this token dot sub, okay, and also this token dot name is not null, then I'm just going to set this user ID to the token dot sub and also this username. Okay, so here we just extended this username. That's the thing we get this property. Okay, then here I'm just going to add in this token name. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to return this session. So now we can use this thing. So basically I can just get this details and showcase this accordingly, I mean in the pages wherever we needed. So for that first I just wanted to make some changes to our middleware file. So I just wanted to restrict it to particular page. So I just wanted to rewrite this middleware file first, then we'll come back about this session thing. Okay, so if I just go to this middleware file, first thing here let me just have this function with auth. Okay, so basically here we'll have to we'll have an option to only direct the user to these pages if he is authenticated. So kind of your for our dashboard, the all the parts in dashboard, upload, text recognition, data extraction, verification, receipts, invoices, card statement settings, help, and the other pages which we will add. So for that we can just configure that inside this file. So I'm just going to add that in here. Okay, so let me just add this all this logic inside this middleware file, which is going to take care all of this thing for us. So here what I will do is I'm just going to use the with auth function from Next.js middleware and wrap this middleware inside that. Okay, so here I'm just going to export this with auth. Okay, so here let's just import that. So basically here with auth from this Next.js, okay, middleware, and now we can just wrap inside this. Okay, so I'm just going to here inside this we'll have to have this function. So basically I will just have this middleware thing, and here this request. Okay, so now inside this let me get this path. Okay, so here let's using this next URL path name. Okay, so first thing let's get the session object from our the get token function which we have just written. So here we'll have to pass in this request along with that the secret. So here the secret I'm just going to pass in our environment variable, so which is the next auth secret. Okay, so okay, fine. So once we have that, let's just know whether we are authenticated or not. So here I'm just going to store this here, making sure that this is not null. Okay, so now here if this path that we have here starts with let's say the login. Okay, so here if it starts with the login, and here if he is authenticated, then we will redirect the user. So here let's redirect the user to, let's say, dashboard. Okay, so here we will just redirect the user to this dashboard. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in this thing, and now if that is not the case, I'm just going to return this next function on this next response. Okay, fine. So here now if that is not the case, so if the user is not authenticated, then I will just redirect the user to this login page. Okay, so here we can have this redirected to this login page. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in this URL. Fine, and Okay, so basically let's do one thing. I'm just going to put this inside this thing itself. So if this starts, okay, so okay, fine. So here let's just have it here. Okay, so let me just now here let's just have this callback. Okay, so in this callbacks, let's just this authorized. Okay, I'm just going to return the value to true. Okay, fine. And this is the middleware function. Okay, so I will just remove this completely. That's the reason we see here multiple exports cannot be thing. Fine. So this is the with hot middleware wrapped middleware function inside this, and I think the logic is pretty much clear for you guys. Okay, and here we just want this to be applicable to this path, so we have to mention in this config object. Okay, so here this matcher we just have to provide the list of the pages. Okay, so here if you want all sub pages to be passed, we just have to pass in this way. So I'm just going to add for all the paths here. Okay, so here this text recognition, let me just pass in this and other things quickly. Let's do the add the for other pages, which is the text data extraction. Okay, and next is the verification. Okay, so here as well, so I'm just going to pass next it's going to be the our receipts. Okay, so receipts path, then the invoice paths. So you can just add in to whichever you wanted to be navigated only if user is authenticated. Okay, so here this the invoices and the card statements. Okay, this again the hot sub parts as well, and then the settings page, help page. Okay, and finally we can just add in this login page. Okay, so this is the middleware which is going to restrict the users to particular pages. Okay, so and also if we want, see, if we don't have directly just our base URL page, so if the user tries to navigate to base URL and we want that redirection to particular page, that we can do it in our next config. So here we can just add in this redirect function and specify here like if you just specify here in the list of the objects. So basically in the source, if the user is trying to come to this base page, okay, we want it to be redirected to this dashboard page here in our case. Okay, and here I'm just going to set this permanent to false. Okay, fine. So this is how you navigate redirect the user to particular page. Okay, so now let's use this in our this session details. Okay, first in this let's say our dashboard layout. So if you just go to this dashboard thing and layout. Okay, so I just outcoded this username for now. So what we will do, I will just get this session. So here let me get this just here let me get this session using our get server session and passing in this auth options. Okay, and we'll make this asynchronous function. Okay, so now this will have our so this is the get server sessions. Okay, and now this the auth options, if you just see, this is the thing. So we just have to pass in this as an input for that server session. Okay, so now let's just go back to our this thing. So here we can use this session, to dynamically pass in this username value. So here now let me just here let's just say session dot user and the username which we added. So if there is none, so I'm just going to pass in this default value. Okay, so that's how we make use of the user details and try to showcase in the page or section that we wanted to. And also here what I will do is in our the auth form, let's go here in this on submit thing. Let's do one thing. I'm just going to call multiple promises concurrently at the same time. Okay, we'll do it in this way. That is, let me get this no let's name this as something like settled result. So basically here now I'll just call this promise dot all settled, and here pass in here the list of promises. And first is this sign in. So let me just copy this, and also parallelly I will just pass this timeout promise. Okay, here. Okay, so here let's say this timeout. Okay, so I'm just going to set the timeout to these 700 milliseconds. Okay, so basically this all settled, it's going to help us run the multiple promises concurrently. And after this we can just get this instead of this in the sign in result, if the settled result dot status is fulfilled. Okay, then we can just get this value, else I'm just going to get this null. Okay, fine. So once I get that, and after this this is going to be same, and we forgot to set is loading to false, so I'm just going to set in here. That's the thing. And also yeah, pretty much that's the change. Okay, and also in the uh, in our bottom section, while we wanted to log out, so we did not add anything inside our on click functionality. So let's just add now. So here now instead of consoling, let's use this sign out function. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this sign out. Okay, and here this callback URL will navigate the user to this login page. Okay, so this is going to be this thing. And also here, if you wanted to change this to uppercase, okay, so let's just display one character. So I'm just going to change the way we display this. Okay, so you'll understand. So here let's have this okay, here first let's get this first character. So I'm just going to get this first character, and let's convert this to uppercase. Okay, so one then after this I'm just going to add in the same thing, which is the two things, this second character. So it's nothing, just I'm making the first character the uppercase and second character the as it is, so that we receive from the user. Okay, that's the small change. Okay, so now hopefully let's check it out, and it should work fine. I'm just going to go to this thing. Okay, so here let's click on this. Now we should be signed out. Okay, so let me just refresh this. It takes sometimes the time. Okay, so yep, let's wait for it to reload, and then will try to test this sign out and logging in again. Okay, so it's just loading. Sometimes it takes time. All you have to do is again restart your application. Okay, let me just try to see this. Why is it taking so much time? Okay, it did just compile now. Well, let's see. Yeah, now it has compiled. Yep. So let's go to this card statements. Okay, yeah, it has navigated to card statements. Now I'll try to log out. It should okay. Don't we have this login? Okay, it is this thing. So the port is okay. So here I have to change this thing. So next auth base URL. So here I'm just going to change this. Okay, so let's just specify our local host 3001. Okay, so we have this backend running on 3000 port. Okay, so here now if we just try to access our dashboard page, we should not be able to. So see, we are redirected to the login page. Okay, so now if I just try to log in, so here we should be redirected to this dashboard page. Okay, so here yep, so we are redirected to this dashboard page. Okay, and also here if you just see the base URL, if I try to navigate, we added that redirect in our next config to be navigate to the dashboard page. So if I just press enter, so if you, as you can see, it has taken us to the dashboard page. So, okay, so that is the thing. So this thing is working fine. So we are able to log out and taking us back to the login, and we're able to get the user details into our dashboard page. Okay, so pretty much the session and retrieving the name and ID in our the dashboard page, we are pretty good shape. So next thing what we will do is let's try to focus on this handling the multiple step the component inside our the pipeline section. Okay, so that is what I will try to focus on. And also here you can just remove the priority and the style of the logo in case you doesn't want. Okay, that's the thing. And also you can remove the asynchronous in server pages in case you're not using any sessions and all, so that the performance wise you will not have any hiccups in our application. Okay, you will not, it will not freeze your application or something like that. Okay, so now this components inside let's go back. Okay, so here inside this component sections, so there are a lot of errors that's with respect to types or imports. I think maybe we'll have to configure that in our ts config thing and see that. So that's not a big issue, we'll get back to that later. So first thing, for the uploading content, we need to have the multiple steps component. Okay, so for that let's just first of all let me add in this okay, we have, let me just take in this new terminal. Okay, let me navigate to this front end. Okay, here I'll just add in this step component. Okay, so here let's add in this step component from shardcn, and I will try to make use of that, to achieve the okay okay, so this step component isn't available, then we'll have to create our own component. So what we will do is, let's try to create inside this a components folder. Let's just create a new folder called UI, and I'll just try to create this step component inside this first. So here let's just create this step component. So this is going to give us the the step component that we wanted to use in our multiple steps component. So once I complete this, maybe you will have a better idea of adding this component. Okay, so let me just mention at the top to be a use client component. Okay, and let's define the types for our step type. Okay, so here I'm just going to define this type. Okay, so let's name this to be a step type. Okay, and here this will have this number, that is the number that we are in, the step number, and then the title of our step. Okay, so here it is going to be a string, and let's have the step props. Okay, so here for this component. Okay, so this will have this step, okay, which is the step type which I just defined above, and then the current. Okay, so what is the current step that we are in? So here I'm just going to, this is going to be a type number. Okay, fine, and now let's have this step component. So let's export this step component. This is will have this above props, which is the step and the current value. So here we can just take this from step props. Okay, and here let's have this status. Okay, so by default this will have this values. Okay, let's say the active, okay, or this inactive, or it can have this complete. So this is the status. We can assume for now. If you want more, we can add later. Okay, so here depending upon the status value will depend upon the current value. So here if this current is matching to the step number, okay, that means the status should be set to the active. Okay, fine. Else if this current is less than the step number. Okay, so let's this step number. Okay, then I'm just going to set this status to inactive. Okay, else this is going to be complete. Okay, so this is a simple and straightforward thing. Okay, fine, and now let's wrap everything inside our I will wrap this inside our framer motion div. So let me install that framer motion. Okay, so here I'm just going to wrap this complete the what do you say this check icon. So depending upon that, and also the number that we wanted to showcase, and then the title of our step, we'll wrap in everything inside this motion div. Let's wait for us to install this framer motion, and then I'll just use this motion div. Yeah, it is installed, so we can just import this motion. Okay, so I'm just going to import this from our the framer motion. Okay, so here let's wrap everything inside this div. So that is this motion dot div. Okay, and here this animate I'm just going to pass in this status value. okay, and initially we'll just have the status passed, okay, and let's do some styling. So let's make this to be a relative and also flex, okay, and direction to be flex column, and I just want the items to be centered, okay, fine. And now inside this let's just have the the icon and also the number, along with that the title to be wrapped inside one more div. And also here we need to have the background variants for each of these things, that is the inactive, active and complete. So what is that background color and background and also color that you wanted to be? So it's better if you try to create a separate object for that, and then we can pass this to our the div or variants motion.div variants element, okay. So here let me just create here this background variants. I'm just going to create in here this background variants, and here let's just say this inactive for inactive things. So we will specify the background so background and background color and color for the all of this three status: inactive, active and complete. Let me add first the background border color and the color for our inactive thing. So the background color, okay, so here let's make this to be white color. So I will just use this variable value, the white variable value, okay, fine. And then the border color, so here I'm just going to add this as some slate color. So let's say slate 300, fine. And then the color, so here this also I'm just going to add in here this slate color, okay. Let's make this also the 300. So this is for inactive, okay. So same we'll have to do it for the active and complete. So let me just copy this and we'll just change the colors and the keyboard for the things, okay. So here then the active, so here for border color I'm just going to increase this slate color, and same for this color as well, and background will keep it as white. And this one to the complete, so here I'm just going to change this light color to slightly lesser 600, and even this one let's change to 600, okay, fine. So this is the background variants, okay. And also let's have this object for check-in transition and also for icon variants, okay. So here I'm just going to create here the object. So let's name this as the icon transition, okay. So here let me, here this will have ease, okay. So ease I'm just going to give ease out type, okay, and the type here the tween type. So and delay, let's introduce 0.2 value, and then the for duration, so I'm just going to apply this for the duration of let's say 0.3, okay. And let's make this to be of type number, not a string, okay. So fine. And then finally one more object for for check icon variants, okay. You will know this, and I'm just going to create one component which is going to give me the svg of check icon, okay. So here let's just have this complete object, okay. So here this complete object will have this the path length array, okay, with the values 0 comma 1, okay, fine. So now we have this background variants and check icon transition and check icon variants. So I'm just going to apply this now inside this, okay. So let's just create one component for the icon. So basically the function which is going to give me this svg icon for this check icon. So I am just going to return in here this I mean I have noted in this in my note. Okay, so I'm just going to take that. So this is the thing. So now let's go back. So here let's use this, and I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so this is simple SVG check icon. So I'll just we have inside this SVG wrapped in the motion.path the variants that we have just created, and also the transition. Okay, so this is the thing that we have created. Now inside this the step component, I'm just going to wrap everything inside this div, the check icon if the status is complete. If not, we will just display this step number. Okay, so let me wrap this inside this div. Okay, and the variants I'm just going to pass in this background variants which you just prepared, and the transition effect. Okay, so here for the duration of let's say 0.2. Okay, and now the styling, so let's make this to be relative. Okay, and okay, let me minimize this so that it will be clear. Okay, fine, and let's make this display to be flex, and height and width, let's set this to 11. And I just want the items to be centered, and also justify let's center. And I just need the rounded circle for showcasing the number or the check icon, and let's have some border, let's say 2. Okay, and the color, I'm just going to apply this slate color, let's say 400. And font type, I just want it to be a semi bold. And finally the text color, let's apply this slate color 500. Okay, so this is the styling for this div. Okay, now inside this I will have this everything wrapped in this div. Okay, so this also I'm just going to make this relative and flex display, and let's center the items, and also justify, let's center. Now here I'll wrap everything inside this animate presence from frame or motion. So first thing, if this status is the complete, okay, then I'm just going to showcase this check icon. Okay, so the function which we have just created. If not, we'll show the step number, okay, that we are in. So I'm just going to add that inside this span. Okay, so here let's add a key to be the step as a key for this, and animate, I'm just going to add in here the opacity to be 1. Okay, and exit, let's just apply the scaling effect. Okay, let's say 0.5, and the opacity, I'm just going to set this value to 0. And finally some styling, so that is, let's make this to be absolute, and font type, I'm just want it to be semi bold. Text, let's have the size to be extra large. Now inside this we will wrap in this step number. Okay, fine, so this is what will be showcasing the step number if the status is not complete. Okay, yep. So and the title, so after this div, we'll just showcase the title of the step that we are currently in. So this I'm just going to wrap inside this div. Okay, so styling, let's make it dynamic, so that is, if the step dot number is equals to the current step that we are in, so I'm just going to emphasize this to be bold. Okay, if not, let's apply this font to be of medium type. Okay, and then the other styling, so text I want to be as small as possible, so we'll apply the extra small. And let's have this leading tight between the characters. Let's add some margin so that there will be some space between that number and the text. Okay, and width and height, I'm just going to apply this 16. Okay, let's say height, I'm just going to apply this 6, and let's make this to be flex, and I'm just going to center this items. Text also, let's just center this. Okay, and the justify also, let's center. Okay, so here now I'm just going to inside this div will showcase this title. Okay, so this is the simple step component for showcasing the current step we are in. So we have this the check icon wrapped inside it if the step is complete. If not, we'll just showcase the number along with the test title of this step. Okay, now we have this let's say the step component. So I mean we can just create here for multiple steps. Okay, so for that I'm just going to create in here this new file inside this components folder. Okay, so let's say this to be the multi steps.tsx. Okay, fine. So here we will have the 4 steps. Okay, that is first step is for upload, and second for text recognition, then data extraction, and finally the verification. So let's create the function for that. Okay, so I'm just going to, and also let's make this to be a client function. Okay, and here let's name this function to be something like multi-step, and this will have here the parent step as the prop for this. Okay, so here parent step, and it's just going to be a number. Okay, fine. So here let me create this steps list. So this is going to be a step type array. Okay, which will have this number. This is the one, and the title. So here the title is going to be the upload. Okay, and the second step, let's this title, it's going to be this text recognition. So I'm just going to add in this text, and then the third step, which is the data extraction step. Okay, so I'm just going to mention this text, and finally the last step, which is the verification step. So okay, so these are the list of steps that we'll be showcasing. Now let's have one state variable to store the current step that we are in. So I'm just going to store this in this local state variable. Okay, so use state. So that's the reason we made this component as client to component. Okay, so default we will just pass in whatever we receive in the parent step. Okay, now let's focus on this rendering part. Let's wrap everything inside this div. I'm just going to make this to be a flex. Okay, and let's justify center and apply the space in horizontal. Let's say in x direction I'm just going to apply the 10. Okay, now here we will iterate through that list of steps which we have just created, and render the step component which we have just created. Okay, so for that let's me just wrap inside this div. Okay, here let's have this background slate color, something like lighter slate, and height I'm just going to apply this to be 1, and let's make this position to be absolute, and I'm just going to add some margin to the left and also to the right. Okay, and let's apply this z index negative, yeah, 10. Okay, fine. So now here we will just iterate through this step. Okay, so I'm just going to get the step and render this step component. Okay, so let's just import this, and we'll have to pass in here the key. So here key is going to be the number of the step and the step object. So I'm just going to pass in, and then the current step value. So let's just pass in, and also let's update this current step inside this use effect. So here I'm just going to import this use effect. Now here set current step, I'm just going to update it to the parent step that we receive, and here this is going to depend upon this parent step. This is the dependency. Okay, so that it will be called whenever this value changes. Now we have this multi steps component ready. Okay, so I'm just going to create in here this one more component inside this called for upload content. Okay, and then we will just use that inside our the upload page section. Okay, so once I create this, I'm just going to showcase you the how it's going to look on the UI part. Okay, So this is the upload component. Okay, so I'm just going to make this also client component, and let's create this function for the upload the content. Okay, so let's name this as upload content, and here I'm just going to have here the same the current step, the local state variable. So I'm just going to have this current step. Okay, and let's have this default value 1 inside this, and now here we'll just use this multi steps component wrapped inside this div. I'm just going to apply some margin top and margin in the x direction. Okay, so here fine, and now let's just use this multi step. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in this parent step value, the current step. Okay, and here I'm just going to add in this button component. Okay, so just on click I'm just going to so here I'm just going to set this current okay, so let me correct this back brackets. Okay, this set current step I'm just going to increment this step by 1. Okay, fine. So here we'll just add this next button, so and we'll see if this step number is incremented or not. Okay, so we have this upload component thing. Now if I just go to our the pipelines, okay, and this upload page. Okay, I'm just going to now in place of this div, let's just replace this upload content and see it's okay. So I'm just going to import this upload content component. Okay, and let's try to see in the UI part. So going to the output, now here the upload part. Okay, so let me just go to this page. Okay, which is the upload. Okay, so I'm just going to go to this page. Okay, yeah, so this is the upload page. Okay, so if you see, these are the step component. So each is render is a step component, and this we have wrapped everything inside this multi-step component, and that we have used in our upload page. So now if I just change this, if you see, this is completed, and we are changing this to the check icon. If you just remember, we are changing that if its status is complete, we are changing it to the check icon. Same we are in this text recognition. You can see the highlight by the making the font to be bold, and also this one. So if I just click on this, we can see that. Okay, so it's looking quite good. Okay, so this is the thing I just wanted to showcase, the steps component. So now the thing that we'll have to make is we should make still a lot of state changes here. Okay, so for the steps component. Okay, and also we should try to add this to, let's say, for each pipeline. Okay, so it's still we have a lot of work to be done. So I'm just going to make some changes for this multi-step component which you just created, and make it look good on the screen. But I just wanted to showcase this step component, and then how we wrap this step component inside this multi-steps, and then make use of that component in the place that we need, I mean in the page that we wanted to showcase. Okay, and also here I'm just going to change a little bit. Okay, so let's go back, I mean let's start making minor changes. Okay, first in the step component, so we will see, if you see the title, it's not wrapped inside this motion span. So I'm just going to wrap this the inside this motion span component, so that at least it looks better. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here. Okay, and let's make this key it to be the step, and here this animate I'm just going to have in this opacity value set to 1. Okay, and here the exit, let's just apply the scale effect. Okay, something like, let's say 0.5, and here this opacity I'm just going to apply this 0. Okay, and the styling, let's make this to be absolute. Okay, and inside this I'm just going to wrap in this text. Okay, so that's just the change. Okay, and also here now instead of this medium, let's apply this semi bold. Okay, so that it will not be too normal again. Okay, and yeah, and also this also I'm just going to wrap inside this motion dot div. Okay, and here let's have this variance. Here I'm just going to pass in this background variance. Okay, and also this transition, let's just apply this duration of 0.2 thing. Okay, fine, and yeah, that's the thing. So if you just see now, okay, so here let me just refresh this. Okay, so if you just see now, you can see the text, the little thing, the change from the bold to semi bold, and the smoothness. Okay, so that's just the thing. Okay, so now we will try to add multi steps, for each pipeline. Okay, let's just go back and try to add it. So let's create the pipeline component for each thing, that is the upload pipeline, the verification pipeline, text recognition pipeline, data extraction pipeline, and so on. So first inside this UI, let's just say I mean, here inside these components we'll create a component for each of the thing. Okay, first I'm just going to have in here this upload pipeline. Okay, so this is going to be let's take from this upload content. Okay, so let me just copy this. Okay, and let's go to our the components which we have just created, this upload pipeline. So here I'm just going to change the function name to this upload pipeline. Okay, so let me just change this, and also now this state variable will have the status state variable rather than the step thing. Okay, so here this status I'm just going to have in here this default value set to active, and now here the parent step I'm just going to pass in this default 1 value. Okay, and also here we will just make changes to our multi step component, that is I'm just going to add in the additional the props for this. Okay, so the props that I'll be adding is the parent status. Okay, so the thing which we have just introduced, the status variable, so we'll be just passing in here. I'm just going to make this to be optional string. So here let's just get this parent status. Okay, and by default I'm just going to set this value to active. Okay, so this also we will update this inside our this use effect, and also will introduce one state variable for this. So I'm just going to name this to be a status. Okay, and this I'm just going to call this set status, and here let's default pass in the parent status that we receive, and also here I'm just going to update this status whenever this parent status value changes. So now here the additional dependency, the parent status will be added for this. Okay, And also now inside this step, okay, for step component also we'll introduce this this status param. Okay, so let me just add let's first go to this step component. Okay, so we will just add for this also the status thing. Okay, so what I will do, let me just add in here this new props. Okay, so first we'll add in this step props. Okay, this also I'm just going to make this to be optional. Okay, and this is going to be of type string. Okay, and here let's just get this status value. Let's restructure. Okay, and also now I'm just going to remove this the local status variable. And now here I'm just going to have just one condition, that is if current is greater than the step dot number, then the status will be complete. Okay, so here else it's if this status is less than a number, so this is going to be inactive. Okay, and I'm just going to have this, else the default value active will be passed down to this component. Okay, so that's just the small change in this step component. So if I just go back to this multi steps component here, then we will just pass in this status variable. So here I'm just going to pass down this value present in the status variable. Okay, so that's how we pass down the status along with the step also to the thing. So now going to our the upload pipeline. So now I can just pass in this parent status as well. So here I'm just going to pass in this status local status value for this multi-step. And also now here I just yeah let's make this default. I don't know why some styling for this button isn't working. That's why I was just trying out. There is some issue with the UI thing, so button it's not rendering the styling the way I wanted. So but that's minor thing, we'll come back to that. But let's just focus on completing the pieces of the pipeline. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here this button which is going to update the status. Okay, so here let's just the status. Okay, so I'm just going to change this to complete. Okay, and the text of it I'm just going to, for now let's say process end. Okay, we'll change this later. Okay, then after this the link component. Okay, so where I'm just going to add the ref to our text recognition dynamic page. Okay, and also let's add some styling. So here whatever this button variants or there, I'm just going to make it part of it. And then margin bottom, and also in the x direction I'm just going to add some margin. And here the href I'm just going to navigate to this text recognition dynamic page. Okay, and the text of this it's going to be this continue. Okay, so this is the upload pipeline. So same way I'm just going to have for the other sections, that is the verification pipeline and other phases. Okay, so let's just create in here the file for that. So I'm just going to create just the for the verification pipeline. Okay, so sure, let me just paste this, and we will just change the definition from upload to verification. Okay, and this is going to be same. Okay, so now this step it's going to be 4. Okay, and also this button, and now this thing we will it's a complete step, right? So we will go to this dashboard thing. Okay, and now the text, I'm just going to change this to confirm. Okay, so this is the verification pipeline. So same way we will have for data extraction pipeline and the text recognition pipeline. So I'm just going to create in here this new file. So let's create for this text extraction pipeline. Okay, so I'm just going to change this. Okay, so let's just change this upload to data extraction. Okay, and now here in this the parent step, I'm just going to pass in here this 3. Okay, and we don't have to pass the active if you wanted to, and also I just don't want the status thing in here. Okay, and we will not have this process, and so just the continue button. Okay, and I'm just going to redirect the this to verification page. Okay, so here this verification. Okay, this is going to be a simple data extraction pipeline component. Okay, now the text recognition pipeline, so I'm just going to create in here this new component. So let's just create this. Okay, so here also let's just first change this upload to text recognition. So here let me change this to text recognition pipeline. Okay, and also here we don't need this thing. Okay, and also this process and button. Okay, now we will just navigate this to data extraction page. Okay, and also here let's just remove unused things, this use state also. Okay, fine. So now the components we want is thing. Okay, and also here we can just remove this because I have just created upload pipeline for this. Okay, and now we'll have to add in this in the verification and other the dynamic pages that we have. So all of the things. So first thing here, I'm just going to replace this with the let's just have wrapped inside our fragment. Okay, so I'm just going to use in here this first the top main content and the title the verification. So here, and here let's just have this verification pipeline component which we have just created. Okay, so same thing we'll do for the other things as well. Okay, and also here in this upload thing, so now I'm just going to use this upload pipeline. Okay, rather than this content, so I can just delete that. Okay, this upload pipeline. Okay, so I will just delete this. Okay, so that was replaced using this upload content. Okay, so upload pipeline. So let's just remove this. Okay, so now here in this data extraction this thing, I will just replace this with the component that we have just created inside this fragment. First let's have this top main content. Okay, title will just pass in this data extraction. So I'm just going to pass in here this data extraction, and here let's have this data extraction pipeline component. Okay, so I can just copy this and do the same for other things. Here let me just replace this one. Okay, so let's import this top main content, and now here in place of this data extraction, so it will be this, this is going to be this text recognition so pipeline. Okay, fine. And yeah, so we just added in all of the things. Okay, so now if we just try to see let's go and see this upload page and see the changes. Okay, so it should help us navigate to different pages. Okay, so now we have this process end and continue. So we are in this upload. So if I just click on this continue, we should see it to navigate us to text recognition. Yes, you see. Okay, and now the continue, it should take us to the next page, which is the this is going to be a data extraction. Okay, so let me just change in our components verification. Okay, here it's going to be this text recognition. Okay, so now let's try to check it from beginning. Okay, so I'm just going back to this upload page. Okay, so let's wait for it to load and then we'll check it. Okay, so I mean, it's taking some time. Yeah, fine. So if I just click this, it should we should see this status change it to a complete, and here we should see the check icon. Yep. Okay, so now if I just go on to the continue, should take us to the text recognition page. Okay, so that's where we are. Okay, and okay, I did not change this title. Let's go to this text recognition. Okay, so here I'll just have to change this. Okay, so now if I just go back. Okay, so now let me just so text recognition. So if I just continue, we should go to our next phase, which is the data extraction. Okay, so let me just continue. Okay, I guess here also we have to change. Okay, so here it should take us to the text data extraction page. So I just have to change this. Okay, so this should take us to the verification, and this should take us to the data extraction. Okay, this should take us to the text recognition. Okay, this should take us to the dashboard. Okay, fine. So now let's check it out. Okay, so if I just continue, it should take us to the data extraction. So let's see. It should we are in data extraction. Okay, and okay, it's loading. So let me just load this again. I mean, this is today a little slow. Okay, so here if I just click on this, it should take us to the verification page. Let me just close this. Yeah, we are in verification, and if I just confirm, it should take us to the dashboard. Okay, so here upload files. Okay, so fine, and next. Okay, and continue. Okay, fine, and confirm. I know why we are not seeing that. I'll take care those numbers unvisibility. Okay, fine. So this is how we added the multi-step for each pipeline. Okay, I know there is a lot of UI issues. If you see here, it should be a proper button. We'll take care of that. Okay, I'll move later. I'll just check that. Okay, and also let's just have this cleaner animation in our the multi-step. Okay, so here I'm just going to make some changes. Okay, so it's going to be the minor. So in the step component, so if I just go in here, I'm just going to have in here this one initial animation of variable. Okay, so this is going to be a boolean or string type. Okay, by default I'm just going to set it to false. Okay, so here if this step dot number, okay, is current -1 and this step dot number is not equals to 1, I'm just going to add in this initial status on the value to the status, or else I'm just going to set this to false. Okay, and I can just pass in here this in place of this status, I'm just going to pass in here this initial animation for this. Okay, fine. And also here in the multi steps component, instead of this space, okay, I'm going to add this gap. Okay, so let me just add this gap, or just minor styling adjustments. Okay, and also I'm just going to remove this now, the margin left, so we don't need this now because we added this gap. Okay, just the small change. Okay, and now we will try to add then the drop zone. I mean, we don't have the drop zone component, but I'm just going to add in this the switch component. Okay, and also the drop zone component. So for that, let's just create in here this inside this I'm just going to create a new folder for file for drop zone component. So here this is to take the files as the input. Okay, so for now let's just have this function, this as drop zone, and I'm just going to for now return a div with the content, let's say drop zone. Okay, and I'm going to create this, add in this no to our the upload section, because that's where we'll need to add this drop zone where we can input the files. Okay, so for that let's just first add the switch component. Okay, so I need this for adding for the bulk upload. Okay, so and also we need a tooltip component, so we will just add them. So first is the switch, so I'm just adding the switch component, and also we'll add the tooltip component as well, because we want the more information to be provided. Okay, so let's just add this tooltip. Okay, and I'm just going to create the simple component for help tooltip inside this inside this UI section. Okay, so what I'm going to do is let's just add in this help tooltip component. Okay, so let's just add this help tooltip. Okay, so I just wanted additional thing by making use of the tooltip component that we added. So here whatever we added, I'm just going to make use of this and make a better one. So here let's just create in here the new file for the help tooltip. So I'm just going to create in here this, new component. So basically this will use the tooltip that we just added, okay, and here we are just going to wrap the children inside it, okay. So it's just the wrapper that we wanted to have the tooltip for a help thing, okay. So I'm just going to quickly create this component. Okay, so small update here. I did some changes here. So if you just see the UI now, we're able to see the button properly, and also here the switch component and all. So for this, the issue was, I did create this shardcn components location at the rate slash component slash UI. So that was an issue. So what I did, I moved those UI components whatever we had in that into this existing components folder. I just copied all of those components here, and then you just in this component JSON you just change this components thing components, and also lib slash utils, and thing is I did not configure this the layer base and these stylings inside this styles folder, but it was I just added here, but the import that we were making in our layout was from the styles folder. So I just added that as well. So after having changed these things, then the component the way we wanted, uh, it's just looking the way exactly that we wanted, okay. So that's the small change, okay. So there's no big change, I just told you what I made changes, okay. So accordingly please adjust the things, and once you make those changes, just delete this node modules folder, and also package log json file, delete them and then install, then you should be sorted without, okay. And also here in this if you just show, we have this ESLint rc.json. I just added here next slash babel in the array with along whatever we have this, because here I was just facing the issue here for this thing, but ideally it's not recommended, so do not add that, okay, unless you need that. Those are the just small changes I did make. So let's just continue now. So first let me install this React dropdown component for our dropdown component, okay. So I'm just going to install this dependency, which is the React dropdown, and then we'll make changes in our dropdown component, okay. So this one, so let me add in here this styling for this. So for now I'm just going to make this to be optional, okay. So here let's just add in here this optional props, okay, which is going to be a string. So inside this let's wrap everything inside our the form, okay. And whatever we had just in this upload pipeline, this thing the switch and all everything will will move to our drop zone component, okay. So this I'm just going to completely move. So first going to this drop zone thing, let's wrap this inside our form component, okay. So here I'm just going to apply this the style class name whatever we receive, and additionally I'm just going to make this flex sender direction to be column. Let's just apply these items to be centered and also justify center, okay, fine. And now inside this form I'm just going to first use this upload if you just see this upload pipeline, I'm just going to take this, okay, and use inside this I'm just going to replace that here rather than using there. So let's just import this switch, okay, and we'll set this, okay. And here the label then the help tooltip, okay, and also this balancer. Okay, so here first the state variables will have this bulk processing. So here let's just have this his bulk processing. So I'm just going to set this to bulk processing use state. Okay, let's set this to default value false, and other things, the list of files that will be taking as input from the user. So let's have the state variable for that too. So I'm just going to name this as a files. Okay, here this is going to be a file type. Okay, and it's going to be array. Okay, so I'm just going to have this file array type. Okay, and then the rejected list also. So here I'm just going to have this rejected list. Okay, so here this is also going to be file rejection type, and this is going to be array. So I'm just going to get this type from React drop zone. Okay, so this is going to be that. Okay, fine. So these are the state variables that we need for now. As of now, we'll add additionally if needed. Okay, so right after this tooltip, okay, I mean after this div, I'll just add the div which is going to take the input, the files here, and also the icons to upload, drag and drop those things. Okay, so here let's have that div, and for this let's add some border. Okay, and I'm just going to add a dashed border for this, and let's have this rounded XL, and border color, let's make this the slate color. I'm just going to apply some 300, and here let's add this background slate color 50. I just say that, and let's add some padding in X direction, and in Y direction let's say 10. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to add this text color to be slate color. Okay, and let's make our cursor to be pointer. Okay, and whatever we have, and we should just pass the root props that we get from our drop zone. So basically we'll use this use drop zone hook from React drop zone. So here use drop zone. Okay, and here let's destructure first the get root props and along with this input props. Okay, and here we'll have to pass in this accept type and all those things. So here the accept type, we are going to accept only the PDF. Okay, so here let's mention this. Okay, inside this object application octet stream. So here I'm just going to specify here the PDF files. Okay, and here we'll specify here the max files. Okay, if the bulk processing is on, we are going to take 10, or else the 1. Okay, and multiple, it's going to depend upon this bulk processing. Okay, and max size I'm just going to say 5 MB here. Okay, so 5 MB value is this one. So okay, so let's just comment this. Okay, so this is going to be 5 MB max that will be taking, and here I'm just going to add in this on drop. Okay, so we'll have to create this on drop here. So basically, so let me have this on drop wrapped inside this use callback. Okay, so here let's we'll get the in the callback the accepted files. Okay, so here this is going to be file array, and then the rejected files. So here the rejected files, so this is going to be file rejection array. Okay, so here if this accepted length, okay, then I'm just going to set into our the files. Okay, so this accepted files. Okay, else we'll just set into our rejected. Okay, so which is the rejected files. Okay, so this is the thing, and here I'm just going to have this empty dependency. Okay, so that is the drop function. So fine, so now I can just pass in this whatever the root props we have. So here I'm just going to pass in this root props for this div. Okay, so first inside this div, let's have the input for our so here input. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in this the get input props with the name as file. So here let's just have this file. Okay, so and let's close this input. Okay, so if you just wanted to have a look, you can just go ahead and see it. Okay, so here this is the border as of now. Okay, so you can see it's able to take it. Okay, we'll change it. Okay, and then I'll showcase you at the end. Okay, so after this thing, I'm just going to add in here this icon. So basically inside this div. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here this upload. Let's just import this upload icon. Okay, so width let's say 40. Okay, and height also I'm just going to set this to 40. Okay, and the stroke width let's say I'm just going to set to 1.5. And then the styling for this, I'm just going to add some margin X auto and also text color. I just want it to be slate, so I'm just going to change this. So this is going to be icon, so you can just see this. Okay, so this is the icon which we have just added. So after this, I'm just going to add some text. Okay, something like drag and drop and some files. Okay, so that I'm just going to wrap inside this div. So I'm just want the text to be centered, so I'm just apply this text center. Okay, and here let's add this drag and drop. Okay, or I'm just going to add in this font to be semi bold. Okay, and here inside this I'm just going to apply this browse files. Okay, so let's just see this. Okay, so yeah, so drag and drop browse files. Okay, fine. Then after this let's emphasize below this p tag. So I'm just going to add in this. Okay, and here let's just say text to be extra small, and text color let's make it a slate color, or like 500. Okay, and inside if its bulk processing is true, then I'm just going to add in here this like let's say PDF files only. Okay, and the max number, let's specify this, so it's going to be 10. Okay, and here after this if not. Okay, so here if that is not the case, okay, I'm just going to say one PDF file only. Okay, so here if you just see now, yeah, if you see one PDF file only, because this is disabled and it says false. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to specify here the size, so up to 5 MB. Yeah, okay, so it's looking good now. Here fine, and we just added the things that we wanted. So now here if now the accepted list and files list, if we have to showcase here, so that will be first I'll just try to showcase this rejected. Okay, so if rejected dot length is greater than 0, then we'll render this part. Okay, so I'm just going to wrap everything inside this section. Okay, and I'm just going to apply some margin at the top. Let's occupy this width as much as possible full. First thing we will have here this as a rejected files. Okay, so I'm just going to wrap inside this h4. Let's apply this text color to be red, so that it will indication that something has gone wrong. And let's add some margin bottom. So here this header, I'm just going to have in here the rejected files. Okay, So now let's just iterate through this rejected list. Okay, and I'm just going to showcase those file, okay, and the errors. So here first let's have this div and key. Let's just pass in this file name and some styling for this, like let's make this to be flex and items center. Let's have gap of 1, and the text color I just want it to be red, so I'm just going to apply this red and text to be extra small. Okay, fine. So now here inside this div, let's first have this icons. Okay, so I'm just going to add in this file icon. So let's just file icon, and I'm just going to here we don't have, I think, the file icon, so I'll just add it here. So let's first go to our icons. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here this file. So let me just import this file icon. Okay, so from our Lucide React. Okay, so I'm just going to have in here this file. So let's specify this. Okay, yep, so now we can use this. Okay, so yeah, so here let's just give width and height for this. I'm just going to give it to be 12, and also the height, let's say 12. Okay, this we cannot see because we what's the issue? Okay, okay, fine, this we cannot see because we don't have that. We'll see this. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to give some text here, something like file name. Okay, so let's make this font type to be a medium, and here inside this I'm just going to wrap this file name. Okay, and then thus the file size that we wanted to. Okay, and in the tooltip we'll just render this errors if you have any. Okay, so first let's have this span. Okay, so here I'm just going to format this bytes. Okay, so here let's I'm just going to I'm just trying to format this bytes. Okay, so here, and let's just pass in this file dot size. Okay, okay, and now everything inside this help tooltip. So I'm just going to wrap inside this the children's, and also we'll make a slight modification to our this help tooltip components. That is, let's just go here. I'm just going to add in the additional props. Okay, so along with this children, I'm just going to add in here this class name trigger and class name content, so which is going to be optional in this case, so that it's not going to affect the additional usages that we have. So let's just name this to be, and I'm just going to make this to be optional. Okay, and so sure, the additional thing is the class name content. Okay, so here this is going to be a string again, and this is going to be optional. Let me just get those class name trigger and this class name content. So this will we'll just apply here for our button. So basically here I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so basically what I meant is here now we will use the cn thing. Okay, and pass in this the class name trigger, and also the rounded, I just wanted it to be rounded. Okay, and for the tooltip content, the styling, we will just remove this and pass in this class name content value. Okay, so here Okay, so that's the small change. So let's go back to this drop zone, and here you might be wondering what is format bytes. So that let's create. So basically that is to, I'm just going to create in here. So we need to convert that into units like bytes, kilobytes, megabytes and those things. So let's just have the function for this. Based on the size, it's going to showcase that in kbs, our bytes and mbs and all. Okay, so let's just name this format bytes. Okay, and this is going to take the bytes as the input, so which in this case is the number and also the decimals. Okay, so here I'm just going to default this to 2, and here let's have the list of the units. Okay, so I'm just going to have in here this kb, mb, okay, gb and tb and pb. Okay, so let's initialize this variable. Okay, and here I'm just going to iterate here. Okay, so till this bytes greater than 24. Okay, and keep on incrementing this. Okay, and I'm just going to divide this by 1024, and finally I'm just going to return this by converting into float. Okay, this the bytes to fixed the decimals, and adding in here this units. Okay, so here, okay, so this is going to give us the thing, so I can just import this now. So let's just import this. Okay, and here the help tooltip now. So we should pass in this children. That's the reason we see this issue. So inside this, and also let's add this the class name trigger. Okay, styling for this. Okay, let's add item with 5. Okay, and also padding 1, and here this class name content, I just want the padding in x and y direction. So let's add this, and also text color, let's make this as a slate color. So let's increase something, let's say, okay, fine. So here now in the unordered list we'll just showcase the errors. So here I'm just going to have in here this list to be this. Okay, and list, let's say, inside. Okay, and let's iterate through this errors. Okay, and get the each error, and I'm just going to render this. Okay, so inside this span, so key here, it's going to be this e dot code. Okay, and let's make this text to be extra small, and inside this e dot code, if it is equals to this file invalid type. Okay, so here I'm just going to show in here this like invalid file type. Okay, only PDF files are allowed, something like this will be showcasing. Okay, or I'm just I'll just have this, so we can just wrap this inside this. Okay, so here, or else I'm just going to showcase this message. Okay, fine. So that's the thing for our the rejected files. Okay, and same thing we'll have to handle for the files now. Okay, so the accepted file. So here after this, let's have this files. Okay, so here if it's greater than 0, okay, and we'll render this. So here this also, let's wrap inside this section. Okay, let's add some margin at the top. Okay, and width I'm just going to set full. Okay, and here let's now iterate this maps list. Okay, and let's get the file along with this index. Okay, so Once we get this, I'm just going to wrap this inside this div. So let's give the key for this. It's going to be this file name, and then let's make a display to be flex. Okay, and let's center this items, and also I'm just going to have gap of 1 and text color, let's say a slate. I'm just going to apply 700, and text size, let's make it is to be extra small and margin bottom. Okay, so fine. Now inside this div we'll have this icons. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this icon file. So same thing, width and height, let's set this to 12, and here this span the file name. Okay, so here this is going to be same as like I just did above, this file dot name. Okay, and so I can just copy this. Okay, so even this size that will be showcasing here, and now this close icon. So I'm just going to have, so we will add in this close icon also in our icons list. Okay, so I'm just going to go to this icons list first, and also that is going to be this X circle. Okay, so I can just map it to that. So here this close X circle, so I'm just going to use this for closing this. Okay, so close. Okay, so now we can just apply this same width if you wanted. Okay, so basically here this is for you have uploaded but you don't want it anymore, so you can just click on this and it's going to remove from our files list. Okay, so here we'll handle that inside this all click callback function. So here inside this set file, so whatever we have in the previous state. Okay, so I'm just going to prepare this new state. So this is going to be whatever we have in our the previous state. Okay, and here let's just splice this the index that the user has clicked. Okay, and I'm just going to return this new state. Okay, so this is going to be updated, and here let's apply this width for this to be 12, and also the height also 12, and some styling. So I just want the cursor to be a pointer so that user will know that he can click on this. And on our, let's just have the text color to be changed to 500. Okay, fine. So this is the icon to close it. Okay, and finally here I'm just going to have in here this button, so where let's just say some let's add some margin at the top. Okay, and let's occupy this full width. Okay, so here I'm just going to say here the button as the upload. Okay, so this is the drop zone component. So I just wanted to showcase you how it looks now. So if we just see, okay, so this is the so let's just close this. So this is the drop zone component that we have added. So if I just add in some file here, so you can see here, so this upload button is activated, and also here the size and also the name of the file and the icon to close it. So you see on hovering it's changed to red, and okay, so if I just close this, we should see. And also you wanted see only the PDF files are activated, so no need to worry about that. In case you upload any other files thing, you will have those errors showcased in, because we handle that as well. So this is the I mean a drop zone component so that I was talking about, and we are quite good, so we can handle multiple files. Okay, so if you just see now, you can just have only, I mean you can only select one file at a time. Okay, so you don't have an option to upload multiple files. So if I just go back, okay, and here change this to true. Okay, so now let's go back here. So this is enabled now, so I can just click here and upload here multiple files. So I see I'm able to select in here multiple files, and you can see the multiple files here as a list. Okay, So this is the this is how we enable multiple files input and single files input. Okay, fine. So now we have at least the bare minimum drop zone component ready. So it's time for us to write an API to handle the upload of files. Okay, so let's focus on that part now. So I'm just going back. Okay, so before even going there, so let's just make slight adjustments in this upload pipeline component. So I just wanted the height to be just the 2/5 of the height. Okay, and also let's just remove this border. Okay, and also this this drop zone. So I'm just going to wrap this, let's remove this border as well for this. Okay, and here let's apply here the styling for this margin to be little more, and also at the bottom. Okay, so that at least it looks good. So now just let's have a look at this. Okay, so it's quite better now. Okay, so if you just remove all of this, okay, it's quite better. We'll handle this. Okay, that's not a big issue for us. We'll take care of that. Now let's focus on the API. So for API part, what we will do is we'll try to create in here this new folder inside this API folder. I'm just going to name it as an upload. Okay, and in this we'll have a route for that. Okay, so let's have this route. So in here let's write one post request. Okay, endpoint. So let's write this asynchronous function post. Okay, and here the request, and here I'm just going to get this session with using this server session. Okay, and we'll just pass in this auth options, and here if no session, then we will just return this response. Okay, saying that with the error tag. Okay, the with the message something like unauthorized. And here the status I'm just going to pass in 401. Okay, fine. And now this, let's get this content type. So here content type we can just get using the request headers. Okay, so I'll just get this header, this content type. Okay, so here if this content type doesn't include the multi-part or form data, so that is this is the check, or this form data, then we are going to return this JSON with the error message saying that okay, content type must be of this multi-part or part data. Okay, so that's what we'll be giving the error message back. Okay, so this is going to be this multi-part or this form data. Okay, and then the status, so I'm just going to pass in the status as 400. So here I just have to close this. Yep, fine. Yeah, and now the main thing, so inside I'll try to handle inside the try catch block. Okay, let's first get the form data. Okay, so that is I'm just going to call in here this request dot form data. Okay, and I'm just going to get this file using this form data dot get this file property. Okay, so if there is no file, okay, so what I'll do, I'm just going to say that there is no file in the response error message. Okay, so here let's just send back this error saying that no file. Okay, and the status, I'm just going to send the code as 400. Okay, and maybe if you want we can just console it. Okay, and here then we'll have to add later the uploading of these files to S3, which we will eventually. Okay, and if everything went well, okay, we can just return the response with the message saying that file uploaded. Okay, and the status here I'm just going to send in 201 that we have created this. Okay, if something goes wrong then we'll handle this in the cache block. Okay, so here I'm just going to return with the response saying that we could not pass content as form data. Okay, so I'm just going to add that as the error message here, could not parse content as form data. Okay, fine, and here the status code. So status code I'm just going to send this 400. Okay, fine, this is a simple endpoint for upload thing. So we'll just try to use this inside our drop zone thing. So basically let's go to our drop zone component. Okay, here so we will have the state variables to keep track of is uploading or not, and then the as file uploaded, those two boolean variables. Okay, so I'm just going to create those. So first is the uploading, so is uploading, so I'll have this set uploading to update its value, this use state. So let's initially have this value set to false. Okay, and next the as upload failed. Okay, if something goes wrong then this variable is going to let us know. Okay, so here then the function which is going to update this variable, let's set this to false. Okay, so now we have these two variables. So here I'm just going to create one function called upload file. There we'll try to use this endpoint which you have just created, and I'm just making this as asynchronous. Let's name this as an upload file, and this is going to receive the file as the input for this function. So let's get this form data by just creating the new form data object. Okay, fine, so once we have, I'm just going to append the above file that we receive. Okay, so here as an input, so once I have that, then it's time for me to make a API call. So I'll just use here the fetch. Okay, and here we just have to call our endpoint. Okay, and this method, it's going to be the post, and the body I can just attach in here this form data. Okay, so this is the call, post call to our endpoint. So later we can just get this data. Okay, so that is, I'm just going to destructure that from the response JSON, and we will just return this data. Okay, fine, and also the function to upload our file, so that also let's have one function and make this as asynchronous. So let's name this as upload files. Okay, so here this will receive list of the files. Okay, first thing, set upload of failed, we will have this set this value to false. Okay, and the set uploading, I'm just going to set this to true, that we are uploading the files. Okay, and here let's get the results. Okay, so I'm just going to use this promise. Okay, that is promise dot all settled. Okay, and here I'm just going to get those files, iterate through them. Okay, and pass in this upload file function which we have created above. Okay, now here after this, in the last promise, I'm just going to set timeout. Okay, of so here 700. Okay, let's say. Okay, fine. So that is the thing. That's how we'll be uploading using the upload file function which we have received above. Okay, so here the failed part. Okay, we will just filter this results. Okay, that is let's get this result and check if the result status is equals to rejected. Okay, and then we will know it's failed. Okay, and here I'm just going to set this uploading to false. Okay, and here if this failed dot length we have any values in this, then we will know something has gone wrong. So I can just say here set upload failed to true. Okay, else I'm just going to set in here this upload status. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here this one more props for our component. Okay, so here we'll have the callback function which is going to help us update the status. Okay, so let the parent component know that status was successfully completed. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here this props. I'm just yeah, let's say this as update status. Okay, this is going to be a callback function. Okay, so the status which is going to be of type string. Okay, and here I'm just attaching this. Okay, here let's get this update status. Okay, so here I just wanted to I mean here say send the status as the complete. Okay, so here update status, I just wanted here for me to send this complete status to the parent component. Okay, fine. And yeah, so now we have this the function that we wanted to upload. Okay, so we'll have to use this now. Okay, so here I just will make some changes in the things. So basically I can just remove this form. Okay, so here replace this with our div. Okay, so I think yeah, and rest of the things I'm just going to have it the same way. Okay, so I'm just going to wrap this inside div rather than form. Okay, now this one let's include the calls that we made. Okay, first here the rejected thing, let's just make this icon. I'm just going to add in the width for this as 72, let's say. Okay, and also here for a file name. Okay, so let's just add the text to be ellipses. Okay, so I just wanted overflow to be hidden. Okay, so fine. And after this here for formatBytes, okay, I'm just going to add in here this flex none styling for this. Okay, and the same thing for our these things as well. For our files, I'm just going to add in this text ellipses and overflow. I'm just going to hide it, and here let me just add here the styling flex none. Okay, so now here this is where the function calls should be handled in our button thing. So first thing is let me this will be disabled based upon these uploading value. Okay, and then the on click handling. So here this on click handling, we will call the function which is nothing but the upload files, and all we have to do is pass in this files. Okay, and now inside this I'm just going to have this icon, so that is if it is uploading, then we can just have this spinner showcased. Okay, so I can just have this spinner showcased, and now margin, let's apply some styling, margin right and height and width, let's set it to 4, and I'm just going to apply this animate spin. Okay, fine. And beneath this button, if it has failed, that is the upload has failed, then here we'll try to show some text, something like upload failed, please try again. So this is going to depend upon this as upload failed variable. Okay, and now here this, let's add in margin top. Okay, and text color, let's make the red color. Okay, and text I just want it to be extra small. Okay, and now here we'll just add in this text something like some upload failed. Okay, so I'm just going to say here the please try again. Okay, fine. So this is the change. Okay, and also now in the upload pipeline we'll have to add in this props. Okay, so for that what we will do here is inside this, okay, let's add in this status. If status is active, I will have this drop zone showcased. Okay, so with the update status I'm just going to pass in this set status, and the class, so let's add some margin top and also at the bottom. Okay, fine. And now if status is complete, okay, here I'm just going to wrap inside this link component the button which says continue. Okay, so here let's add the same this button variants. Okay, and I'm just going to add this margin bottom and the in the horizontal direction. Okay, fine. And the href we will be navigating next to this text recognition page. Okay, for now I'm just attaching this. Okay, and here the text we will add in here this continue. Okay, I can just remove this now. Okay, so that's the change. Okay, now let's try to check this out. Okay, so I'm just going to open here. Okay, so let's just check it out. So let's refresh this. Okay, so I'll just try to upload in here some file. Okay, so now clicking on this, it should upload, and see, let's see this. Okay, yep, now you see it's successfully uploaded and we went to the next phase. So we sent the status as complete to the upload pipeline component where our drop zone component was being used. So on status value update we navigated to this uh, continue button. So here we are showcasing this only if thing. So clicking on this, it should take us to the text recognition. Okay, so the thing that we wanted to achieve is working fine. So now what we will do, we'll try to upload to s3 and try to add the code related to that. Okay, so first let's install the AWS SDK client S3. Okay, so those dependencies, and then we'll try to fit that code into our endpoint. Okay, so let's go back. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here this so let's go to our folder. Okay, so I'm just going to add in this dependencies, the AWS SDK. Okay, let's say this client S3, and the S3 request pre-signer. Okay, so here let's install this. So once we install in our and also we need to add in the environment variables, basically the key, the secret, and the bucket name that you wanted to upload to, and the region, and then the endpoint of your S3. Okay, those has to be configured in the environment variable. So it's going to be straightforward. You should have one AWS account and go navigate your S3 section. Okay, and to get the access key and the secret ID, you have to create your access key in your credential section on top part. Okay, I just wish you know how to get these variables. Okay, I'll not showcase this. Okay, so once we have that, okay, so I just have this, here the variables that I wanted here I just created here. So I'm just going to use these values. So here you can just here I'm just going to add in these things. I'm just adding my access key ID, secret access key, bucket name, region, and the endpoint. Okay, so once I have this, then we'll make use of this. So first thing is we will try to use this now. So let's just change this to provided. Okay, fine. So here let's try to get this blob. Okay, so after this I'm just going to get in here this blob which as the blob. Okay, so then the buffer, so I'm just going to have this buffer. Okay, so we will just get it from this blob dot array buffer. Okay, so once we have that, so we can just create a new S3 client object. So here I'm just going to have in this S3 client. Okay, and all we have to do is we'll have to pass in this region. So here region, it's going to be the value which we just added here, the S3 region. So I can just specify that. Okay, S3 region. Okay, and then the endpoint. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here this S3 endpoint. Okay, and then the credentials. Okay, so here you'll have to provide here the access key. So I just added the access key as well, so I can just take this name which is the access key ID. Okay, so I'll just specify this, and then the secret access key. So here this is again here the secret access key. Okay, secret access key. Okay, fine. So let's just typecast this to a string just for no issues. Okay, so once we have this, okay, so here I'm just going to set this to true. Okay, so this is going to have give us our S3 object. And now let's just get the user ID. So user, I'm just going to have this session. Okay, this ID. Okay, and here I'm just going to set get this random UID for our the file. Okay, we'll just use in here this random unique ID generator function. Okay, and I'm just going to prepare the object for our S3 params. Okay, so here this is going to have this bucket. Okay, so this is again we'll use this s3 bucket. Okay, so here the bucket name once and this also I'm just going to typecast to string. Okay, and then the key. So here the key, I'm just going to use this user ID appended with our file ID. Okay, so that it will be unique key. And then the body, so here I'm just going to attach this buffer body. Okay, and the content type. Okay, so the content type here, it's going to be the blob dot type, so I'm just going to pass in this blob dot type. Okay, fine. So and here let's get this signed URL. We will use this get signed URL from this dependency which we have added, and pass in this s3 client. Okay, and I'm just going to call this put object command. Okay, and pass in our s3 params to this. Along with this, the expires in, I'm just going to set in this value 60. Okay, so then we can just get in the response. So that is, we will get the response by passing this signed URL, and here the method, it's going to be the put, and here the body is the buffer that will be passing in, and the headers I'm just going to attach in here this content type as the application PDF. Okay, fine. And here if this response is not okay, that means something went wrong and we could not upload file. Okay, so I'm just going to return the same response. That is we will just have in here this error message as could not upload file. Okay, and then the status. So here let's here the status, we will just send back the 500 like something went wrong. Okay, fine. Okay, so if not this is going to be same file uploaded and all. Okay, and yeah, so now in the drop zone as well, so basically we will just use the status code now. So here wherever we are just returning the data. Okay, so here I just wanted to check that if the response the status is not equals to 201. Okay, so I'm just going to throw this error with the message that we get. Okay, so that is data dot message. Okay, so fine. So now let's try to check it out. So we should be in a position to upload our file to the s3 bucket. So let's try to check this. Okay, so here let's go back to our upload. Okay, let me go to this. Okay, so here let's try to upload this. Okay, so this is the PDF. So now clicking on upload, it should upload the file into our here into this bucket. Okay, as of now we don't have any. Okay, I just have the here one thing, so we should see the one more being added. Okay, so let's check it out. Okay, so clicking on upload, so it's still uploading, so let's wait. Yep, so it did upload, I guess, because we see no issue. So let me just refresh this. Yeah, you see here the new here this is not the thing. Okay, this one, so the new file which is added here. Okay, so this is what I just wanted to showcase. This is how we'll be uploading the file to our S3 bucket. Okay, so we just added the code to upload our file to our S3 bucket. So now we'll try to add this extraction part into our database. Okay, so for that let's create the models first. I will create the model for extraction, and also we'll try to have the enum for status. We know we wanted to have some status process, right? So that is to recognize, to know which state it is in, to recognize, to extract, to verify and process. So first we will add those models, and then we'll try to add this extraction when we are trying to upload this. So and save this in our extraction table. Okay, let's go back and add the models first. So here in the Prisma section, in the schema.prisma, we'll try to add in here this model for extraction. So here I'm just going to create in here this model extraction. Okay, so for this we'll have this ID. So this is going to be the unique ID. So I'm just going to have this defaultly generated. Okay, and then the file name. So this is again going to be a string. Okay, and the object part that we wanted to store here, so here this string. Okay, and the text. Okay, so here this text, which is going to be string, and I'm just going to make this optional. Okay, then the JSON. So here this is again, I'm just going to make this optional. Then the user ID to which this extraction belongs to, so this is going to be the string. Then the status. Okay, so status, I'm just going to create in here this enum. Okay, so let's just add in here this status. So this will have the to recognize thing. Okay, and then the to extract thing. Okay, and then next process, which is to verify. Okay, and finally the status as a processed. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here this enum, the status. Okay, so here I'm just going to defaultly set the status value to recognize. Okay, and then we'll have this created at. Okay, so let me, this is going to be date time. Okay, and default will just set in this now time. Okay, and then the updated at. Okay, so here let's have in this updated at. Okay, and okay, so fine. So this is the model for extraction, and then we'll have relation to the user table. So here I'm just going to attach in here this relation, mapping this user ID to the ID of that table. So we'll just have to add in here the extractions as well. So it's the list of the extractions. Okay, so now we should not see issue. Okay, so now we have this models ready. So now what we have to do is we'll have to migrate this schema. So let's just try to so here npm prisma migrate there. So here I'm just going to give in here this name, added extraction table. Okay, so let's try to migrate this. So what it's going to do, it's going to create as the new migration, so that is with the changes that we made. Okay, so here we try to add in the status enum and the extraction and the relation constraint to our user table. So once we have this we will be having the tables thing. So it should be updated with our the schema. So basically here if I just try to refresh in here, I mean let's try to push this. Okay, so here if I try to refresh, I should get in here the extraction model. Okay, so maybe I'll just try to restart this. Okay, but if you see, this is how we'll try to migrate whenever we are making a new addition to our tables list or changing our schema and all. Okay, so now we have this table ready. So what we'll do in this upload route, okay, so what I want is, let's go to this, and here after we get this file uploaded successfully, I just wanted to before this create entry into our extraction. Okay, so here let's just get this Prisma, and here let's this extraction. Okay, so this suggestion will not come unless we have this extraction table, so it's created. Okay, so here the data that I wanted to put in the file name, so here file name will be the blob dot name. Okay, and the object path. Okay, so here it's going to be this s3 params, the key that we have. Okay, and the user, so I just wanted to connect this user ID. Okay, so fine, so this is how we'll just create an entry in our extraction table. Okay, so and after this we can just return in here the message, okay, as the object. So basically I will just change this string here to the object with the id, I mean the extraction id. Okay, the and the file name. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here this blob dot name as the file name. Okay, and status is 201. Okay, what is the issue here? Okay, so now we should be able to create an entry into our table. Okay, so if you just see, so let's try to check this out. Okay, so I'm just going in here, let's try to do one more upload. Okay, so here I'll just try to upload in here some other file. Okay, so now uploading, we should see an entry into our table. Okay, so let's just add in here. Okay, upload has failed. Okay, now we see some issue. So basically we see some issue that some upload failed. Okay, 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 so basically if I just go to this drop zone, we are seeing a message like some upload failed, please try again. Okay, this one. So fine, I'll just try to refresh and try it again. So let's have this file, let's try to upload. Let's see now, it's trying to upload. Okay, something is going wrong. Okay, fine, okay, fine, let me just have a look at this. We're not able to, at least let's see if we're able to create in here this. Okay, there is some issue. No, files are being uploaded to our s3 bucket, because I can see that we are creating that file, but the writing into a table, there is something wrong. Okay, I will just have a look at this. But uploading to S3 part, it's working fine. To create this record in our extraction table is causing this go wrong. So let's just check this out. So the issue was with the ID that we were passing to the user connect. So basically we were just passing the random UID which was not present as the record in our user table. So what I did was I just took the ID present in our user table. So basically here, if I just showcase you here, so this is the ID. So I just copied this and try to add in here. Then the extraction entry was created. So here this is the extraction entry with the ID, okay, and the file name and the object paths, okay. So this we attach this as object path, and text for now it was just null and we optional, okay, we are not passing anything. And the user ID, okay. So and the status, the created at and updated at, and relation to this, okay. So that was the issue. So now what, so I'll just showcase you one example so you'll just understand it here, the working of it. So if you just go here, so I'm just trying to upload in here this new file. So once we see this, we should see one more entry into our extraction table. So here I'm just trying to click on upload. So first it'll upload the s3 into s3, and then we'll write a record in our extraction table. So here now if I just refresh this, we should see here the two records, okay. So this is what I want to talk, I just wanted to say, this is how we'll try to create records in our extraction table. So this how to spin the studio, right? npx Prisma Studio will have this interface for you to see the tables that you have, okay. So now we are able to create records in our extraction table. So next what we will do is, I just wanted to make sure that upload has all the needed features, okay. So basically for that, I just wanted to add some more info in my drop zone component. So here let's I'm just going to create new type for, let's say settled result or something like that, we can say. So I'm just going to create in here this settled result, okay. So here the state, it will have the status, okay. So whether it is fulfilled or we can say it as rejected, okay. And then the value, so this is going to be optional, and the message, and here the file name, which is going to be string, and then the ID, okay. So this is going to be a string, and finally the reason, okay. So here I'm just going to add in here the optional, and this is going to be any. So once we have this, okay, and I just wanted to add in here the additional prop here, the callback function, which is going to update upload infos, return this info to the parent component so that we can showcase this too, okay. So here this update upload infos callback function. So here we will just have this interface for this, okay. Maybe I can just create in here this upload pipeline, okay, and also I'll just add in the prop passage to this component as well. So I'm just going to create in here this new type. So let's say this as upload info, okay. So here the files, okay. So I'm just going to number of files, okay. So this number, okay, and the success, so this will have the file name and the unique ID for that, okay. So I can just create in here this thing, okay, and the failed, okay. So here this is going to be a string array, okay. Now I'm just going to create that in a state variable for the same, let's say this as upload infos, and here let's just have this upload infos. Okay, so here I'm just going to, this is going to be of type upload info or null value. Okay, so I'm just going to set the initially null value, and here now for this drop zone we'll attach this callback function, so which is the update upload infos. I'm just going to pass in this set upload infos. Okay, and there we'll have to add. Okay, that's fine. And now we'll make the changes here. I'll come back to this. Okay, first let's go in here. Okay, so here I'll just have to complete that. So that's the reason we see the issue while we were passing that callback function here. So here this is going to be the upload infos. Okay, so this is going to be this upload info type, and here I'm just going to return type void. Okay, so now you can see there is issue gone for this. Okay, fine. So here now the failed thing, so wherever I was trying to add in this, okay, the same thing I'll just get the for success. Okay, so here I'm just going to apply the same way the filter. Okay, if the result, okay, so if the result status is no fulfilled, okay, so I can just have this fulfilled, we'll have this. Okay, as the settled result array. Okay, and same for this rejected. Okay, I mean failed. Okay, so this also I'm just going to typecast this. Okay, and now we'll call that callback function. I mean here this update upload infos. Okay, so you can just see we had in here this one. Okay, so I just wanted to trigger this. Okay, with the as much as info, that is the upload info type. Okay, so let's just have this infos first year. What is the issue with this? Okay, I have not okay, fine. Okay, so here first is the number of files, so this is going to be the length of the files. Okay, and the success, so whatever we had in the above success thing list, let's just filter, I mean the result. Okay, and I'm just going to pass in this. Okay, and also here let's get the result. Okay, so in here I'm just going to have this the file name and id displayed, I mean pass in. So here let's say this message file name. Okay, along with that id. Okay, so here result dot value dot message dot id. Okay, so fine, and now same thing let's do for success. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'm just going to assure that this is not going to be null value, then we shouldn't see this issue. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in here the field. Okay, so same thing, let's filter this. Okay, and get the file, and here this success I'm just going to find in here this okay, let's get this result. Okay, if result dot value this message dot file name. Okay, so if this file name, okay, so we are just trying to filter which are failed, that is which is not part of the success list. Okay, so here I'm just going to check this, that is undefined. Okay, fine, and here finally I'm just going to have this file name. Okay, fine. So this is what will be sending to the parent component. Okay, so now we'll have to handle this inside our the upload pipeline thing. So basically here, so once we get that, okay, so here now just below this, will have this fragment. Okay, so inside this, first let's have the icon, and I'm just going to display something info like your files, if the length, some text will try to showcase that your files have been uploaded successfully, and we will just also showcase that it will be processed shortly, something like that. Okay, and yeah, you will understand this once I add, and I just need to add one icon. So I'll just use the icon from Lucide React. Okay, so this is going to be this check circle, so I'm just going to use this here. Let's have this check circle. I'm just going to name this as a true. Okay, fine, so that I can use this inside this upload pipeline. So inside this fragment, as I said, first we will showcase this icon. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this just check this one, and here I'm just going to add in here this stroke width. Okay, so let's say 1.4, and here the styling for this, I'm just going to add in here text green color, let's say 500. Okay, width let's say 32, and height I'm just going to set it to same 32, and let's have some margin in y direction. Okay, so just this is the icon. So here below this I will display the text which I was talking about. So let's just center this text. Okay, I just want the color to be slate color, so we'll just apply 500, and margin bottom let's add 6. So here this is the text. So here your file. So here basically I'm just going to add in yes or no depending upon length of that. So here if this success length, okay, if it's greater than 1, then we'll have this as added. Okay, and make sure that this is not null. Okay, and here then we'll have this have been uploaded successfully. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here, and now here if this number of files is greater than 1, so then we'll add in this. Okay, and will be processed shortly. Okay, fine. So just below this, I'm just going to add in this here. So if this upload files, okay, number of files is just equals to 1, I will have this rendered. Okay, so I'm just going to make this display flex. Okay, and here inside this link component, let's style this. Okay, I'm just going to use this cn, add in here this button variants. Here I'm just going to pass in here this variant as secondary. Okay, and let's just add in this width, let's say 40. Okay, fine, and the href, I'm just going to navigate back to this dashboard. So the text, it's going to be the back thing. Okay, and same thing, I'm just going to have in here the one more link for the continue part. Okay, so here let's just have this default variant. Okay, and now here in place of this dashboard, it's be our next phase, which is the text recognition. Okay, and now we will pass in this id. So here this is, so let's add here backticks. So here this upload files. Okay, dot this success, this value, the id, unique id. Okay, and here this is going to be this continue. Okay, so if that's not the case, okay, so then what we will do is this thing. So basically here I'm just going to have in here, or this back to our dashboard thing. So let's just remove this. Okay, and here I'm just going to add in here this back to dashboard. Okay, so that is a change. Okay, so this is the thing. So now it has all the needed feature is what I believe, at least. Okay, what is the issue? Okay, and there is an issue. So here at least, okay, this is a null, that's why. Okay, maybe then I'll have to make sure that null shouldn't be passed, but okay, okay, then I'll just have this thing. So maybe here as well I'll just change this. Let okay, let this error appear, so that's not an issue. Okay, uh, let's check it out. Okay, so basically this is what I wanted to. We added this icon and your file has been uploaded successfully and back to dashboard. Okay, so basically now I just wanted this to be showcased only here, the condition. It should be status complete. Okay, so this one I'm just going to apply this. Okay, so here let's add this, and inside this I'm just going to put in this fragment. Okay, let's just add in here. Okay, and I'll just remove this now. Okay, fine. So now let's check it out. Okay, so it will look good. Okay, let's see this. Okay, so whenever I'm trying to upload, okay, so let's see. So it's uploading. Okay, then once it is successfully done uploading to S3 and writing it to the extraction table. Okay, there is an issue with this success thing. Okay, let's do one thing. For now I'm just going to make this one also the optional. Okay, and here let's say I'm just going to pass in this. We'll see. Okay, there is some issue with the values to get from this. Okay, and let's try it again. Let's try to upload. Okay, so just delete all the files you are uploading to S3 once you get this process done. Okay, fine. So let's wait and see. We should be able to. Okay, basically we are not getting info in our success thing. Okay, okay, let's do one thing. So I'm just going to remove this. Okay, I'll just attach in the ID for now. Okay, so let's okay. And also I just wanted this upload infos to be printed. Okay, so I just wanted to see the info. So let's do one thing. I'm just going to console in here. Okay, so basically let's go to this drop zone. Okay, so okay, fine. So let's see this. At first let's try this uploading, then we will see. Okay, so fine. So here let's check this out. Okay, we should see not failed this time at least. Okay, yeah, you see, this is what I was talking about. So basically once this process is successfully done or completed, will show this icon and the message that your file has been successfully uploaded, something like that, and then the buttons which is going to help us navigate back to dashboard, or else then continue to our text recognition. So basically here there's an issue, we're not able to get the success thing. So here if you just see, it will be the ID that I'll be passing. Instead of that, we'll have to pass in the dynamic ID. So that's one thing, so we'll just have a look at that. Okay, but ideally this is what I wanted to showcase. Okay, and the ID passing that I will check that. Okay, and the next thing is, what we will do, we will try to fetch the signed URL of the PDF that will be uploading to S3 bucket. Okay, so here first in this upload thing, I'm just going to here write in here some to do. Okay, uh, change ID to this one. What was that? We'll have to change this ID or to basically to a success the unique ID that was part of it. Okay, so we'll have to change this to this upload infos dot this success the ID. Okay, so this is what it's pending, so we will change this. Okay, so I'm just writing it to do, so that we'll know what is the changes that we'll have to make once we are done. Okay, so next thing, as I said, we'll try to fetch the signed URL of a PDF. Okay, so for that all we'll try to write one endpoint here, so inside this API thing. So here let's just create in here this new folder. So I'm just going to have this folder as signed URL, and here let's just create a route for that. Okay, but now you at least got the gist of uploading the files to S3, and then putting it that record into a table, and showcasing that the success status in the UI and those things via callback function, right, to parent component. So now here let's have this get endpoint. Okay, so here let's get, okay, so here this request. So same, I can just take this session one, it's going to be same. Okay, so get server session. Okay, I'm just going to pass in this auth option. So if there is no session, this will be standard for all the endpoints that we wanted it to be protected. This will be this is how we'll check the session, and then make the calls respectively. So here I'll just let's import this first. Next response, this JSON. Okay, the error message, the unauthorized. Okay, and here let's pass in the status for 01. Okay, if that is not the case, then here we will have to first get in the search params in our URL. Okay, this I will get. Okay, so basically we will create in here this new URL object by passing in this request dot URL, and we will just get this destructured the search params. Okay, so once we have that, I'm just going to have in here this extraction unique ID. So we will just get this unique ID value. So here then this user ID. Okay, so I'm just going to attach in this session dot user dot ID. Okay, so if there is no extraction unique ID, so we will just say that no extraction unique ID provided, something like that. Okay, so in the JSON, okay, here this error, I'm just going to add in here this message that let's correct the spelling, no extraction unique ID provided, and here the status. Okay, so here let's the status, I'm just going to pass in the 400. Okay, that's when if no ID is provided, and if everything is good, so here I'm just going to have this extraction. Okay, so let's use the extraction table to find it. Okay, so using this extraction ID along with this user ID. Okay, so here I'm just going to attach in here the user unique ID. So this is going to give me the extraction details. Okay, and the same thing here, if there's no extraction found. Okay, so we will just return the JSON with the error message that no extraction was found. Okay, so here this I'm just going to add in here extraction not found. Okay, so and there the status code, this is going to be 404 not found. Okay, fine. If that is not the case, okay, so what we will do, we will again prepare the S3 client. Okay, so maybe I can just take it from here. Okay, this S3 client. Okay, so let's have this here, let's just import this. Okay, so once we have this, okay, so here now the command is going to be this get object command. So here this one, and all we have to do is we'll have to pass in this bucket name. So here this S3 bucket. Okay, as the string. So same like we did in here, we just passed in the bucket name. Okay, so once we pass this bucket along with that the key, so here this key is going to be the extraction dot the object path. Okay, so fine, and once we have this command, all we have to do is we'll have to get the signed URL, so that we will get using this get signed URL from S3 request pre-signer. Okay, so here we'll have to pass in this S3 and the command, and then the expires in. So here I'm just going to pass in here the expires in as 60, and here we will just return this finally the JSON with the unique ID. So the which is going to be this extraction dot ID. Okay, and the file name. Here it's going to be this extraction dot file name, okay, and then the URL, and finally the status. So here the status, it's going to be a success, so that is the 200 status score. Okay, so this is the endpoint to get the signed URL. Okay, so once we have this, what we will do is I'll try to add this logic inside our text recognition unique ID page. Okay, so here so let's go to this text recognition section then. Okay, here in this dashboard pipelines this text recognition unique ID. So I'm just going to first create the type for file infos, which is the return type of our signed URL, which in this case is the unique ID, file name, and the URL of it. So here I'm just going to have this file infos, okay, this unique ID, okay, and the file name, which is going to be string, okay, and then the URL, this is going to be string. Okay, so here let's have this asynchronous function. Okay, I'm just going to name this as something like get s3 object URL here. Okay, and I will just pass in this unique ID. Okay, and here let's call this to our endpoint. So here this is the thing, and the app URL. Okay, so for this the app URL, for now I'm just going to add code. So basically this is going to be this http localhost 3000. Okay, fine, and then the our endpoint API, then the signed URL, and here I'm just going to attach in search params, which is nothing but the unique ID. So let me put this in backticks. Okay, so this is the URL. Okay, and now the method, so this is going to be the get. Okay, and here the headers, I'm just going to get the cookie here. So this is going to be let's import this headers from next headers. Okay, so here let's destructure this headers from this next headers. Okay, so here I'm just going to headers dot this function get this cookie. Okay, or else it's going to be empty. Fine, and here after this I'm just going to check if the response is okay or not. So if this is not okay, so we will just throw in here this error saying that fail to fetch data. Okay, else I'm just going to return here the response.json. Okay, fine, and now this one here will have this params. Okay, here, which is going to be our unique ID in our case. Okay, so here this params, which will have this unique ID, which is of type string. So once we have this, for this text recognition pipeline, we will add in this which I haven't. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in this file infos. Okay, so this file infos, it's going to be here. So basically the output of above endpoint. Okay, so here I'm just going to query this function by passing in this thing. Okay, we can just get this from params dot unique id as this file infos. Okay, that's what I'll be passing, and we'll have to add this. Okay, that's why we are seeing an issue here. So let's go to this text recognition pipeline. So in here, let's first add in the props for this, the infos. Okay, so here this infos type, it's going to be this file infos. Okay, so once we have this, okay, so here let's just change in here the div display. Okay, so here I just wanted to add in the height of this, so let's just say 2/5 of the height. Okay, and let's make this to be a flex. Okay, and the direction, let's make this to be a column. Okay, so here the now text recognition pipeline. Okay, this parent step, it's going to be 2. Okay, and I'm just going to remove this. After this, we will have the div which is going to say this as the text recognition. So the just the text. Okay, some like, let's say make this bold and 2 times extra large, and let's have some margin at the bottom. So this is where I'll just be saying this as text recognition. Okay, so here now below this I'll just have the div which is going to have the file name showcased. Okay, and also the URL. Okay, so basically here this div, let's make this text to be larger and have some margin at the bottom. Okay, and here I'm just going to add in little more margin, and here inside this span I'm going to have in here this file name. So let's make this to be font bold, and here this file name. Okay, so we can just have this info dot file name showcased here. So just below this div we will showcase the URL as well. Okay, so here I'm just going to add same margin as well. Okay, so here this also, let's make this to be bold. Okay, and here I'm just going to have this file URL. Okay, and here I'm just going to add in for now this thing. Okay, we can change this to link thing for later. So here this URL, and opening this one, it should open in this new section. Okay, and here I'm just going to add in here this this infos dot URL, the URL that we get from S3. Okay, so that's the thing. So and here now instead of 1 we just have to pass in this dynamic value. So here I'm just going to add in here this backticks. Okay, and let me just attach this unique ID. Okay, so that is the change in this. So we just added the fetching signed URL of a PDF. Okay, we will check this. Okay, let's check this now. So we'll just check, and also here in this text recognition, we have an issue here. We have to make this function as asynchronous, then only we can use the await call in our thing. So now let's go and check the pre-signed URL of our uploaded file. Okay, so I'm just going here. So now to view that, what we'll have to do is we just have to navigate to our text recognition page. Okay, so and we'll have to pass in here the ID. So basically here the ID, you can just get any one of the ID of our extraction table. So here I just took this ID, so you can just see this starting with 650 and all. So that's what I also referred. So once we navigate to this, what we get is the file name that we have uploaded, and also the URL of the signed URL of our the file. So if I just click on this, it is going to showcase the content of our file. So this was the the file we have uploaded. Okay, so this is how we try to get the pre-signed URL of our PDF. Okay, so that's good. So this is what I wanted to showcase. I know there is still a lot of known issues that we are facing. Okay, I have hard coded that ID, so which I have mentioned to do. Basically what's happening there is we are not receiving any value into. So what I mean is, so if I just go to this so here this complete this name and ID, we are not receiving any, we are receiving undefined. That's a reason when we are trying to attach that ID or the success 0 of 1, the undefined isn't defined. So that's the reason we were facing issue. So there is some issue which we will check it out, but that's not a big deal now. Okay, so next thing that I wanted to add in is the service which we have written in Nest.js to fetching the the text extraction using that service. Okay, so I wanted to add that. So let's do one thing. So I'm just going to add that service. So let's first create an endpoint for that inside this API folder. Let's create in here the new folder for text recognition. Okay, so I'm just going to create a route for that. Okay, so here, so this is going to be a post call. Okay, so here let's create this function. Okay, so here this is the post call. Okay, I'm just going to have in here this request passed in as an input, and we can just take this session and this thing from here. Okay, fine. So let's just import these things. Okay, and this auth options as well. I'm just going to import this, even this next response. Okay, fine. So we have that. Okay, and now first let's get the URL. So here this URL, I'm just going to pass in here this destructure the URL from the request that we got. Okay, so if there is no URL, we will just return the error message here. Okay, so here I'm just going to return in here this no URL provided. Okay, and here then the status, I'm just going to pass in the 400. Okay, so if you want we can just console the URL here, and here now let's make the call to our service. So here let's the base URL, it's going to be this localhost. Okay, this one we will change this port. Okay, so I'm going to add in this as the 3000. So this we will change our the port that we are running front end to 3001. Okay, and here this is going to be v1. Okay, and then the parser, so the PDF. Okay, the URL. Okay, so this is the endpoint that we have created, and here this method, it's going to be the post. Okay, so this method, it's going to be a post. Okay, and the headers, we'll have to pass in the API key. So this API key, what I will do is for now we will get the whatever entry we have in that, or else we can bypass this. Okay, so ideally we just bypassed it. Okay, so we added a true the return type. Okay, so here we have to provide some key value here, so which we will. Okay, maybe that has to be part of our environment variables. Okay, so here then the content type, this is going to be this application slash JSON. Okay, so this is the call to our service. So once we make, okay, all we have to do is get the content. Okay, so from the response .json. Okay, so once we get there, we can just return the content. Okay, so I can just return here the text as the content. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in here the status code 200. Okay, so this is the endpoint to get the text from our the pre-signed URL. So once we have this, what we have to do, we'll have to make changes. Okay, so same let's go to the text recognition pipeline component. So here I will have to change this thing. So we will add in the so where let's go to this text recognition here. So this, and that, let's copy this. Okay, and let's go to this text recognition pipeline, and here I'm just going to remove this client thing. Okay, and here let's import this from our next headers. Okay, so headers, this is from this headers. Okay, so once we have this, okay, uh, we will add in here the additional function which is going to help us get the text. Okay, so which we have just created the endpoint for. Okay, so I'm just going to have in this function named as get text. All we'll do is we'll pass the URL which we get from here. Okay, so and I'm just going to have this endpoint called. So this is going to be, I can just copy this. Okay, let me just copy this base URL. Okay, and let's make this is going to be our API slash text recognition endpoint. Okay, and here this method is going to be a post, and we'll have to pass in the headers. Okay, I can just take this cookie. Okay, and the body will have to pass in. So here this body, it's going to be our URL. So I'm just going to stringify this URL. Okay, and that's it. So I can just take copy this. This is what we'll also have in this function. Okay, and here I'm just going to change your field to fetch text, something like that. Okay, so and let's make this as a synchronous function. Okay, and also here now this is going to be just the unique ID. So and here the unique ID, this I'm just going to make the type to be string. Okay, and first thing here, let's get the URL and the file name from the this thing. Okay, so URL along with that this file name from this get s3 object URL function above. Okay, by passing in this unique ID. So once we get that, okay, all we have to do is get the text, and by passing the above URL to the this get text function. Okay, I can just pass in this. So once we get that, what we'll have to do here now, so instead of this I can just show in here this file name, and this the URL. Okay, and this is the URL. Okay, and just below this div, for now, just to see if you're able to get the text or not, I'm just going to change add the div to showcase the text that we did extract from our service. Okay, so here I'm just going to have the same thing. So font bold, I'm just going to add in here the text, and let's just for now just display this text as it is as raw. And now this is going to be this unique ID. Okay, so that's the change here in this text recognition pipeline. And also in the text recognition, the unique ID, so wherever we added this, maybe I can just remove all of this, and we'll just pass in the params for that. Okay, so let's just remove this completely. Okay, and also here this thing, and now instead of making service call here, we'll pass in this params unique id and make the call there. Okay, so this unique id, so this is going to be the params unique id. Okay, so that's the change. Now the thing is, let me just stop this. Okay, and let's go to our the package.json. All we have to do is give here the port. Okay, so here I'm just going to mention here this port to be 3001, and I have the so if I just run, so it's going to run the application on this port 3001. Okay, so now we have the server running at 3000. So we dockerized that, right? So I have that up and running. So let's try to check this out. Okay, so basically now, okay, so this is going to be 3001 now. Okay, let's try to check this. Okay, so I'm just going to remove these things. Okay, so let's wait for it to load. So ideally now we should okay, we see some exceptions, issues. Fine. Okay, fetch failed. Okay, fine. Okay, basically we have an issue talking to our the backend services. There is connection being refused. I'll just have a look at that and come back to you. But this is how we try to make a call and try to get the text and showcase scenario UI. So this is pending. So let's just have a workaround, and just I'll come back with that. Okay. So guys, the issue is here. I need to pass in this the body. I mean, we forgot. Okay, so attach here this URL. Okay, so here we'll have to attach in our S3 signed pre-signed URL. Okay, and also if you go to our this recognition pipeline, so we changed our port of our front-end application to 3001. So but we were using 3000, so we'll have to change here this thing because we have the backend server running at 3000 port. So that's the reason we'll have to change this as well. And now let's try to check. Okay, so we should be able to get the info. Okay, so let me just try to refresh this. Okay, I still see issue. What is the issue? But here the text that we wanted is printing, so you can see this is all the text. So basically I added here the console thing. So here in this API text recognition, you can see here I'm just trying to console whatever we get here, the content and all. So now I see that content is there, but so if you just let me showcase you the content property. Yeah, so this is the content property. So here this is where we are see the output that we wanted from our backend is the original URL and the content. Okay, that's what we are getting. So if I just showcase you in the Swagger as well, this the signed URL that I did pass to this URL, and we are getting the original URL and the content. Okay, so that's the same thing we are also getting, but we are not able to, I mean, let's go to our component. here. I don't know why it's hitting this not okay. This one. Did we miss anything here? I don't think so. Okay. But the content is coming, so let's just check finally once more this endpoint. Are we returning something that shouldn't be? Okay, we're just printing this. That's not an issue. Let's try to refresh it again. I still see same issue. So basically what's happening is maybe the format of the text that we are sending, the body is unusable, the thing that we are getting. So maybe let's try to send it as okay, but content should be there. Okay, it's working fine. Yeah, but you saw at least now the content's working. I'll just so if you just comment this I mean this one, so here if you just comment this text, okay, and this part, okay, so let me the before things whatever it is, this is what it was working. So only thing is the API call for our text extraction is working fine. We are getting the content, but while displaying it's unparsable, I guess, or unusable. Maybe that the formatting and all will check, but this is what I wanted to showcase. Okay, the changes that we did, the port changes was the issue, because we didn't have the backend spinned up before. That's again I just added the backend on this 3000 dockerized thing. Okay, and here we change the port of the front end to 3001. Okay, and that's where we'll have to change in all the places. That's the reason it's better if you maintain the environment variables for our front end base URL and back end base URL. So one place change will affect all the places where we had it, so no need to change it all the places that we're using it. Okay, so now only thing we'll just figure out the text one. So let's go back and try to figure this out. Well, so the issue is here. Basically, we're trying to call this await response.json multiple times. Maybe it's better if you wanted to print and store in one variable and try to access this. So that's the reason, if you just see, we are seeing the API call failure. So if I just comment this and let's have a look. Okay, so with this, you can see now, we are able to see the text being printed on our page that was extracted from our the file that we did upload to our S3 bucket. Okay, so that is the thing. So here let me fine. So now we have this text being showcased, and we are getting it from our the parser service that we did build in our Next.js. So next thing what I wanted to add is the PDF viewer, so that we can have better look for this. So let's go back, and I just wanted to add in the dependencies first for the PDF react a PDF. Okay, so that we can have the PDF viewer. Okay, so I'm just going to add in this thing, and also the raw loader. So once I have this, I'm just going to create one component. Okay, so something kind of let's name it as something like PDF viewer. Okay, so I'm just going to create in this folder. So let me just create in here, let's name this as PDF viewer. Okay, so here first let's make this to be a thing. Okay, and let's create here this function. Let's name this to be a PDF viewer. Okay, and this we will pass in the props for this, the URL, okay, the of our file, okay, and the scaling value. So to how much do we want it to scale? Okay, this is going to be optional, and let's restructure those values here, URL and this scale value. Okay, and now inside this let's have two state variables. One is to store the number of pages, and also another the scale value. Okay, so I'm just going to have in here this number of pages as one state variable. So let's here I'm just going to add in here number of pages and then the scale value. Okay, let's just this scale value. Okay, fine. And now here let's focus on this UI part. So everything I'm just going to wrap inside this div. Okay, so basically here let's add some styling for this, just to check. I'm just going to add here the complete background to be red. Okay, and now inside this I'm just going to have in here the button to zoom in and zoom out. Okay, so what I mean to say is simple div. Okay, let's add some styling for this later. Okay, and here this button. Okay, let's just say on click, I'm just going to set the scale to whatever we have with the scale plus 0.2 value. Okay, so here what is the thing? Okay, scale is possibly undefined. Let's initialize this to 1. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to have in here this disabled based upon if scale is greater than or equal to 3, then we will not enable this zoom plus. Okay, so here let's say the text of this I'm just going to add in here the zoom plus. Okay, and same way the button for the zooming out. Okay, so here let's this I'm just going to decrement the same scale value by 0.2. okay, and here this disabled I'm just going to disable if it's less than 0.3, and the text of this button is going to be zoom negative. Okay, fine. So these are the two buttons. So okay, right after this div I'm just going to wrap the content of our I mean the URL, okay, inside this document. Okay, so here let's wrap this also inside one div. Okay, and style I'm just going to have this width, let's say the width for now some 384 pixel. Okay, and then the height, okay, I'm just going to set in this 540 pixel. Okay, and let's have some styling. So background I just wanted it to be a slate lighter slate color, and let's have this border. Okay, and the border color let's make this slate color. Okay, and this rounded I just want it to be rounded, and also the overflow let's apply this scroll effect, and also this over scroll I'm just going to apply this contain. Okay, so this is the styling for this div, and now inside this div we'll have this document which I will import this from the React PDF which we just installed. So all we have to do is provide in here the file URL for this, and also here on load success callback, we'll have to have the callback function, so which is going to help us set the number of pages. So let's just write one simple function here. So I'm just going to name this as something like on document load success. Okay, so here let's just have this number of pages. So here number of pages it's going to be of type number. Okay, and here I'm just going to set in here this thing. Okay, and okay, so here this is not, yeah, this number of pages. Okay, fine. So here I'll just pass in this function. So basically it's going to help us set the number of pages on load success. Okay, and here let's have the some gap of 2, and display we are going to make this flex. Okay, fine. And now inside this, let's iterate through this pages. Okay, so I'm just going to create an array out of this. Okay, and let's get the element along with this index. Okay, and here I'm just going to use this page thing, and for each page let's pass in this key. So here this is going to be this index +1. Okay, and the height I'm just going to set this to something, let's say 540 for now, so we can change this and also the page number. So page number would be nothing but the index plus 1. Okay, and then the scale value, so the thing which we are changing will pass that variable. And let's just have the border. Okay, so I'm just going to add in the border and some color for this. Okay, let's say 200. Okay, so this is the PDF viewer component. So now we have this, let's go to this text recognition pipeline here. So and also here we'll have to use set in this worker source. Okay, so basically here all we have to do is on the styling we'll have to import this React PDF. Okay, this page styling layout thing. Okay, so here we'll have to import this text layer CSS, same thing for the annotation layer as well. So let's just import this annotation layer. Okay, fine. And now here this now what we have to do is we just have to set this global worker options, the worker source with the new URL object. So here I will just pass in this PDF JS just build thing, and this PDF worker dot min dot js. Okay, and here we'll have to specify this the import. So this all you'll have this inside that React PDF details. Okay, so you can just refer them. Okay, and here we'll just have to convert this to string. Okay, fine. So this is how the PDF viewer component is ready. So let's just go to this text recognition pipeline. So I'm just going to import this. Okay, so here I wanted to import this is the in the dynamic thing. So basically this PDF viewer I'm just going to wrap in here on this thing, and let's just import our the PDF viewer. Okay, and I'm just going to import it dynamically. That's the only difference. So we have this PDF viewer. So now what we will do is I'm just going to remove everything in here, the things that we are displaying, this completely this div. Okay, and inside see what I mean to say is we can remove this completely now. So and also here let's just remove this the height for this old div. Okay, I just wanted to add some margin bottom. Okay, And now after this the multi-step, we can just remove most of it. So for now let's just comment this part. Okay, so I can just remove this completely. So we will just wrap that PDF viewer and the text that we want to showcase for now in this div. Okay, so here I'm just going to make this flex row. Okay, and let's center this items and also justify this items. Okay, and let's have this cap of 10. Okay, and here I'm just going to use this PDF viewer. Okay, and URL will just pass in this URL. Okay, and here the scale value I'm just going to specify here 1 by default. Okay, and here this will have the same thing for this text. Okay, so I'm just going to add in this height and width, and also overflow let's just hide. Okay, and here I'm just going to showcase this text. So this is uh, the text recognition pipeline change. Okay, so maybe we can just go and have a look. Okay, let's just see this. Okay, we have here this webpack config issue. So to figure out this, what we have to do is we'll have to make some changes in the next config file. So we will have to specify in here this webpack config. So here this let's all we have to do is this config dot module rules. I just have to push in this. Okay, so here this test, let's just add in this dot node. Okay, and also this use. So here we'll be using here this raw loader which I have installed. No, okay, and after this what we have to do is just return this config. Okay, so this is the thing. So now hopefully this webpack config issue should be gone. Okay, uh, okay, we did add now the yep. Okay, so there is failed to load. We are able to see the PDF viewer, but we failed to load PDF file. Okay, let me just check it again, and the text we just moved towards this. Why, what's wrong? Okay, we are not able to load the file. Okay, why is that? Fine, we will just check that. And also the text recognition, the page that we had it. Okay, so basically here we can just remove this asynchronous because we are not performing any API calls or something inside this. And also I just wanted to rename this something like text recognition pipeline page. Okay, so that it makes more sense for us since we are using a pipeline component inside this pipeline page. Okay, and also same thing for upload page as well. So if you just see here, I'm just going to change this to pipeline upload pipeline page. Okay, and okay, so we did create the PDF viewer, but we are seeing some issue. Okay, so what is that issue maybe? And also this top main content, I'm just going to make some change in the layout thing. So in the component section, this top main content, I just wanted to have this instead of the height 36. Okay, let's add in this height 24. Okay, I am just and also here this height, if it's two times extra large, let's apply this 44 height. Okay, fine. Okay, and as of now, the things that we did make in here, this next config, it's helping us, at least showcase that text along with that border, the PDF viewer, but we are not able to see that file loading is being failed. So here we are missing something. I'll just figure out. Okay, so if you just see, we are not able to load the PDF file. Let me just check this. Okay, so I'm not able to figure out the issue for this PDF viewer failed to load PDF file. So for now, I just commented this PDF viewer component, and also here the trying to display in this text recognition pipeline. So this is how it looks now. Okay, there's no PDF view. So I'll come back to that. Okay, so we will try to add a text area for this part. Okay, and also here in this hot form, we just haven't handled here this if something I mean if it's error. Okay, so basically I just wanted to handle the same way for this one. If it's error, so maybe we are handling here, but it's not working. So I just wanted to showcase in here the description whatever we receive in the error. Okay, this is sign in result dot error. Okay, so this is just the thing just I wanted to add. Okay, fine. And now here it has to be this variant. Okay, so now let's add this text area for our text. Okay, so let me just go back here. Let's add this text area for this thing. So I'm just going to remove this div. So let's first add this text area. Okay, so maybe I'll just have to add in this thing. Okay, so here let's add in from shard cn. Okay, so once we add this text area, I'll just use this to wrap our text. Okay, so here let's now just use this text area, and here the value that will be providing is the text. Okay, and let's just have this width set to 96, something like this, and placeholder I'm just going to say in here this type your message here. Okay, now I can just remove this. Let's just have a look. Okay, so I'm just going to have a look in here. Okay, so this is how it's showcased in this text area. We can change the height and also, but let's leave as it is for now. Okay, now what we will do, I'm just going to change the multi-step position, and also let's add the so there is a better way of to display the URL. So instead of that, what I will do here using this PDF viewer, we can directly use this the object. Okay, and I will just attach in here this data to be this the URL that we have. So basically here this URL, and here I can just why is this? Okay, it has to be dollar, sorry. And here this we just specify in here this toolbar as 1, and I'm just going to specify here now points 0. Okay, and status bar, let's just say 0. Okay, and the scroll bar one. Okay, and view I'm just going to have in here fit. Okay, fine. And the type, okay, we just have to mention here this type as an application slash PDF. Okay, and let's give this styling for this. Okay, so here I just wanted this background color to be slate color, so darker slate, and let's round it thing. Okay, and let's add padding in all directions, and width I'm just going to set it to 3/8, and also height, let's say 6/7 of the height. Okay, and if it's to cell, so here I just want to apply this width to be 3/10. Okay, and same thing, here I'm just going to add this height and width depending on the resolution of the screen that we are in. Okay, so this is the thing. So now we should be able to see this. Okay, and also here we can just display yeah, so this is it. So let's try to see now. Okay, uh yeah, okay, so we are able to see this. I will adjust this. Okay, no need to, here I just have to, change this height and all, which I will. Okay, but now at least you see this was the file that we did upload, and this is what we are seeing. So it's just this text recognition. I just have to change the height and this thing it's occupying. Okay, so it's better rather than going for React PDF Vivo component and all. Okay, this is just the way I just wanted to showcase. Don't worry about the dimensions, we'll just change. Okay, so now what we will do is, like, I just wanted to change the multi-step position. Okay, and so for that what we will do is I'm just going to let's do one thing. So basically, and also the top main content, we will change that component. Okay, so let's go first for the top main content. So basically here we will add in this additional props for this. So the step one. Okay, so basically the step that we are currently in. Okay, I'm just making this type to be number or null. So here let's just set this step by default the null value. Okay, and also here let's just change this height and all. Okay, so I'm just going to change back this to okay, so basically height I'm just going to change this to 32, and also let's make this to be relative. Okay, and let's apply this flex none as well. Okay, and I'm just going to remove this constraints on 2 times extra ld height. Okay, and let's just leave the other as it is. Okay, and here now the title basically the styling will be dynamic. So based upon if step is not equal to null, then I just wanted to have the size to be a little the 3 times XL, or else we'll have the 4 times XL. So basically what I mean to say here, this class name the styling will make it as a dynamic. So let me wrap this inside this cn, and here, so if this step is not equals to null, okay, then I'm just going to add in here this text size to be 3 times XL, and here this text size to be 4XL if not, and by default I'm just going to have in here hidden, and if it's the large will have the display to be flex, and I'm just going to add some margins bottom and left, and let's make this to be absolute. Okay, and the left 0 and bottom 0. Okay, and this is where we'll just wrap the title inside in. And also here after this header, in depending upon this if step is not equals to null, we will just use this multi step component and pass in here the parent step. Okay, so which is the step we will add this. Okay, so what is the issue here? Okay, I just have to add this. Okay, so fine. And now here this display thing, it's going to be the same, and I'm just going to make in here this the absolute. Okay, absolute, because we are wrapping inside this relative div, and I'm just going to have this right 0. Okay, and the bottom 0, so that will be at the bottom right. I mean sorry, okay. And okay, so that's the thing. And also here wherever we had this the multi-step component inside our upload pipeline and all of those things, I just wanted to remove now. So basically we will just remove this. Okay, so here this thing, and now this div we will just remove this height constraint as well. Okay, and I'm just going to add in here this flex grow. Okay, and then the let's add some margin top, so negative thing, and also if it's 2 times excel, I just wanted the negative margin top, let's to be more. Okay, so same thing in the verification pipeline. So here as well we will remove this multi-step component. Okay, fine. And in the I mean in the text recognition pipeline, so let's just uncomment this okay. And the other thing, so here let's set this height also to 96, so that now the dimension it looks good. Okay, and I just wanted to have in this I mean yeah, so for now, so this is all I wanted. Okay, and now so in the other things as well, so data extraction pipeline and everything, will just remove this multi-step. Okay, so because we added that inside our top main content. Okay, and also now in the verification, so wherever the components, I mean pages, so I can just go here this dashboard pipelines. Okay, verification, this top main content. Okay, I'm just going to add in here the step for this. So here this is step it's going to be 4. Okay, and same thing for our the other sections, the upload and all. So here this upload section, so in here this we will add in here this step to be 1. Okay, and also now going to this text recognition page. Okay, so this one we will add in here the I mean I'm just going to wrap this inside the div rather than in the fragment. Okay, so let's just make this as a flex. Okay, and flex column and height, I just wanted to have it as full height. Okay, so this is the thing. Okay, and same thing we will adjust to inside this text recognition id page. So that is we'll just pass in the step for this top main content. So this is going to be step 2. Okay, and also here let's make this to be flex column, and let's make it occupy the full height. Okay, and the data extraction part as well. So I'm just going to add in here this step for this. So this step, it's going to be third step. Okay, so fine, that's the change. So now let's just go and have a look at our output. Okay, so okay, did I not remove this? Where did I still in the text recognition thing? Okay, so we are currently in this text recognition page. Okay, here, okay, we did just remove, right? Okay, so okay, so this thing, okay, I did not remove this. Now let's go and check it out. Okay, see, this is also not looking good, but I just will worry about the look and feel of the component. But just we removed all the the what do you say, multi-step component usage in all of your lot of files. Move to top main content, and just we are passing this step for this. Okay, so basically if I just we are in the here, so if I just click on continue, it's going to take us to the here to this next thing, and same thing if I just click on, it's going to take us to this. Okay, so let's I mean this text recognition, right? So if I just go here, okay, there is lot of misconfiguration in the styling. We'll just look into that. Okay, so but this is what I just wanted to showcase the moving of the component to the parent component top main content, for reducing the usage of them as much as possible. Okay, fine. And yeah, next thing is I just wanted to you see now the lot of we did a lot of refactor, I mean moving up the code, and we see the issues. So let's try to clean this multi-step logic. Okay, so we'll try to make it as optimized as possible so that we don't see this issue. So let's go back. So first in the text recognition pipeline, so if you see where is that, if you just see, it is here. So we'll just try to center this. So for this what we have to do is apply mainly the, I guess, so if you just go to multi-step component. Okay, so here let's go to this. Okay, first let's go to the page that we are currently in, the text recognition. Okay, so this is the top main content. Okay, so now in place of this justify between, so we'll just try to center this. Okay, and let's see, it should go to the center. Let's try to refresh. Yeah, okay, fine, fine. And this dashed lines, will see that. Okay, but for now that's what we moved up. So first thing, as I said, we'll try to clean up this multi-step logic. So for that I just wanted to have the state managed using juststand. So I'm just going to install this juststand state management dependency. And once I have this in this library, I'm just going to create here the new file called store.ts. Okay, so here let's just create one store. So let's just name this as use step store. Okay, so I'm just going to import this create from juststand. Okay, so here I'm just going to import this create from this juststand. Okay, and now here we can specify here the values that we'll be keeping. One is the current step, and then the status. Okay, so which is going to be a string, okay, and we have to provide the default values. So for this default values, this is what I'll be setting. So current step to 0, and status I'm just going to set this value to active. Okay, so this is going to be our so it has to be this. Okay, so this is going to be our step store. So now we'll try to use this. Okay, so first is let's go the from I step to the lowest step. So here in the verification pipeline, so we can just remove this local state variable now. Okay, since we have moved up our state. Okay, now here on click functionality, so you rather than updating our local state, I'm just going to use this use step store. Okay, and here we'll use this set state. So in this we can just set the status to complete. Okay, and did I okay, okay, fine. So this is now we are using the store to update the status to complete. Okay, so same thing we'll try to do in the other files, the upload pipeline also. So here I'm just going to remove this both of the things which is this status. Okay, and so now we can just get the value of that status using the store. Okay, so I'm just going to get using this step store. Okay, so this is going to give us the status value, and that now depending on this, and also I just don't have to pass this update status because we can refer that value wherever we want with just the using the status value from this store, and we'll have to make the changes for this prop. So that's the reason we see this issue. Okay, so and also so now this I don't know. Okay, so let's leave this. I don't know, there is some type issue for this. Okay, so fine, that's the thing, that's the change. And also here we need to change this, we'll come back to this. Okay, and in the step component. Okay, so the step component also, let's just go to this the step component that we have. So in here I'm not going to have this the status to be optional anymore. We'll make it as a mandate props. Okay, and also here the initial animation, I'm just going to set this to false, not depending upon the status value. Okay, so now we have to in the top main content, that's where the status is mainly needed. Okay, I mean the step. Okay, so now we had this defined to null. I'm just going to change this to undefined. Okay, and also here now the step it's going to be the number. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this null value. Inside this, let's use this use effect. Okay, and I'm just going to so here I'm just going to use step store. Okay, and set state. This current value, okay, which is going to be this step. Okay, if not, we'll just add the 0. Okay, and here the status, I'm just going to set this to value, and we this dependency is whenever the step changes will have this updated value in our store. Okay, so that is the thing. And now here, instead of checking for the null, we can just add in here step is not equals to undefined. So then this is going to be applied, and also let's say only on larger screen. Okay, fine. And also now this one. So this also, let's just change this to undefined, and now we no need to pass this parent step. We can just refer to the store value. We'll have to make changes for this as well, so we will make the same. And now let's go to the this components multi-step. Okay, so here I'm just going to remove this props completely, so we can just remove this props. Okay, and also this use effect, we can completely remove to keep track of the step and all. Okay, and also the status and current step, I'm just going to remove this completely, because now we don't want the local states to be maintained in each component. So I'm just going to get this current value and the status from our the step store. So once we just get that, and this in a step, instead of this current step, we'll just pass in this current value. Okay, so this is the change in this, and we completely remove the local state variables and the props that it is expecting to receive. Okay, so same in the drop zone. So if I just go here, I will remove this the update status callback function. So here let's just remove this update status. Okay, and also in here, whenever we are just trying to here the failed things, I am just going to remove this completely. Not needed is what okay, so what is the issue? Okay, so let's leave that. Okay, and here now, instead of this update status, we'll have to use our use step store. So I'm just going to use this to set state. Okay, so here I'm just going to set the status value to complete. Okay, so that is a change. So this is how we try to move the state. Okay, and we see some issue. Okay, this is fine. So this is how we just move the states to so if you just see the same, there won't be much difference. Okay, what is the here? There is okay, in this top main content, I think we should specify use client. Okay, in here. Okay, so okay, so I'm just going to specify here use client at the top. Okay, now we shouldn't see the issue. Okay, so fine. So if I just uh, click on continue, okay, so you see here on continue. Okay, now the state is working fine like it used to. We just move the state to our global store using the justan. Okay, so that's the thing. So that's now at least it looks clean to me. Okay, that's how we try to first experiment with local states, and then we'll try to clean up. I know there will be a lot of again ways to get this thing done. Okay, and also here I no longer need this PDF viewer component. I can just delete this. Okay, and also the same here we added some configuration here in this thing, the for webpack and all. I can just remove this, and also in here this react PDF, I can just remove the same. Okay, and do the same for your raw loader as well. So we are using just the object now to get the thing done for us. Okay, and also in the tailwind config, I'm just going to add in here the width constraints. Okay, so here this width 3/8. Okay, I'm just going to have in here this as 37%, and if it's 3/10, I'm just going to specify it as 30%. Okay, and the height as well. So here if I say it's a 6/7, okay, so I'm just going to have it as 85% of the height, and let's have this comma. Okay, so fine. And yeah, so that is the thing. And now so here we can just use this width and this thing. So now in this text recognition pipeline, this one, so it should look good now. So let's see this. Okay, so this text recognition, so I'm just going to that page. Let's see, it's loading. Okay, okay, the height we will see. Okay, so that's not an issue, but this is what this is how we just add the custom width and height in our config thing. Okay, so now the thing is we'll have to style of this for this page. Okay, so for this thing in this text recognition pipeline, so what I will do is first let's go back. Okay, in this text recognition pipeline, so what we will do is I will just first try to, after this object. Okay, let's create a div. Okay, so I'm going to create a div where we can wrap in the text area, the text file name, and also the icons, the balance or something like that, which we will completely wrap inside this div. Okay, and also for now this I'm just going to leave this as it is. Okay, let's see. Okay, fine, let's add this div. So here let's add in this width of 3/8. Okay, and height of 6/7. Okay, and the same let's add in this width of 3/10. Okay, and if it's 2 times extra large, I'm just going to add in this height to be 3/4. Okay, let's make this the display to be flex and direction to be a column. I'm just going to apply this justify between. So now inside this I'll just have in here one more div, so which is going to occupy the width full and height. I'm just going to have this 3/4 height, and inside this the h1 tag, and which is just going to say the text from and the file name that will be specifying here. So I'm just going to have some margin bottom. Okay, and text size I just want it to be smaller, and text color let's make this to be a slate. Okay, so something like 700, and overflow I'm just going to hide it. Okay, so inside this I'm just going to have here something like text from, and here in this span we'll just specify the file name from which it has come. So I'm just going to apply this ellipsis. Okay, and the font to be something like semi bold, and here I'm just going to have this file name showcased. So this is for showcasing the file name. Then after this I'll just I'm going to remove this text area from there and use this text area here. And now here the on change we will try to set the verified text. Okay, so here we will have one function which I will just create this. Okay, and also this width and all, I'm just going to set this to full, and also this height let's set this to full, and also let's have this rounded thing. Okay, and the placeholder, so I'm just going to have this type your message here, something like this. Okay, so here this set verified text. Okay, let's have one state variable here. So I'm just going to have in here this verified text. Okay, set verified text. Okay, so here this the initial stage would be the content that we receive from our service. So here we can just now on change, I'm just going to update whatever is the user is entering into this variable. Okay, fine. So just after this text area, I'm just going to have the icon for help, and also like uh, some text like helper kind of, it says like please make sure that the text above matches the text in the PDF, so that you can make edits in this text. Okay, so for that, let's have this div, and here I'm just going to make this display to be flex and have the gap of 2. Let's center these items. Okay, so I'm just going to center this, and let's also justify them in center with just going to apply this full and margin top, let's say 4. Now inside this, let's use this icons help. I'll just add in this icon. Okay, so mostly if I just import this, yeah, I already have this. Okay, width, let's set this to 20. Height also, I'm just going to set this to 20. Okay, and the styling for this, I just want this display to be inline block. And the text color, let's make this slate color, something like 500. And the flex, let's apply this none. Okay, fine. So this is the icon. So after this, let's wrap the helper text inside this balancer. So here I'll just have this inside this p tag. Okay, so text, let's make this to be smaller. Okay, and the color, I'm just going to set this to 500. Now here let's add some text here, like something like please make sure that the text above matches, or it can be like beside. Okay, the text, you can change whatever it works for you. So in the PDF. Okay, and I'm just going to say something like feel free to remove or edit any part of the text. Okay, so this is going to be it. Okay, and after this div, we'll just have the buttons to say cancel and confirm and continue. Okay, so just after this, let's have the one more div. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this also the flex. Okay, and let's justify at the end so that they'll be at the right of the screen. Okay, and here we can just use this two links. Okay, so I can just copy this, and here I'll have first link for the cancel, and another link for the confirm and continue. And here for the first thing, I'm just going to specify here this variant to be secondary. So let's just specify this variant to be secondary, and also I just don't want this any additional margins. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and yeah, and now the text, let's just change this to cancel, and the next one is for the confirm and continue, and I'm just going to add some width for this. Okay, let's just say some 48. Okay, and yeah, and this is going to be the confirm, and let's say continue. Okay, so that's the thing here, that's the styling. And also I just wanted to move everything, the service calls to our the text recognition, the this section. So what I mean is, I'm just going to copy these services. I just wanted to move these things to a dynamic section here, this one here. I just wanted these things to be moved here. So let's just copy this here, and I'm just going to import this from Next.js. Okay, and also here this one. So inside this, let's just go to our component. Okay, here these things, I will just copy these two things. Okay, and let's go back to this file. Okay, and I just wanted to get these values here. Okay, and let's make this to be a synchronous function so that we don't see any issue here. and now this is going to be the params dot the id, and now we can just pass in this the params dot id. Okay, and also now the other things. Okay, so the url and all, I'm just going to drill down from here. Okay, so we'll just add in this props for that. So I just don't want to make the calls in that component, so it's better if you try to make in the server components. Okay, so now okay, let's just go here to this and let's add in this props. Okay, so as I said, I'm just going to add in here the additional things here, the url which is the string. Okay, and the text, and also this is going to be string. Okay, and then the file name which is again the string. Okay, so here let's get all of them, the url, okay, and the text, okay, and the file name. So I'm just going to remove all of this. Okay, and also we can just remove this, the asynchronous nature here. Okay, and also I can just remove this completely. Okay, fine. So and let's specify this to be a client component. Okay, okay, so this is the thing, and now we just changed the styling for the page and all. So let's just have a look at this. Okay, uh okay, why is this height, I don't know. Let's okay, this text and helper icon and all, they are looking good and confirm and continue. We have this thing, but this is, let's just check this, it has to occupy the whole part of the screen. Okay, so let's just check here this one. So are we missing here the height to be full? Okay, I just applied flex to be 1, but I don't know, there is some issue with this. Okay, we'll have a check on this. Okay, and so here let's just say, okay, it's no matter what, I'm not able to increase this here. Let's just try to, okay, so we will check this. Okay, at least now the no text from which file it has come, and the text that we wanted to showcase here, and then the some helper text and the button to cancel and confirm and continue, so which is going to I mean go to the next step or something, you can say. So for now we are just navigating it to this data extraction phase. Okay, so this is the thing, only thing we are missing, lacking here is the height. I'll just add that, not a big issue. So fine, and so next what we will do, after correcting this styling, the height issue, we'll try to go for adding a route to update extraction. Okay, so that is the thing that we will do. And so let's first fix this, the styling, showcasing the height of this two sections. Let's go back here in this text recognition pipeline page. There is issue with the height of 6/7 and height of the 3/4 that we were mentioning. There is definitely an issue. For now, let's do one thing. I'm just going to hardcode the values. Let's say for now let's give 600 pixel, and also for this one as well, let's just give here something like 500 pixel. Okay, and now let's try to have a look at the output. Okay, yeah, now you can see the height and all. So the issue was with the 6/7 of the height and all, that thing. So for now I just added this, let's leave as it is. We just hard coded the pixels values for that. Okay, So next we'll go back I'll try to add the endpoint which is going to update extraction content into our DB. Okay, so for that first I just wanted to go to API section. So if you go to this API section, and in this first in the assigned URL we will query even based on this here the status. So status I'm just going to set in here this to recognize. Okay, fine. And let's have a new endpoint. Okay, so here in the text recognition part, okay, I'm just going to create in here this a new folder. So let's just say the save folder. Okay, and in this I'm just going to create this route.ts. Okay, fine. So here we'll try to quickly write a post endpoint which is going to the save the text into a DB, the extracted text. So let me first create a post method and make this as asynchronous. Okay, so post, and here we expect here the request object as the input. Okay, and for this session and all, it's going to be pretty common, so I'm just going to take here these two things from here, and now inside this let's just have this imported. So I'll just import this, even this auth options. Okay, and here the next response. Okay, so here after this first let's get this user unique ID. Okay, so we will get that using this session object, session.user.id. Okay, and here I'm just going to destructure the ID and the text from our request body. Okay, so here let's get it from our request body, and here if there is no unique ID, okay, or there is no text, okay, I'm just going to return this saying that no unique ID nor the text was provided. So I'm just going to return this status code as 400. Okay, so here the error message I'm just going to say in here no unique ID nor text was provided. Okay, fine. And the status I'm just going to set in here the status as 400. Okay, fine. And yeah, so here let me just remove this. So this is what will be sending back if there is neither of them is present. Okay, now the actual thing, so the update extraction. So here I'm just going to collect into this update extraction, and here we will call this Prisma. Okay, so let me import this Prisma from this library. Okay, and here on the extraction table, so I'm just going to update this the based on the ID that we receive. So here the ID is the unique ID, and here the user ID, this is going to be this user ID, and then the status I'm going to change this to status dot to recognize. Okay, so this is what we will be updating we'll query this, and then we will change the status while we are trying to update this data. Okay, so this is where we'll update the text. Okay, and also the status. So here the status now it's going to be to extract status. Okay, so once we have this after this I'm just going to check if this update extraction dot count. Okay, so then I'm just going to say we did not find anything related to this. Okay, something like that. So here let's just respond back with that message, the error message in here. it's going to be the extraction not found or not updated here. Okay, and I'm just going to add in here the status as well. So status will send back this 404, something saying that not found. And finally we will just send back the status code 200 if everything went well. So here the message, I'm just going to have this message as extraction updated. Okay, and the status code, let's send back to 100. Okay, so this is the endpoint to save the text and update the status in our extraction table. So once we have now all we have to do is consume this. So let's go back to the the text recognition pipeline. So in component, okay, so this one, so here we will try to uh, write an endpoint. Okay, so basically here I'm just going to create a one function which is going to talk to the endpoint which I wrote. So let's make this as asynchronous. Okay, and here I'm just going to name this as send text, and the input for this is going to be text string. And here I'm just going to have in here the let's add some constant variable which is like is updating something like that indicator that we are making the API call. Okay, so initially let me just set this to false, and also let's just get the router. Okay, so use router from next navigation. And now first when we are trying to make an API call, I'm just going to set this to true. Okay, and let's just make the API call. Okay, so here I'm just going to call in here this API this text recognition, this endpoint which is the save. Okay, and here the method, so method is going to be the post body. We'll have to stringify the body that we are supposed to send, which is the unique ID and the text. Okay, so I'm just going to stringify this and pass in this unique ID and then the text. Okay, so here the text, it's going to be I'm just going to rename this to verified text. Okay, so once we make a call, let's get this data by calling this response.json. so here I'm just going to update this value, or the update value back to false. And here if you want, we can just console the data along with the status that we want. So here I'm going to have a just check. Okay, if the response status is not equals to 200. Okay, I'm just going to throw this error. Okay, so let's just say this data dot message, whatever we have. And for now let's me just console this data. Okay, and also let me just console this status, response dot status. Okay, so we have this function, so we'll have to use this now. So here I'm just going to have in here inside this confirm and continue, let's just wrap this button. Okay, so I'm just going to replace this with the button. So let me just add in so that you'll understand. So here let's have this button. Okay, and disabled, this is going to depend upon this is updating value. And let's add some styling. Okay, the width I'm just going to set it to 48. Okay, and this is where on click we will have to call that function which we have written. So here this is a send text, and here we are supposed to send this verified text. Okay, and in the callback I'm just going to navigate it to the next step page. So here, this step, it's going to be the data extraction, and here this unique id. Okay, this is the page that will be navigating. Okay, and if there is any issue, okay, so we'll try to handle in this catch block. Okay, so here let's just get the error object, and I'm just going to alert with the error message for now. Okay, so let's just alert this. Okay, and inside this button we'll have, depending upon on the updating, we'll have this icon spinner. Okay, so let's just have this spinner icon, and let's have some margin at the right. Okay, and height and width, let's just set it to 4, and animate, I'm just going to apply this pin. So if this is not the case, and I'm just going to have this text showcased, which is the confirm and continue. Okay, so let's just correct this spelling mistake. Okay, and now we can just remove this link component. Okay, so this is the change. Okay, so this is how we make an API call. So now let's try to check this out. Okay, so here we will just let's go back. Okay, so now we added the endpoint. So basically here, if clicking on this, it should update in our table, and also we can see in the console thing. So maybe it's better if I just open this inspect and the console part. Okay, and let's try to check it out. Okay, if we are able to make the API call or not. Okay, so let me just click on this. I'm just going to yep yeah you can see here the extraction updated, and the status code that we got was the 200. Okay, that's what we just printed. So if you can see the save route, the extraction updated, and the 200. So now we should have the this entry in our table. Okay, so that is what the how this endpoint is working. So we'll be saving this text in our extraction table, and also the updating the status to extract. Okay, you can just have a look. I'll just showcase that. So here, this one I can just showcase this in here. Okay, let me just showcase this. So here, this extraction table, so you can see here for this id, the text before it was null, but we have added this, and also the status is changed to extract. Okay, so this is how we make an entry into our db. So now we added the route which is going to save the text and also update the status in our extraction table. Okay, and also in this thing, I think I'll have to update this the text area part. So here now, instead of this, it's going to be the verified text because we renamed it. Okay, so that's the change. Yeah, next what we'll do is let's try to handle some error handling. Okay, so I just wanted to handle the error part. So for that, what we will do, let me create first the new file inside this text recognition section. Let's just create in here the error page. Okay, so this error.tsx. Okay, and let's make this as the client object. So I just wanted to handle some error thing as well. Okay, so let's just create here this function error. Okay, so here this will have the props, the error object, so which is going to be of type this error. Okay, and then the callback function reset, I'm just going to name this as a reset, and here let's just get those values, the error and the reset function. Okay, so now in here let's just return what we wanted to show if something happened. Okay, I'm just going to wrap this inside this div. Okay, let's make this display to be flex, direction to be column, and height to occupy the whole height. First here this will be the top main content. Okay, and the title, this is going to be this same the text recognition. Okay, and the step, let's just mention 0. Okay, so inside this we'll have the div, we'll have some text, something like oops, something went wrong, try again, and the link to go to dashboard, something like that. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in margin 4 and also make display to be flex and direction to be column, and apply the flex grow so that it occupies as much of space it needs. Okay, and let's center the items, also justify, let's center this, and here let me just use this icons. Okay, I'm just going to let's first import this. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in some new icon. Let's first go to that section, so the components. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in the frown. Okay, so from this Lucide React. Okay, so we can make use of this. Let's go back to this, and here I can just refer to this now. Okay, and let's just give some styling for this. Okay, that is stroke width, I'm just going to have and set it to let's say 1.8. Okay, and the styling width and height, I'm just going to have it to set 24. Okay, you can change to whatever value you want, and let's give the color to be a darker slate color. Okay, so this is the icon, and now the text. Okay, and in the h1 header, I'm just going to make our text to be 2 times XL, and also the font type, let's make this to be bold, and the text, let's make this slate color. Okay, same darker slate, I'm just going to add in this 900. So inside this, the text, as I said, something like hope something went wrong, something like this we can add as the error text. Okay, so then after this, we'll just try to showcase the error message inside this p tag. Okay, so this will also, I'm just going to add in this text color, the slate color. Okay, and text size, let's make it as small as possible. Okay, and margin top, let's add, and also at the bottom. Okay, and here in this pan tag, okay, let's make this to be semi bold, and here I'm just going to have in here this error title, and after this let's just have this error message showcased. Okay, so this is what in this p tag will show what is the actual error, and finally in this div we'll have the try again button, and also the back to dashboard link. Okay, so here I'm just going to add make this to be in flex thing. Okay, gap of 2, fine, and here I'm just going to use this button. Okay, and variant, let's just specify this secondary variant, and on click I'm just going to trigger this reset callback function. Okay, so here I'm just going to add the text as a try again, and then the link component. Okay, so here this link component, I'm just going to add the button variants whatever we have. Okay, fine, and this href, I'm just going to navigate this to back to dashboard page. Okay, so the text, it's going to be the back to or dashboard. Okay, so this is the error page. Okay, not much to say things. Okay, now the thing here is and also in this page here I'm just going to handle this thing. So basically here let's just handle based on the status as well. So if this response dot status is unprocessable entity, so 422, okay, I'm just going to return here this empty text. Okay, fine. So that and also here let's just do some corrections. Okay, so here I'm just going to say fail to do text recognition part. Okay, so yeah, okay, so that is the thing. And also now in this text recognition route, okay, so basically here while we are sending this, when the I'm just going to add in this while we are making the call to this and trying to get the response. Below this I just wanted to handle that status thing which we just added. So that is if the response is not okay, so I just wanted to return in here this next response with the error message as response dot status text. Okay, and in the status I just wanted to pass in here this response dot status. Okay, so that is the thing. And yeah, uh, now if you like in the text recognition pipeline, so we'll try to handle this error now. So going to this component, let's just have one variable for that. Okay, I'm just going to create in here the variable to store the error message. Okay, so let's just name this as error message. And here I'm just going to add in this error message. And by default if this text is empty, so I'm just going to have in here the error message as no text found in the PDF. Okay, if not, this is the empty message, and that we will try to handle. So that is in this text area thing, in the on change thing. So let's just wrap this inside this curly braces. Okay, and here I'm just going to set in here this error message to empty string. And this thing is going to remain same. And also now the styling based upon this, so it's going to be dynamic. So let me use this cn, and I'm just going to wrap in this thing. So first thing is the error message. So if this error message is present, so I'm just going to add in here this border red color. Let's just say 500 in here, or else let's just have this one. Okay, and we will add in this the whatever additional things I have. Okay, and I'm just going to close this. So let's just close this. Okay, and also after this thing, and also let's just remove this placeholder for now. Okay, so after this text area, okay, so depending upon error message, so if error message is not equals to empty string, then I just wanted to display in here in the p tag. Okay, so here let's just have some margin at the top. Okay, and text size to be as small as possible, and have the text color to be red. Okay, fine. And here we will showcase this error message in this p tag. And let me just close this. Okay, and also here in this button, while we are trying to do this, okay, in the on click thing, so let's wrap this also inside this curly braces. So here I just wanted to check that if this verified text, I'm just going to trim this, is equals to empty string and is trying to click. So I'm just going to set this error message as like please enter some text. Okay, some text, and let me just return from here so that we don't have to make our API call. So okay, fine. And also now in place of this alerting, we will try to set this error message. Okay, so here I'm just going to set this something went wrong. You can try again, something like please try again. So this is what I wanted to showcase, and let's just set this updating back to false. Okay, fine. So this is how we try to handle the error part. So there's nothing much to showcase, that we just added the error part for that particular ID page, and also handled in this text recognition pipeline the way of showcasing the error message, and updating the meaningful message based on the scenario. Okay, so that is the thing. And okay, so maybe if we wanted to use the server side fetch, we can also move up the save route which we had it, or else you can keep it as it is. No, not an issue, but I just showcased you in the client way that we do. I just want to showcase you in the server side handling as well. Maybe you can just juggle between these two options and choose whichever suits best for you. After this, we'll jump on to the adding the classifying step in the data extraction, right? So we'll have to segregate into particular bucket. Okay, we'll focus on that. So first I just want to showcase the server side handling as well. So for that what we will do, whatever the route I had in the save section, I will just use in one of the things. So basically what I mean to say is I will just try to add that inside our directly the endpoint. Okay, so in the text recognition ID and dynamic page. Okay, so if you just go in here, so basically if you just see, we are making an API call to the endpoint which we have written in the API folder. But what if I just wanted to talk directly to the backend server, not making to that's where we can do that here. So now instead of calling this text recognition and all, I wanted to change this to, let's just say 3000 is the backend port that it's running on. And also here, instead of making this to the API slash extraction which we have written, we can just change back to the endpoint we have in our backend. So parsers, okay, and PDF and this URL. Okay, and the rest it's going to remain the same. And also we'll have to provide in here this API key and the content type rather than the cookie here. Okay, so here let me just change this to this API key. Okay, which we have inside this environment variables. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here API key. Okay, and let's just typecast this to string, and then the content type. Okay, so here this is going to be the application slash JSON. So this is going to be pretty standard. Okay, and the remaining it's going to be same. Now here in place of just returning this text object, I'm just going to return empty text. Okay, and also here we can just collect this this result into content. Okay, so I'm just going to destructure this content from our endpoint. Okay, let's just collect this and let's return this content as the output from this function. Okay, and also wherever we are referring, I can just rather than restructuring, this will be actual output for this thing. Okay, so this is how we can change directly calling to the backend API rather than creating a wrapper API inside this and using that API inside that and then using that API here to mitigate those actions series of steps. You can do it this way as well. Okay, so we made change in there, and also now let's go to this API text recognition route. Okay, so this one, so I just wanted to here we are trying to get this URL from this request body. Let's do one thing. So I'm first, let's get this the ID. Okay, so basically this using the user unique ID, so using this session object. Okay, this user dot ID. So once I have this, I'm just going to get this the unique ID and text. So basically here now instead of having this parsing page, we'll move up this save whatever we have, this logic we can move up here. Okay, so just refactoring again. Okay, so it's optional step for you can either choose to have or also just continue to the next section, which I'll be proceeding is the adding the text classification section. Okay, so here once I get this, okay, let's just remove this and also this part as well. So I can just do one thing. I can just copy from here. So let's me just copy this whole part and get back to this. Okay, and here I can just replace this completely with whatever we had there. Okay, and here I'm just going to import this Prisma. Okay, and then this status as well from Prisma client. Okay, so this is pretty much same with the thing which we have written. Okay, fine. And now the referring, wherever we were referring in our components, that is the text recognition pipeline. In this thing, I can just remove this thing and make just a straightforward call to this endpoint, and I can just delete this now. Okay, so that's how writing more wrappers it's going to reduce for you if you follow this route. Okay, yeah, and if you go and do it the same thing, it's going to happen. So there is not going to be much change in the functionalities, and the output that we see, it's going to be pretty much the same. Okay, and also in this we can just the data extraction page, we can just go back and add the div styling. So here in this section, the page, we did not add this thing, so I'm just going to add in some styling. I mean, the make it as a flex column and make it occupy this full height. Okay, same thing for this page ID page as well. So I just have to add in the let's just remove this fragment. Okay, and here I'm just going to add in the same thing, flex display, and direction to be column, and let's give the height to be full of the screen. Okay, so that is a change. So if you just want, I can just showcase you the same. Okay, uh, so here let's just go in here, and this time let's just take in this ID. Okay, I'm just taking in the different ID. So here now, instead of this, let me pass in this, and this is going to be the text recognition. Okay, so now okay, so we are not able to find this route. Okay, fine, let's just try to go into this. Okay, maybe I deleted that, there's a reason. Okay, let's, this is the text recognition, and then the ID page, this one. Okay, fine, let's go back. Okay, let's try to go in here. Yeah, okay, fine. So there is, so something went wrong. So if you see, if something goes wrong to load the page, this is how we'll see the error component which we have created. Just something went wrong and failed to fetch data, and we can just try it again. Okay, so here the issue is the API calls are failing. I mean, we are failed to fetch data. Okay, this one, here there is an issue with this. Okay, for now let me just comment this one as well. Let me just comment, and let's just try to check this. Let me try to load it again. Okay, this is acting weird. I mean, here we'll have to load in this URL. Let me try to get this UID. Okay, let's go back. Okay, basically there we are not able to make the API call. Okay, that is the reason we are not getting the URL and also extract the text thing. Let's just test it again. Fine, yeah, now it's working fine. So basically sometimes it takes time to reload. You can just restart again. Okay, that's not an issue. But you see, with the new ID, so now if you just see for this ID there is no text. Okay, so clicking on this, it should save this text into that record. Okay, so if I just go ahead and let's try to refresh this. Okay, I mean, here you can see here this text has written. So just the way we wanted server side fetching, rather than having our API wrapper and using that API inside our the components, can be reduced. But that's also good way. It's never the best way. This is the best way and all. You can choose whichever the thing you want. So now let's try to go ahead and try to add in this classifying step in the data extraction. So for that, let's try to add the route. Okay, so I just showcased one example for server side fetch, but I just wanted to go ahead with this client side handling itself. Okay, Now inside this API section, I'm just going to create in here this new folder. Let's just have this as classification, and inside this let's have this route file created. Okay, so here this is going to be post out again. So let's we can just copy from the things that I have, and I'm just going to make tweaks accordingly, so rather than writing it from scratch. Okay, so here the this thing is going to remain the same, and first let me get the text from the body that we receive to classify. Okay, and here if there is no text, okay, the error message that will be providing is no text provided. So we can just make tweaks here, and we'll send back the status code as 400. Okay, and also here we can just remove this, and now here let's just make the call here. Let's make a call to our endpoint. So here this fetch, this is going to be localhost 3000. Okay, and here the endpoint is v1, then the structured data. Okay, and here the JSON controller and the classification route. So this is the thing, and here we'll have to provide in your method details. Okay, this is the post. Okay, and the headers I can just copy, I guess, from this text, I mean the signed URL. Okay, fine, no issues. We'll just try to, yeah. So in headers I'm just going to have in this so let's take this from here. Okay, so yeah, let me just have this, and here this is going to be the headers API key along with the content type, and now the body that will be passing in. Okay, so here let's try to stringify this body. Okay, here the thing that will be sending here is the API key first, the model API key. So here this is going to be the OpenAI API key. Okay, so let's just typecast this to a string. Okay, and then the name of the model. So I'm just going to have in here passed in GPT 3.5 turbo. Okay, fine, and then the categories to be passed. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in here the categories as the receipts, credit card statements. Okay, and the invoices. Fine, and then the text that will be passing to categorize into each of this class. Okay, and finally here after we make the API call, we will just have this if response is not okay and all. So if this checks, if this is not okay, so we will just return the let me just copy this, and I'm just going to change the message and the status code. So here instead of this I'm just going to have in here this error, and let's just pass in whatever the text that we get from the response above response object. Okay, so let me just pass in that. So here the status text. Okay, and here the status, I'll just send whatever the status we receive from the API call. Okay, after this if everything went well, so I'm just going to get this classification from the above response. Okay, so once we get this let me just remove this completely. So once we get that, and here I'm just going to send in here this classification and along with the status as 200. Okay, so this is the endpoint to help us classify the given text that we wanted. So we can just remove the unwanted the imports. Okay, from here. Now the endpoint is added. So now we'll have to make use of this inside the next thing. So that is in the I'm just going to create make use of this inside the classification section. So in the data extraction pipeline, okay, so that we are going to handle inside this components data extraction pipeline. First thing, we will try to create the list of constant categories, which is the receipts, credit card statements and invoices, and then we'll try to make a call to the endpoint we have written, and then collect the classification that we get and try to showcase in this. So there will be a lot of changes in here. First thing, let's create in here this new function. So I'm just going to create in here this new function. Let's just name this as classify text, and here we'll be receiving the unique ID along with that text to classify. Okay, so let me just destructure them, this unique ID and then the text, same thing. So here this string, okay, and the text, which is again the type string. Okay, so once we have this, as I said, I'm just going to prepare in here this constant categories list, okay, with the object having the value and the name of it. Okay, so here these name, okay, value, okay, and here this as well. So this is going to be this credit card statements, okay, and the name. So here I'm just going to have in here this name as card statement, and finally the last one, the invoices. Okay, so I can just have in here this invoices, and the name I'm just going to specify it as the invoice. Okay, so once we have this, let's make here the function call to our API. So I'm just going to create the function get classification, and here let's just make the call to that endpoint. Okay, so I'm just going to make in here this call to the endpoint, which is the classification, and we'll have to specify here this method. So it is the post and the body. So let's just stringify this text that we receive, and I'm just going to pass in this text. Okay, so once we make an API call, so if this result is not okay, so I'm just going to throw in here this error. Okay, so here I'm just going to throw in error saying that failed to classify text. Okay, so if everything went well, so we'll try to collect the classification. Okay, I'm just going to destructure this classification and then the confidence that we will be getting from that endpoint. Okay, and here let's just response.json. Okay, and I'm just going to specify in here the type for this. So classification, which is going to be string here. Okay, and then the confidence, so this is going to be the number. Okay, so fine. So once we get that, okay, so if the confidence is less than 50, I'm just going to say return the other category, else we are just going to return the classification text that we received. Okay, so that is the thing. Okay, and now here let's just have the state variable to keep the track of the status, that is whether it is complete or active or it failed or something like that, and also the text to capture the classification thing. So I'm just going to have in here the two state variables. Let's by default let's assign this the values, let's here specify here this active, or it can be the complete, okay, or this failed. Okay, so and default I'm just going to assign here this active, okay, and the other state variable to keep the classification text noted down. Okay, so let's just have this thing, and by default I'm just going to specify the value as the other. Okay, fine. And once now the above function call will make that handle call inside our user effect. So as soon as this component gets mounted, we'll make a call to this endpoint. Okay, so here inside this user effect I'm just going to get this classify. Okay, so here let's try to handle this inside this try catch block. So let's try to get this category by making a call to above function, which is the get classification. So here once we get, I'm just going to set this category into our classification variable. Same thing, the complete status I'll be updating if something went wrong. Okay, so in the catch block I'm just going to set the status back to failed. Okay, fine. And here once, and let's just trigger this function, and here as soon as it gets mounted we'll have this user effect triggered. And here the UI part. Okay, so basically here I'll just have the UI which is going to say something like classifying text, and also showcase based upon the status different icons. And if it's active we'll just have something like text is being processed or classified or something like that. And if it's complete, we'll just showcase the output that we got from the API call and all. So basically this is to showcase the complete thing, so you'll understand why is this needed. Okay, so let's wrap everything inside this div. First let's just have this inside this div, and here I'm just going to have this styling dynamically based upon the status variable. So if status is complete, okay, I'm just going to have in here the text color to be lighter one. Okay, if or else I'm just going to have something like 700 color. Okay, and the text size, let's make it to be extra large, and also font type I just wanted to make it to be a medium. Okay, so here let me just close this div. So now inside this div we'll have the step one, so span. I'm just going to have this emphasize the bold, and here the text, it's going to be the step one. This is what we'll be having inside this span, and which is the classifying text, right? So let me just specify the same in this span, okay, which is classifying text. Okay, so and here we'll have the icons rendered. So basically if the status is active, okay, if depending on each status we'll have to showcase the separate icons. Okay, so first let's just try to have this pinner. Okay, so and the styling for this width I'm just going to have set it to 6, and margin left and bottom let's say a 0.5, and height I just wanted to set the auto height and animate spin effect. And the display, let's just have this inline block. So this is going to be icon if the status is active. Okay, so if the status is complete, okay, then the icon that will be showcasing would be different. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this check circle inside. Okay, so that we will try to add in to our things, but for now let's just have this thing whatever we have. Later we can change that. Okay, so that's not a big issue. So for now I'm just going to set this check circle, and the let's add the stroke of width. Okay, I'm just going to add in the thing. Okay, and the styling, let's have this green color because it is completed, indication that it's completed. And width, I'm just going to have it 6. Okay, same thing. Let's just add the margin bottoms and left and height, and the inline block display. Okay, this is for status complete. Okay, and I'm just going to close this, copy this thing, and do it for the other thing as well. So now for the failed thing, if it is failed, okay, we will showcase here the close icon. Okay, and also here instead of the green color will indicate the red color, indicating something has gone wrong. Okay, so that is the thing. Okay, fine. And that was showcasing the step. Okay, and after this div we will have the step description. Okay, so maybe here the status, so if it is active, so this is for showcasing the description of it. So I'll just wrap inside this p tag. Okay, so here I'm just going to have in here this text color slate color. Okay, and text to be a smaller size and a margin at the top, and also let's add a margin at the bottom. Width, let's restrict it to 64, and I just wanted to apply this leading snug. Okay, fine. And inside this span, okay, let's wrap everything inside this balancer. And the text, it's going to be like the text is being classified. Okay, and I'm just going to say like this might take a few seconds. Okay, so that's what I'll be having. So let me just copy this, and we'll make tweaks according to various status. So the next for the complete thing, so here let me change the status to complete. Okay, and here let's emphasize the text color to be 700, and also here let's just change this like text the I'm just going to have in here as text classified as. And now inside this I'll just have one more span. Okay, and let's have this emphasized. Okay, that is semi bold, and also let's add some margin top. Now here we will use this categories list that we have created, and I'm just going to find in the category based upon the classification that we got, and I'll just try to showcase the name. Okay, fine. If we have not found anything, I'm just going to display in here this other. Okay, so that is the thing. And after this thing, basically here if the classification is other, we will have again please specify the correct category, because our source not able to put into correct bucket, right? So I'm just going to add in this p tag. Okay, 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 so here there is an issue. So let's do one thing. I'm just going to wrap this inside this div, both the p tags that I wanted to add. Okay, and maybe I can just wrap inside this div, and so that I can, and also let me just move this styling to this about div here. Okay, yep, and now I can just have in here one more p tag, so that we don't see any issue. Fine, yeah. So inside this, depending upon this classification, so here this classification, if it is equals to other, okay, then we'll have this showcased. So which is the inside this pan, okay, inside this balancer I'm just going to have this like please specify the correct category. Okay, so or I'm just going to have in here one more thing, so that is again inside this spanner, okay, this balancer, please confirm if it's correct or not. Okay, so let's just have this apostrophe. Okay, so yep, fine. So this is the text that just I wanted to showcase. And finally for the failed thing, so here this failed thing, I'll just have the text as let's say like the text could not be classified and all. So here I'm just going to say here the text could not be classified. Okay, please specify the correct category. Okay, so that's what I just wanted to showcase. Okay, and now after this thing, so first we had the text in a step title, and then for the step description, and this is for step drop down. Okay, so here this we will have the select component. So basically here if the status is not active, we will have this component render. So I'm just going to use this select component, so maybe I'll have to add in that. So let me just add in this component. Okay, the select component. So once we had that, we can just make use of that and display the list of options inside this select section. Okay, I know this is quite big component, but that's how the things will work the way we wanted. Okay, so I'll just it's installing select component, so I'll just add in this select component once it is done. So it's added, so now I'll just import the same. Okay, so select, okay, from this components. Okay, here first thing on value change. Okay, so here let's get this value that we are trying to select. So here if the status is equals to failed, I'm just going to set the status to complete. Okay, and then let's just update our classification variable. Okay, so and the default value, let's just depends upon this classification variable. So if this is equals to other, I'm just going to have this no default value, else we'll just have this default value. Okay, so now inside this select component, the trigger, the select trigger. Okay, let's have this width to be full. Okay, and here this select value, the placeholder, I'm just going to set this to be like select a category. Okay, fine. And now the content, the main thing, so the select content. Okay, so here we'll just iterate through the list of the categories that we have just created above, and just try to get the category name. Okay, and let's wrap that inside this select item thing. Okay, so here this key, it's going to be the category dot value, and the value I'll just set this to category dot value. Okay, fine. And here the showcasing, it's going to be the name. So this is how we'll showcase the each category name inside this select item. Okay, so that is the select component. And now the next step is the actions step. Okay, so this is where the button I mean kind of you can say a link component. Okay, for canceling and also for confirming. Okay, so I'll just wrap inside this div. Okay, so let's have this display to be flex and gap of 2, and let's add margin at the top. And here let's wrap everything inside this link component. Okay, and the styling for this, let's me use this cn utility, and I'm just going to apply all the button variants. And this time let's apply this variant secondary. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to add in this width to be full. And here navigating back to our dashboard, if he just clicks on this, okay, so the text of this, it's going to be cancel. Okay, and finally the button which is going to confirm. Okay, so here if the status is not equals to active, okay, then that is when we'll showcase this button component. Okay, so here let's disable. This will depend upon the categories. Okay, so basically I'm just going to find that category. So if the c dot value is equals to classification is equals to undefined, so then this will be disabled. If not, it will be enabled. Okay, and the styling for this, let's just apply this with full. Okay, fine. And the text of this button. Okay, so here inside this, so I'm just going to have in here the text to be confirm. So this is going to be the text of this button. So I think this component has become too big. Maybe it's better if we try to move it to okay, if we try to move it to the different file. So I'll move that. So basically, okay, so this is the classify text component. Okay, and now here in the data extraction pipeline, we'll have some props here, the data. Okay, so which will have unique id, file name on the text. Okay, so here let me just have this thing. Okay, so this will have this unique id which is a string. Okay, and then the file name, so which is the string again, and the text string. And here I'm just going to destructure the same the data part. Okay, so once I have that, okay, and here let's add in the styling display for this and all. So basically let's just remove this margin at the top. Okay, and I'm just going to make this display to be flex and direction to be column, and apply this flex grow, and also the items to be centered, and justify also I'm just going to center them. Okay, fine. And now inside this let's have this icon. So here I'm just going to have in this icon for the sparkle. So basically I will have to add in the svg, which I will, but for now I'm just going to add in this spinner. Okay, so this sparkles, it's going to look good, which I will add. Okay, so and here this stroke width, let's just set this to 0, and the styling for this width I just want it to be 24. Okay, and margin bottom. Okay, and also the height, let's just set auto. And if it's 2 times extra large screen, I just wanted negative margin at the top. Okay, so and the normally let's just have the 32 negative margin. Okay, and here we can just use this the classify step component. So maybe I just have to give that the capital character. Okay, so here, so that we can use this as a component. Okay, so now let's go here. So here I'm just going to use this classify text For this we'll have to pass in this unique id. So here this is going to be data dot unique id, okay, and the text, okay, so here the text, it's going to be this data dot text, okay, so this is the classify text, okay, and maybe we can just remove the rest of the things. So this is the data extraction pipeline thing. And now the sparkles icon, maybe I'll just add that, okay, and yeah, so this is how what I just wanted to showcase, okay. Maybe now if we go to this the usage wherever we are this data extraction pipeline, so in our data extraction part, so if you just see here this one, we will have to use this. So basically let's go to this data extraction, this section, okay, and now I will have to make changes for this. First thing, we should try to get the extraction data, so that is by making a call to our extraction table, okay. So since however this is server side component, we can just make an asynchronous call here. So that is let me just make here one function. So let's just name this as get extraction data, okay, and here I'm just going to pass in the unique id for this, okay, and also here let's try to get the session, okay. So we will use this get server session, okay, and pass in this auth options, and if there is no session, okay, we will just throw this error, okay, with the message that cannot the authenticate user. So that's what we'll be throwing if you don't find any session. And first let's try to get this user unique id, okay, by just using this session object, the id, okay. So now let's try to get the extraction data. So here I can get this extraction data by querying using the id and the status, okay. So here let's use this Prisma. So I'll just import this, okay, Prisma from here, okay, and now the extraction, okay. So here this find first, okay, and here the where query params, okay, the id. So id here it's going to be the unique id and also the user id. So here this is going to be this, and the status, so status will be in this extract to extract phase, okay. So this is what will be our query params, okay. So here if there is no extraction data, okay, so I'm just going to throw this error, okay, saying that failed to fetch data, okay, fine. And if everything went well, I'm just going to return the file name and the text of this extraction thing. So here this file name, I'm just going to get this extraction dot file name, okay, and then the text, okay. So here the text would be nothing but this extraction dot data dot text, okay, and let's just typecast this to a string. So this is what will be returning. And also now let's make this to be a asynchronous function so that we can make a call to the above function, okay. And also here the params, which is going to be unique id. So here I'm just going to destructure the same. So here this param ids, which will have this unique id, the string, okay, yeah. And here let's try to get this data. So I'll just make call to the above function, which is the get extraction data, and just pass in this params dot unique id. So once I have that, we will have to pass in the props to this component, so the data. So here this unique id, so here I'm just going to pass in this params dot unique id, and then the file name which we'll be getting from the API call, so the data dot file name, and finally the text. So here the data dot text. So this is how we'll be passing the props to this data extraction pipeline. Okay, so fine. And now maybe if we just go and check this page, we should be able to see this. Okay, data extraction page. Okay, so let's try to check this out. And also we need to add this the icon for the sparkles. I'll just add that. So let's just jump on to this output. Okay, so here this data extraction thing, so let me try to refresh this. Okay, there is some issue. Let's try to better. Sometimes it takes time to load it, so it's better if you try to refresh this. Okay, okay, now let's try to refresh it again. Okay, it's loading. Now we see module build error, but let's wait for it to load, or you can just see it's just compiling. Okay, so let's just, yeah, so you can see this is what I wanted to showcase, the steps that we added. Step 1 was the classifying text, and that is where you see it has failed. So we see it has failed. Maybe that's when we just go manually and try to select. Okay, so in this case, let's just say it has something like this. Okay, and then we change back the status to the complete. Okay, and now when once I click on confirm, so here what is happening. So here we have this, if you just go back to this data extraction pipeline component. Okay, so here is the button confirming. So basically we are not doing anything, so that's the reason. Okay, but ideally we'll go to the next phase. Okay, so which we will handle that. Okay, so but at least you saw the thing that I wanted to showcase. Okay, so maybe now it's better if I try to add that sparkles svg icon, and then we'll move ahead with the step 2 of data extraction. Okay, fine, you just saw the step 1, so which was the classifying text. Okay, so we'll go ahead with the step 2, but first I wanted to add in the icon. So I just added in these sparkles icons, simply the svg things. I'll just have all those in the description or the link that I'll be sharing, so no need to worry about that. So it's just the svg icon I just added. So maybe now we will just go to this data extraction pipeline, and here instead of this spinner, maybe I can just use this sparkles now. And let's try to check this out, how it's going to look. Okay, so here going to the output, so you see this is what I was talking about. So maybe if I just refresh, you'll understand what I was talking about. Okay, so here I just wanted to do it for different ID, so this is the thing. Okay, so that's when at least we will see this refresh. Okay, so let's try it out. Okay, so this is the sparkles icon I wanted to. So if you just select this, you have this. Now we'll work on the second step. Okay, so of this data extraction part. Okay, and let's just go back. Okay, first thing I just wanted to move this the classify step to separate component, because that's too much. The component was too big. Okay, so here let me just create in here the new file. Let's just have this as classification step. Okay, and here I'm just going to take this from the data extraction pipeline, the function whatever we had for this classified text. Maybe I'll just copy, then we'll remove from there. Okay, so here let's just copy all of this thing, and all the imports will have to, and also we'll have to export this. Okay, so I'm just going to export, and also here let's just rename this to classification step. Okay, and the here the things it's going to be little different, the props that will be sending to this component, the text, okay, and along with that the callback function which is going to trigger the update category thing. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this as an update category, and now in place of this unique ID, so we'll have this update category callback function which is going to update the category. So here the string, fine, and this the categories, and then the function to just, and also let's just import all of the things. Okay, we have a lot of things to be imported. First was the balancer that we are using, and then the CN utility thing, and then the icons, okay, and the select component. So basically here the select, okay, then the select content, select trigger, select value, select item. Okay, fine, and then the link component from next link. Okay, and the final thing is the button and those variants. Okay, so this button variants. Okay, fine, and now let's just make use of this update category. So this category is, it's going to remain same, and also the function which is going to get the classification, it's also going to remain the same. Okay, and here we'll have to import this use state, okay, for the status, okay, and the thing, and also this use effect. Okay, fine, so this is going to be pretty much the same. Okay, so I'm not going to touch most any of it. Okay, the only thing is now we'll have to here this button on click, we are not doing anything on this button. Now here on click thing, I will be updating the, triggering this callback function, the update category, and send back this classification value, and I'm just going to set this status to confirmed. Okay, so I'll just have to add in this value. That's the reason we see the error there. So basically now the I'll just add in here one more thing, which is the confirmed. Okay, so we'll add in this new thing, so confirm. Okay, yep, yeah, so that is the thing, so it's going to remain the same. So this is our classification step component. So now if we just go to this the data extraction pipeline, I'm just going to completely remove this component. Okay, and we can we just move this component to the different file. Okay, so now here let's have in the let's first remove all the useless imports. Okay, this balancer, okay, and the CN multi-step, okay, whatever we are not using, maybe once we are using, I can just get those things back. So first thing is we will have two state variables, one to keep track of this step of the data extraction that we are in, and to keep track of the category that we got from the classification component which we have just created. Okay, so here I'm just going to have in here these two steps, two variables. Okay, so here this is by default, I'm just going to set it to 1, and the category, okay, so let's just set this category to the other initially. Okay, so once we have, so inside this use effect, I'm just going to if this category is not equals to the other, I'm just going to set the step back to the 1. Okay, update the value to 1. So this is going to completely depend upon this category. So as soon as the category changes, we're going to update this step to 1. Okay, and now here we will use this classification text. So here let's just rename this to step. Okay, so that it makes more sense. Classification step. Okay, so I can just import the same, and here this update category. So here I'll just going to pass in this get category of function, and text here this is going to be this data dot text. Okay, this is the classification step, and the now I will remove this, and now we'll focus on the step 2 parts. Step 1, we just refactored the component to separate file and making use of it here. Okay, next is the extraction step. So for that also I'm just going to create in a new component like we did for the classification step. So here let's just create the new file. So I'm just going to name this as extraction step. Okay, so here maybe it's better if I just copy this, and we'll make tweaks to this accordingly. Okay, so here let's just have this. So first thing, the component name, it's going to be the extraction step. Okay, so here the extraction step. Okay, and no props for this, so I'm just going to remove completely the props whatever we have for now, and also this category, all those things. So let's just remove this categories list and the asynchronous API function call. So this the status will have, and will not have this classification, so I'm just going to remove this, and also no use effect, so I'm just going to remove this. And first thing, this is going to be pretty much same, except that we'll make tweaks to the steps that we are adding. Step 2 it's going to be, and here now instead of classifying text, okay, so it's going to be extracting the structured data. Okay, so here let's just pass in this extracting structured data. Okay, and now if the status is active, okay, I'm just going to have the same thing. Okay, and here as well, so this icons and all, everything is going to remain same, only the text that will be showcased will be different. Maybe here we'll have to add in new icons, which I will eventually add, but not right away. Okay, and here the when is it's active, the description that will be showcasing is data is being extracted rather than classified. So I'm just going to change this to extracted and structured. Okay, so here let me change this to structured. Okay, and here inside one more span, maybe if we want we can add more text. Okay, so I'm just going to add this thing. So here let's say this might take a while depending on the size of the text. Okay, so this is what we'll just showcase if it's active. And in the complete thing, so I'm just going to completely remove here everything. Okay, so I mean the span we had. So now here inside this balancer, I'm just going to have here the data has been correctly extracted. So I'm just going to extracted and structured. Okay, fine. And now here the other step for confirmed. Okay, so here I'll just remove this completely, this one, so no longer need this. Okay, so for the failed thing, and the text that I'll be having here is the text could not be classified let's I'm just going to say this as could not be extracted. Okay, and we will remove this. Okay, fine. And if it is confirmed, maybe for that also we need to handle, but for now I'm just not going to, I mean this one. So here confirmed, for now let's just leave it as blank. Okay, I'll come back to this. Okay, and now let's this one, now let's just remove this. And now here this will be rendered only if the status is not confirmed. Okay, so I'm just going to add in this condition check for this link component. Okay, and yeah, and here this is not active and also the not confirmed. Okay, so here, okay, and here whatever we had this disabled and all stuff, I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and the on click, I'm just going to for now have this set status to be confirmed. Okay, so this is going to be a second step. Okay, so basically let's just remove all of the things, unused things here in our thing. Okay, so now let's just go to here, and here if this step is equals to 2, okay, then I'll be having this extraction step component render. Okay, so you can just see this in live action now. So I'm just going to go in here. So here select this some component, so clicking on this, it's going to update our state to the 2, and we'll see the other component which we just added. Okay, so this is the other component. So here did I not change the thing? Okay, so let's just go back. Okay, so here in this I did change, but okay, okay, here we are still will be still seeing this. Okay, and we will style it. Okay, but this is what I just wanted to. Okay, so once we click on that confirm, it's going to give us the classification that we got, and also the update this step to the thing. Okay, so basically now the category that we have. Okay, and the step also we are not updating the step, that's the reason. Okay, so I'll come back to this, but you just understand the segregation of classification text and then the extraction text. Maybe there might be some misses in the component that I have just created. We'll just have a look at it, and then okay, so now we'll try to add in some styles for the two components which we have just added. So let's first I'll just add some timeout here while we are trying to make for this. Okay, so here let's just have this promise. Let's just add some timeout for this. So I'm just going to use this set timeout, and for let's say for 1 second. Okay, yep, and also I mean this whatever this step I was talking about. Okay, maybe wrap inside we'll do some styling for this. So that is let's just add in for this the border and all those stuffs. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this the dynamic thing. So let's just add first the thing. So I just want the border and also the rounded larger. Okay, and let's have this border color, the slate color. So I'm just going to set in this slate color, and let's have padding in the x direction and also in the y direction, and let's just have this background set to white. Okay, so that's the styling for our main div. Okay, and here I just wanted everything off. I mean, let's just have one more div inside this. Okay, so whatever we had, so let's do one thing. So I'm just going to undo this thing. Okay, so what I meant to do is I wanted to wrap this div, I mean this whole part. Okay, so basically this one inside one more div. Okay, so basically here I'm just going to add in those things which I had. Okay, so this border, this rounded, okay, so thing, and also the border color, so which is the slate color. Okay, and this padding in the x direction and y direction, let's just set 3, and background I'm just going to have this white. Okay, and I just wanted everything to be wrapped inside this thing. Okay, so here or else let's do one thing. Okay, so yeah, so I'll just wrap everything inside this. Okay, so basically let's take this everything and have it inside this. Maybe we can do a lot of things in here, but yeah, for now that's the thing. Okay, and the other things that we wanted to, we can just go ahead and make the changes. Okay, and also the status is for the description thing. Okay, so we'll yeah, I'm just going to keep it as it is. Okay, I just don't want much of a change. Okay, so here this okay, let's just leave as it is for now, but I just wanted to make a lot of changes. Okay, and also now in the extraction step, so if we just go back to this extraction step. Okay, I just wanted this confirmed to be I just don't want this status here confirmed thing, so I think it's enough with the complete thing. Okay, and now okay, so here we'll make a lot of changes so that we'll try to have it visible once we try to change this step. Okay, we'll have your shadow effect. Okay, so that looks good, so let's try to add that in this component, the extraction step. So in here first I just wanted to add in the tailwind config the drop shadow. Okay, so here I just wanted to yeah, I'm just going to add in here this drop shadow. Okay, and here let's just add in here the custom. Okay, so 0 minus 6 pixel. Okay, and then 12 pixel, and I'm just going to add in this RGBA. Okay, so 0 comma this black alpha. Okay, fine, and yeah, and let's have this delimiter comma. Okay, so this is the drop shadow custom. So now we'll try to make use of this inside our the extraction step component. So if I just go here, first thing is here also I'm just going to have a div. Okay, so basically here let's have for this main div the some negative margin at the top. Okay, so basically here I'm just going to have 16, and also if it's a bigger screen, okay, then let's just have here less negative margin at the top. Okay, then after this, now we will have that div. Okay, so here let's just have the same border, and I'm just going to have this rounded thing, and then the border slate color, and let's have some padding x and padding y direction. Okay, and then I'm just going to apply this job drop shadow custom thing which we just added, and then background I'm just going to add in this white color. Okay, so now inside this I'm going to have in the div. Okay, so basically this one, so let's just take this. Okay, and I just wanted to completely wrap inside this. So all of this, so here let's take all of these things, okay, like we did. So here maybe I'll just remove this confound part. Okay, and this one too I'll remove this. Okay, so let's just take this, I mean this completely, and have this wrapped inside this div. Okay, so we'll make changes here, and first thing I just here doesn't want to apply here based on this condition. Okay, so basically let's just remove this. I'm just going to remove completely this dynamic styling with the CN utility. Okay, so we'll just have this here. Okay, and remove this. Okay, so the other things, the status active, complete, the icon will remain same, and here as well the whatever we had, I'm just going to leave that as it is. Okay, and if it's a complete, we'll just have that. Okay, everything is going to remain same, and now here the status is not confirmed. I'll just remove this completely. So basically here let's just remove this condition check. Okay, so I can just remove this one as well. Fine, and here as well let's just remove this conformed thing. We'll just have this, and also here in place of this conformed, I'm just going to have this complete back. Okay, and here it's going to be instead of conform, I'm just going to change this to continue. Okay, so that's the change in here. Okay, so basically yeah, now let's try to see this out. Okay, I just wanted to check this out. So now let me just refresh this. Okay, so this is the thing. Okay, it did fail, I don't know why. We'll check that, maybe some API calls, or yeah, we'll check that out. Okay, so basically yeah, I will check this. Okay, but for now I'm just going to select in here, let's say this as a thing. Okay, so once I click on this, this is where the problem is. I'm not able to see this properly. Okay, let's just try to check this inside our elements. Okay, so here if I just have this, okay, let's do one thing. I just wanted to set this to step in this data extraction pipeline. So let's just set this step to 2. Okay, and let's see how this component is visible. Okay, fine. Okay, this is what I just wanted to showcase in this way. So you just saw at least now. Okay, step if it is 2. Okay, this is how it will be visible. We'll make changes to the styling and also And also here in the extraction step, maybe I forgot to remove this. Yeah, I'll just remove this brackets, and maybe now, yeah, the cancel button. So basically one status is not active, then we will see maybe here for cancel also I should put, I think fine. So that's not an issue. So basically if status is not active, then we'll have this continue button showcased, and that's fine. Okay, so here we do have some issues. Okay, we'll check that out. Okay, maybe while we are clicking on that confirm, we are supposed to set the category, send the category from this to the parent component. Okay, so then we will know that we'll have to update the thing. So here what's happening, because it's failing in this thing, the data extraction pipeline, if category is not equals to other, then we are setting the step to 1. Okay, else we are not doing anything. So this is where we should take care of that, so which we will. Okay, but you saw the component that we are trying to showcase here. So this is how it will be trying to look. Okay, so I'll just changing back this to 1. Okay, and now we'll no longer see that. Okay, fine. Yeah, and also now the thing, okay, this is pretty good is what I feel. Okay, so what we will do, let's have the cleaner animation of each step properly. So for that, what I'm thinking to do is, first thing, let's have this categories moved to this data extraction pipeline rather than having here. Okay, so basically we have in that, I think, classification step, right? Okay, so I will move this to main classification, data extraction thing. So here let me just copy for now, maybe later I'll delete from here. Okay, so this I just wanted to have in here, this categories, and then here for classification step and all, the categories I wanted to pass it from here rather than having the list there, so that we can tweak in here. Okay, so I'm just going to add this param, no need to worry about that. Okay, and that is going to remain same. And here for extraction thing, I am just going to add in this additional category props for this. So basically this is going to find the category from this list. Okay, so here this, based on this, we are going to send this category to this component. So we'll have to make changes in both of these places, so we'll make that. Okay, so that's not a big deal. So first let's go to this classification step. So now let's completely remove this. We will just pass in this as a prop, so no need to worry about that. So here I'm just going to add in this categories, and now here this categories, it's going to be let's just define its type. This is going to be the object with the value, the string, and then the name. Okay, so here then this is going to be array of this object. Okay, fine, that's this type. And now we should not see any issue here. Okay, and also here let's just increase this threshold. Okay, let's just say if it's less than 60, I'm just going to update, or else I'm just going to have this classification written. And also let's wrap this every this one inside the motion div. Okay, rather than the this div. So I'm just going to add in here this framer motions div. Okay, so here let's just import that framer motion, import motion from framer motion. Okay, so this has to be destructured. Okay, fine. And even this one too, I'm just going to add in this also to be framer motion, and just let's add this layout. Okay, so layout, I'm just going to set this to position, and the remaining it's going to be the same. Okay, and then while we are trying to close this this div, so let's just let's try looking for, yeah, these are already updated, so no need to worry about that. Okay, fine. Maybe I missed some styling and all, that's not a big deal. Okay, let's do one thing. This step action, so that I just wanted to move this out of this. Okay, so here I just want it to be here. Okay, fine. So now I think looks decent for me. So here this is the select. Okay, yeah, fine. Yeah, this should do thing. Okay, so now let's just go to the extraction step as well. So we do see some issue here. Okay, yeah, on the extraction step I'm just going to add in this props for this. So here same thing, so this is going to have this category props. Okay, and the type should be, okay, the type for this is the object with the value and then the name with the string. Okay, and yeah, this is going to be the type of this category. And now here I'll just have this use effect. Okay, so basically here I'm just going to use this set timeout. Okay, and here set status, I'm just going to set this to complete. Okay, and let's just give 5 seconds for this. Okay, and here the mounting of this component. Okay, so that is the change. And also this one too, I just wanted to make this one also the motion div. So let's just import the same from the framework motion. So I'm just going to have in here this motion. Let's have this from the framework motion. Okay, and in here let's just specify this layout. Okay, this layout to be the position. Okay, and the initially I'm just going to set this to hidden. Okay, and animate, let's just apply this show thing. And variance, okay, so here the variance for the hidden, let's just have in this here the opacity. So opacity set to 0, and the y position I'm just going to have this at 10. Okay, and the show thing, so here for show thing, opacity to be 1. Okay, and the y position, let's set it to 0. And transition, transition, so here this type I'm just going to specify here the transition to be a spring. Okay, and the delay of, let's say, 0.4. Okay, so this is going to be the variance. Okay, and then the viewport. Okay, so here after this let's just have this the viewport. Okay, so I'm just going to specify here once to be true. Okay, so this is the thing. Okay, and we just removed the div and use the motion.div in place of that. Okay, and also now here the wherever we are mentioning whenever the status is active, I just wanted here the text to be like let's just say instead of this I just wanted to restructure this sentence. I'm just going to say like the data is being structured. Okay, as and here let's just have below this one more span. Okay, and let's just give some styling for this. Font type I just wanted to make it as to be semi bold, and let's have margin left. Okay, and text color, let's have this to be a slate color. Okay, let's say 700. Okay, fine. And inside this span I'll just display this category name that we are receiving as a props. Okay, so that's what I wanted to showcase. And here let's bring this balance down. Okay, so here that's the thing. And also this one, the data has been, after this has been structured, extracted and structured. Below this p tag also, I just wanted to let's just remove this span wrapper. I don't think it doesn't make any sense for me. Okay, so here after this p tag, let's have one more the span where we will showcase the valid structure of this category has been created and also I'm just going to wrap this inside this span, and let's have this also wrapped inside this balancer. And the text here, that is what we'll be saying here, is the valid structure, okay, of your, let's just say font semi bold, and also here let's add some margin in the x direction, and the text color I'm just going to have this slate. Okay, let's say 700. Fine. So inside this I'm just going to have this category dot name, which we are receiving as a prop showcased. Fine. And maybe the other part. Okay, after this, okay, yeah, that's it. It's going to be, and now in place of this not equals to active, maybe it's better if I just showcase check for the status when it changes to complete. Maybe we'll have this showcased. Okay, fine. And also here I just wanted to have one more button which is kind of for retrying again if something went wrong. So let's just have this, and also here this is going to be motion.div. Okay, fine. So here if the status failed, okay, then only we'll be showcasing this button. And here I'm just going to, on clicking this, I'm just going to change back the status to active, and the text on this button, it's going to say to retry this. Okay, fine. So this is the changes in this. And also what is the issue again, we are still seeing I did just make changes, right? So category, we did I misspell it? No. Okay, okay, making sure that yeah, I understood this. I'm just going to make sure that it's not null. Okay, fine. So this is the change. Okay, so if you just wanted to have a look, okay, maybe I'm just going to change this. Okay, so we just wrapped inside this motion there, so you see at least it looks better. And if I just make this one step 2, so you can see this one as well. So let's just okay, so basically here we are supposed to pass category, right? So here if it's thing, I'm just going to say here something for now, or the receipts. Okay, let's just see. Yeah, okay, so yep, you see it's looking good, and the animation, the divs as well. Okay, okay, this did extract and it did pass. I don't know. So this is how it will be. Okay, and in case the status is fail and all, we will just have the button to showcase, which is going to showcase, and also here the category name and all will be passed in. So that's the valid structure of that will be showcased here. Okay. Fine. So this is how I just wanted to change the clear animation of each step. Okay, so now what is the thing left for us is the, like, for the whole process, I just wanted the animation for the whole process to be okay. So let's make changes accordingly. Basically here I'll try to I know the sparkles icon you see here, this also I just wanted it to be somehow help us in the animation, the thing we wanted to achieve. So better if I just have the sparkles icon component separately, and then I'll just attach that in the description or share in the link so that you can refer. I'm just going to have that component with the motion path and motion svg and all, which is going to help us transform and look like an animation of that sparkles icon, so which is going to look good. Let's just go ahead and add it, and let's go back. So I'm just going to add in that sparkles component in the icon section. Okay, so if you just see here, I'm just going to add in here this component. Okay, so this is the sparkles icon component, so just the motion svg. Okay, I will had the link for this, no need to worry about this. Okay, and all we have to do is, and I just have to import this motion from this frame or motion. Okay, fine, and everything should be good. So now we'll try to make use of this sparkles icon, and also here for this step component I just wanted to make some changes. So if I just go to this let's go to this step component, and here for the path. Okay, so this motion dot path, so wherever this one I just wanted to add in this variance, not this check variance. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in this complete. Okay, so this is the path length. I'm just going to add in this thing, and also for transition I'm just going to change the same for transition as well. So here for transition, so let's have this ease in so ease out effect. Okay, and then the type I just want it to be tween. Okay, so let's just specify the same. And for the delay, so here I'm just going to specify here delay of 0.2, and for the duration let's just have the 0.3. okay, so we can just go ahead and now remove these two things, because we know no longer I'm just moved that to instead of these things I just added it as individually, so I just don't want the separate constants for the same. Okay, and now we have to make use of that sparkles icon. So we will have that used here in this data extraction pipeline component. So basically here and also here I just wanted to have whether to know is this the LLM call or not. So for that also it's better if we try to maintain one state variable. So here I'm just going to, and also here I forgot to change this, it should be step 2. We have to update this step, right, if it's not other. So we should go to the next step. That means the category was correctly predicted, and the next we have to move up. So that is the reason we were not able to see, and I outcoded that to 2 initially. So maybe I'll change back this to 1. So now it should be working fine. That was the issue, so no need to worry. Yeah. And here this LLM call. Okay, and now here this the function to update this value. So initially I'm just going to set this to true itself. Okay, so let's just set this to true. Okay, and this one, and also now instead of this icon dot sparkles I'm just going to use this sparkles the icon. Okay, so here let's just styling for this. So basically it depends on this this LLM call. So if it's true, okay, I'm just going to have here opacity of 100. If not, I'm just going to have completely contrasting value, which is the 0. Okay, fine. And then let's add some width and height for this thing. So let's just have the width of 16. Okay, and height I'm just going to set this to auto, and let's have margin bottom. Transition I'm just going to have this opacity. Okay, and the duration let's just set 500 for this. And for larger thing I'm just going to have here the negative margin at the top, and normal thing let's just off of it. Okay, so that is the styling for this sparkles icon. So I can just go ahead and remove this. Okay, and also now I just wanted to add the additional props for this to update the LLM call value. Okay, so here let's just add this function, the callback function, to update this variable in this parent component from this child component. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in this callback function. We'll add this as well, same thing here as well. I'm just going to add this one, which is going to update that particular variable, which is the LLM call. Okay, so let's first go to this extraction step. Okay, I'm just going to add in here this set LLM callback function. So here this is going to be straightforward. So basically the boolean value it's going to emit, so that we can just update the value in the parent component which is consuming this child component. Okay, so now here in this use effect, okay, I'm just going to add in here one more timer. Okay, so here let's just set this. Okay, and here I'm just going to set LLM call to true. Okay, for let's say 500 milliseconds. Okay, and here as well I'm just going to set back this to false thing. Okay, yeah, that is the change here. And also we I think no need for this. Okay, I'm just going to change this. Okay, I'm just going to have less margin top. Okay, negative margin 12, and the same thing we'll have to do inside our the classification step as well. So let's just add the props first. So here this set LLM call. Okay, and here this is going to be the same thing. So here this LLM call, so boolean type. Okay, and this is going to be callback function. Okay, and here whenever we are making the get classification, so first thing I just wanted to make here is let's remove this no longer needed. Okay, so I'm just going to set this LLM call, okay, to true. Okay, and after we make successfully the call, okay, so here let me just set back the this one to false. Fine, so these are the two changes. Okay, so it should look good now. So let's just go ahead and try to see how it's going to look. Okay, hopefully now the animation for the whole process should look decent at least. Okay, so I'm just going back. Okay, and let's try to refresh this. Okay, so here it did fail. Okay, and this is the thing. And here let's try to see. I don't know why and this is not looking good. Okay, fine. Okay, so this is what I at least for now wanted to showcase. Maybe it's not to the what I expected, but at least looking good. So now the at least the styling part and all, maybe if you want enhancement further, we can have a look. Next, what we'll focus on is we'll try to add a route to handle the organized data extraction. Okay, that is, we'll try to add the schemas and then the endpoint which is going to extract the the format that we have specified. And also maybe we'll have to change the file that we have uploaded to S3, because for example we just uploaded the random file. Maybe I'll change that to we'll try to upload either the card receipts or invoices file and then try to play with it. Okay, so first thing, let's just go back. Okay, so going back, I just wanted to first add the schemas, so which is the important. So we need to have the schemas for three of the things. So I'll just showcase you one, so and others I'll just also I'm just going to not explain detailedly, but one, if I'm just going to explain how we are supposed to have the schemas. Okay, let me just collapse all of this. Okay, so here this thing, so here inside this library folder, and I'm just going to create in here this new folder. Let's just name this as LLM. Okay, and here let's just create here this new file called schema. So in this, first let's have the schema for the let's say the receipts schema. Okay, so here this is the receipt schema, and this is going to be an object with all the things that I wanted to have the properties inside this. One example I'm just going to show, and others I'm just going to paste in here, so that you'll know how to have the schema for particular categorization that you want. So let's go first with this receipt schema. So here first thing, we'll have to have this schema. Okay, So here the schema. Okay, so I'll just showcase you. So if you just go to the json schema.org, and there is an clearly explain how to create your first schema and the steps, what is all needed, schema definition, and how it's supposed to add the id schema and all. So like this I'm just going to prepare in this way. So let's just go here. Okay, you can change it to whatever the draft version you want. So if you just go in here, so I'll just showcase you here this draft 7.6, this particular things. Okay, let's just go for this. I'm just going to showcase you. It will work for all of the things, and there will be so here let's just change this to 07. Okay, and here I'm just going to have the schema. Okay, and here this the title property. So what is it, the title of our things. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this as it's a schema, and then the type of this. So you will have all the things here. So the properties that you wanted to have, creating a explanation and everything. How do you define properties and all. Okay, in what way you are supposed to define. So if you just go through this, you can understand more about that. Okay, I'm not going to detail in that. Okay, so here this type, it's going to be object, and then the additional properties. Okay, I'm just going to showcase you one. Okay, then if you want the whatever you want, you can just construct the way you wanted. Okay, and here this properties. Okay, so here first property is the number. So here this type, it's going to be a string. Okay, and the description of this. Okay, so here the description, it's going to say it as the number of the receipt. Okay, so here in this way. Okay, and then the category, here this category, it's going to be a type string. Okay, and here this description I'm just going to say it as let's just say for now this as category of the receipt. Okay, and here I'm just going to have it here, like let's say if the I'm just going to make this as enum. So basically if the category is not listed, okay, I'm just going to say here it as okay, use other. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to specify here the enum list. Okay, so here enum, I'm just going to give here for now few of the things, retail. Okay, so groceries. Okay, and then the restaurant, and then cafe or something like this. Okay, and let's say for now these are the list. Okay, other. Okay, then the date that we wanted to look for. Okay, so here this type, it's going to be of string. Okay, and the format. Okay, the format should be in the time format. Okay, and so sorry, it should be date. Okay, so the time is for the other property. Okay, and description, this I'm just going to say it as date of the receipt. Okay, so I'm just going to say here must be in the format of let's just specify here this year, month, and then date. Okay, so here next is the time thing. So here time is, this is going to be a time of type on string. Okay, and here this format, this is going to be time, and then the description. So here I'm just going to give here the description as okay, so the time of the receipt. Okay, I'm just going to say here must be in the format of this hours, then minutes, and then seconds. Okay, so that's the time thing. Okay, same way like from and also let's just have here this from, which is going to be string. Okay, and then the description. Okay, so here I'm just going to say here something like the name of the issuer of the receipt. Okay, fine, so this is the from. Okay, and then the items, Now here the item, so basically list of the items of the receipt. So this type it's going to be array, so I'm just going to specify some things, okay, and then later subtotal, tax, tip, total, and then the what are the things required to be present in the schema. So these are the things I'll just quickly mention this, okay. So here this type array, and here this description. So this is how the customized JSON schema that you wanted to achieve for any generic cases. This is how you are supposed to do it, okay. So here the list of, I'm just going to say here list of the items of the let's say the receipt, and here this items object, okay. The type I'm just going to have in here this as object, okay, and then the description, let's just say here this as the item of the receipt, okay. Then the additional properties, I'm just going to say it as false, okay. And here this properties list now, so let's just have this under description. This is going to be type string, okay, and the description, I'm just going to say here this description of the item, okay. And here let's just say it should not contain the quantity or the amount, okay, fine. So this is the thing, and next the properties here, this quantity, so this is going to be a type of number, okay. And then the description, so here I'm just going to say the quantity of the item, so how many he has that thing, okay. And here this let's just say minimum, so it should not go negative, so I'm just going to specify here 0. And here this amount, okay, so the total amount, or so let's say the amount for each property here, okay. So here this description, okay, so here this is going to be the amount of the item, okay. And here also I'm just going to specify here minimum 0, okay, fine. So that is the thing. So after this, the subtotal, so here I'm just going to have in here the subtotal, so this is going to be again the type number, okay. And the description, so let's just say this is going to be a subtotal of the receipt, okay. And finally the minimum, I'm just going to specify here 0, okay. So same thing for total as well, so I'm just going, I mean for tax and total as well. So here let's just change this to tax, okay. And here let's just change the description to tax, okay. And also now here this is going to be the let's just say tip if you have given any, okay. And here let's just change this text, okay. So here this tip of the receipt, okay. So here if there is no tip, okay, I'm just going to say here just put 0, okay. That's the thing. And finally the total thing, so let's just change this to total, and the description it's going to say like total amount of the receipt, okay. So here, okay, so this is going to be the schema for our receipt schema. So you just understand, I guess, at least you might have got the gist, how are we supposed to prepare the schema that we want, and what is it that we wanted it to be extracted from the model that will be passing to, okay. So this is the receipt schema, and the other two schemas I'm just going to get it from here, okay. So you can just refer here. So I just have this invoices and other schemas, okay. So I'll just copy from here. So let's just copy these two things, okay. So here, yeah, so I'm just going to take this, okay. Let's go back in here, and let's just I can just walk you through here. So let me just minimize this. So if you just see for the invoices schema, it's the invoice number, category, the date, from whom, and also to the items and list of items in the thing, and currency and the total amount due. And also here let's just specify here after total things. Okay, so here what is the required properties to be present in this schema. So here we will specify the all the properties which we added. So number, the category, okay, must be present in this. Okay, so here the date, okay, and then the time, and the from. Okay, so here the items, subtotal, and finally the tax and total. Okay, so this is how we make sure that these properties will not be missed from the schema that we'll be getting. Okay, so same thing here, we are going to specify in here the required thing: invoice number, category, date, from, to, items, currency, and total amount due. For card statements, okay, who is the issuer and who is the recipient, and the date, and the credit card, okay, transactions, list of transactions for that, okay, and the currency, total amount due, and these are the required things. Okay, this is the the bare level schemas required for the categorization that we want for this thing. So this is how, if you wanted to be as generic as possible for other scenarios, and you wanted to fit in for other scenarios that you wanted to try out for, this is how you should prepare the schema. Okay, fine. So now we have the schema. So let's first try to write the endpoint in the API folder. So I'm just going to let's go to this app folder. In this API folder, let's create the the data extraction endpoint. Okay, so let's just have this data extraction endpoint. Okay, so here let's just have this route.ts. So this is going to be post call, so maybe I can just take this copy, and let's just tweak to the needs of this endpoint. Okay, so here first thing, this is going to be pretty much same, and here from body what we'll be getting is the text and the category. Okay, so here let's first get those things. Okay, text and the category. So I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and also this thing. And now here, if there is no text or category, I'm just going to say here the no category or text provided. Okay, and we'll return 400. Okay, and now here below this, let's have one the schema variable. Okay, initially I'll just have it as empty object. Here based on this category we'll attach the respective schema. Okay, so here if it's the receipts, okay, then the schema will have this receipts schema which we have prepared, and I'm just going to break from here. Okay, so if it is the other case, okay, so the invoices, we are going to attach this respective schema for this too. So here let's just attach in this invoices schema. Okay, and I'm just going to break from the same. And finally here this credit card statement. So here this is going to be this credit card statements. Okay, and here let's just have this schema attached, which is the credit card so this is the credit statement. Okay, sorry, card statement. Okay, sorry, the name of that. Okay, card statement schema, and I'm just going to break from this here. Okay, and neither of them, so default let's just return this saying that invalid category provided. Okay, so here I'm just going to have in here this as no invalid category provided. Okay, and the status code, let's just send back this 400. So this is what we'll be returning, and now the schema will be having the particular schema that we wanted to. So now let's make a call to the endpoint. So here first API call is to see the API call is for the organized data JSON schema. So you can just see the schema. So I just have this uh, here for the organized data section. So this is where we'll be making here the call to. So let's just specify here this endpoint. Okay, so this is at the 3000 running. Okay, and here this version 1. Okay, organized data, then the JSON schema. Okay, and now here inside this thing, the method, so method, it's going to be a post method. Okay, and the headers I can just copy here the headers. Okay, so I think I have in this text recognition section, dashboard pipelines, text recognition, I think it should be here. Yeah, I'm just going to copy these things. Now let's go here. Okay, the API key and the content type. Okay, and now the body. So here the body, let's just stringify. Okay, the here the model. So we'll have to specify here this API key. Okay, so here this API key is nothing but the OpenAI API key. Okay, and let's typecast this to string. Okay, and then the name of the model. So here we'll be using GPT 3.5 turbo model. Okay, and then the JSON schema, so which is very important here. So here the JSON schema, I'm just going to stringify whatever we have in this schema variable. So this is going to be the body that will be sending, and finally the text. Yeah, so this is the body to this endpoint. So after this, let's just check the status of this. If the status is 422, okay, then we will make a call again. Okay, so this time I'm just going to pass in refine as a true. Okay, so basically let's just copy this thing. So I'm just going to copy this here. Okay, and because yeah, number of LLM calls will be increased here. Okay, to 2. So now here after this I'm just going to specify in here this refine set to true. Okay, so this is the thing. And now here, if this response is not okay, if the response isn't okay, then we will just return this with the status text on the status whatever we got from the thing. So let me just copy this and we'll make changes to this. So here instead of this the hard-coded message, I'll just be sending this the status text and also the status code with whatever is there in this status variable. We'll be sending this. Okay, and fine, that was for this. I mean we'll have to handle that for this. Okay, so I mean to say here for this one same thing for the outside endpoint also we should do. Okay, so fine, so this is for the inside endpoint, and this I'm just going to do it for the outside call. Okay, fine, and here let's just remove these things now. Okay, and finally if everything went good, okay, we'll just collect this output from this response JSON. Okay, so once we have that, okay, I'll just be sending this output in the JSON and the status code as 201. Okay, so this is the data extraction endpoint. Okay, so now let's just go to the extraction step component. Okay, and let's add the text as a props to that component. Okay, so going to this components, which is the extraction step. Okay, so for this I'm just going to add in here one more prop for this, which is the text that will be sending to this. Okay, let's get this text property. Okay, so once I have this, okay, I'm just going to add in a method here. Let's just create a method, a synchronous method. Let's name this as get organized data. Okay, and here we'll send in this category as the input for this, and then the text. Okay, so here inside this let's just make a call to the endpoint which we have just created. So that is let's use this endpoint, the API slash data extraction. Okay, and here this method, it's going to be the post method, and the body we will just stringify the params that we have received for this function, and send it to this endpoint. Okay, that is the text and the category. So okay, so fine. And here if the response is not okay, then I'm just going to throw here some error. Let's just for now throw in here this failed to classify text, something like this. Okay, fine. So if everything went well, let's get this JSON. Okay, so here I'm just going to get this JSON, and here for the LLM call I'm just going to set this back to false. Okay, and maybe it's better if I just before making a call for this. Okay, I'll just set in the timeout the LLM call true in the initial thing. Okay, and I'm just going to give in here this timeout to be 5 seconds. Okay, fine. After if everything went well, we'll set this to false. Okay, and here let's just return the JSON. Okay, this is the endpoint. Now inside this use effect. Okay, so we'll just remove this the timeouts things here. Okay, and I'm just going to have in here one function called the extract. Okay, so let's make this to be asynchronous, and here in this let's try to handle inside this try catch block. So I'm just going to call this above function which we have written, get organized data, and pass in this category value and then the text. Okay, so and after this I'm just going to set this status to complete. Okay, if something went wrong, okay, we will just handle this inside this catch block, and I'm just going to set the status to failed. Okay, so here and we can just call in here this method. So this is the change in this extraction step. Okay, and now in the data extraction pipeline, maybe now we'll have to pass in the here, yeah, the text param for this. Okay, so text, I'm just going to send in here this data dot text. Okay, fine. So we just added this endpoint. Maybe we can just check it out. Okay, and also yeah, let's I can just console this. Okay, let's do one thing here in this extraction step. Let me just console this to this output that we get. Okay, so let's just go back in here. Okay, let me refresh this completely. Okay, so here this one this is the this ID. Okay, e4 and all. So this is the receipts. Okay, I just uploaded one more examples. Okay, let's try to okay, there is an error. Okay, so let's see we are trying to make a call. Okay, and let me just check it out in the inspect if the API calls are happening. Okay, I don't see any. Okay, we are making in here if you see here, but let's just see. Okay, so definitely there is some issue. We'll check this out. Okay, but that's how we try to add the endpoint and make it work. Okay, and also let's have this retry thing. I just let me cancel this. Okay, so we'll come back. Okay, I think it's better if I try to handle that inside this retry button. Also, I don't think we are just setting the status to active. That's the reason we see that the loading. Okay, so now here let me just make this to be asynchronous call. Okay, and here let's, after this setting status active inside this try catch block. Okay, I'm just going to call this get organized data by passing in this category value. Okay, and the text. Okay, and let's just set the status to complete. Okay, and if anything went wrong, so inside this catch block I'm just going to set the status back to fail. Okay, so maybe now let's try it out. Okay, so we added this calling endpoint logic inside this. So here if I just go back to the let's just go step by step. Okay, the text recognition. So let me just take this ID. Okay, so which is the receipts example. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in this ID here. Okay, so now let's see the why is this. Okay, there is an issue with the unique ID, user ID being identified. Okay, so let me just try to log in. Okay, okay, so here this navigation will add, so no, we'll take care of that. Okay, first I just wanted to check this thing. Okay, so now let me just copy this. Okay, and let's go back and I will change this ID. Still the same. Why this user ID is being sent undefined? Okay, that is the reason we are not seeing this. Okay, let's do one thing. Maybe I can just go in here and this ID I'll just copy it here, and let's go back to this API signed URL. Where is this? For now I'm just going to hard code this one. Okay, so where is this user ID? Okay, so if it's not defined, I'm just going to pass in this value. Okay, so let's just check this out now. Let me refresh this. Okay, still the same. Maybe let me just restart this. Okay, so fine, let me try it again. Sometimes it takes time. Okay, so it's better if you just restart your application. So the issue was now the passing the UID undefined. Okay, let's do one thing. I will remove this completely, okay, and pass in this as the value. Okay, I still see text recognition. Now let's try it again. Okay, fine. We still see the ID being sent. We are sending the correct ID. What is the issue here? API signed URL. Okay, and query param. I'm just adding this. What is the issue still? Okay, so let me just query this. Okay, here. Okay, oh fine. For this, let's just hard code this one now. Okay, I'm just going to hard code this value, and now let's try it out. I'm just going to refresh this again. Okay. Is it the same for the other IDs as well? Okay, let me just take this one too. Let's just go in here and try to use this ID. Okay. Let's do one thing. I'm just going to upload the file again. So we'll take care of this UI. So card statement. So I am just trying to upload this. Let's continue. And here instead of this ID we are supposed to pass in and now we should see here the new record. Okay, we have this thing, so maybe if I just use this. Okay, still the same issue. Okay, fine, I'll just look into this. Only thing is there is an issue with the ID that we are passing. Apart from that we should be able to see that file. I'll just check this out. So I just hard coded the IDs in the signed URL for now, and now we are able to see the file URL from the S3 bucket and able to read the content here. Okay, so here I just took this ID, this one. So and I'm just now clicking on this continue, which should fill the text inside for of that record for us. Okay, so if you just here, yeah, so it did fill. Okay, fine. And now the retry we did add, and this is the of type of card thing. So I'm just going to change this to card statement, and here it's immediately failing. We'll check that. And here also, why is this? Okay, we see issue with this. Okay, I mean there is some error missing. Okay, what I will do is let's Okay, we are facing some issue while we are trying to make a call. I don't see we are even able to make a call, I guess. Okay, so if I just try to, okay, thing, we are seeing it as a bad. Okay, this is the thing we are sending, and also here, okay, is there something we are missing? Is it the category and all? No, we are sending this payload correctly, but I see the issue. Okay, let's do one thing. Maybe I can just try to call this here this endpoints. Okay, so we were trying to pass in here this one. Okay, so this is the thing we were just trying to pass. Okay, let's take the payload from, I mean, the body from our endpoint. So the API endpoints. Okay. Okay, what is the thing that this is schema, this is card statement schema. Okay, am I missing something? Okay, I'll just check this out, but if you see the API call is completely failing for this, I'll just check this and come back. Yeah, let's go back. So okay guys, so the issue is two things we are missing out. So if you see here, let me just close this. First of all, the step one where we are trying to classify the text by passing the text that we did extract from the document is failing. So if you see here, the issue is with the not found, and the endpoint for that is let's just close this. It is organized data JSON classification, but here we are referring to the different endpoint. That's the reason it's not found. Okay, so if I just change this, and also here the major problem for us to not pass through second step was we were missing the OpenAI API key in the environment section. uh, I was under the illusion that I did add no, we added in our backend but not in a front end, and this API key also for now we outcoded in the backend, so that's not an issue, can give any value in here. And this two environment variables we did miss, that is the reason we are not able to. So now let's go back, okay, to this organize simple. Okay, and I am just going to let me clear this. Okay, and let's try to call this. Okay, so it's happening the classifying text. Okay, so you can see now this automatically recognize card statement, and this endpoint is also successful. So if you see here, this is the confidence score that we got from this endpoint, and the classification, this is the thing that we got, and that is the thing we are showcasing. Okay, so let me just now if I click on this confirm, so it the data extraction part. Okay, if we can just see the this is the the payload that we are sending, and the response, this is the thing that we got. So the issuer and the address and everything whatever we have specified. Okay, fine. Now we are able to successfully achieve this step 1 and step 2, and successfully integrate the API calls. Okay, so now what I wanted to do is, let's do some error handling, and also let's just improve the saving part of this go for the saving part of this JSON thing. Okay, so I'm just going back, let's go back to the code base. Okay, and here first thing in the data extraction section, so here let's just add in the new file the errors file like we just added for this text extraction. Maybe I can just copy this, okay, and I'm just going to add in here for this. Okay, so let me just paste it here. Okay, and here we'll just change accordingly for this. Okay, so it's going to be pretty much the same, so I'm not going to make much changes. Instead that it's going to be the text the data extraction rather than the text recognition. Okay, so I'm just going to change this to title or data extraction, and rest of the things it's going to be pretty much same, so I'm not going to make any changes. And let's add the route to save the data that we extracted, the schema that we got from step 2 and all. Okay, so I'm just going to the here data extraction section, and let's just create in here the new folder save. And here maybe I will just copy this whole thing, okay, into this route.ts, and I will just edit this file. Okay, so in here first thing okay, so let me remove this. Okay, and let's import this. Okay, and this is going to be pretty much same. Now the here after this we will first try to get this user ID. Okay, and here using this session object, the pretty much same like we did for the other endpoints, and from the body we will be getting this unique ID and the JSON, okay, that we got from the API output. Okay, so here I'm just going to get that, and if there is no so this checks will be pretty much standard. Okay, so if there is no unique ID or the JSON, so I'm just going to specify in here this no unique ID or the JSON provided, and we'll just reply back with the status code 400. Okay, fine. And now I'm just going to completely remove this. Okay, so here we'll have to update our extraction table. Okay, so I'm just going to have this as updated extraction. Okay, we'll make a call to this Prisma. Okay, so let's just import this. I'm just going to import Prisma, and okay, we already have it. Okay, fine. So here on this extraction table we are just going to update this based on the ID that we get, okay, which is the unique ID here, and then the user ID. So here this is the user ID, and the status it will be in the to extract status. Okay, now we will be passing the data. Okay, so here this data, the JSON and the status, I'm just going to change the status to verify. Okay, so here, okay, fine. And after this let's just remove this completely, this API calls. Okay, here as well let's completely remove this part. Okay, so here if this updated extraction dot count then we will just reply back saying that we did not find the record with that ID. Okay, combination of user ID and that ID. Okay, so here we can just say the error message as something like extraction not found. Okay, or not updated. Okay, so that is the thing. And then the status, so here status code, I'm just going to send back this 404. Okay, and here in the if everything went good. Okay, and so in the message section I'm just going to add in here this as extraction updated. So this is what the message that will be sending from this save route. Okay, fine. This is how we'll be saving into our extraction table. This is the endpoint, and now we'll try to include this. So first thing I just wanted to in the let's go first to the data extraction thing, and in extraction step I just wanted to add in this additional param for this unique ID. So here in the component section, let me just go to here. I will add in here this unique ID, okay, as a param, and I can just get the unique ID. Okay, so here we will have the function which is going to call the endpoint which we have just written. So that I'm just going to let's do one thing. So let me just create in here one function. Okay, so let's just have this function named as, let's say send JSON, and here the input for this would be the text. Okay, and here let's just have the one state variables which is going to keep track of the JSON and also the updating thing, and also if there is any error message, and also basically we'll have some 2-3 state variables, one for is it updating or not, to keep track of this status. So here I'm just going to have in this use state, so let's just set this to false. Okay, and then the JSON, so here this JSON I'm just going to have initially as the empty object, and finally the error messages. So if there is any error, we'll capture that inside this variable. Okay, so here let's just if this text is equals to empty, okay, I'm just going to have this error message as in, like, could not proceed. Okay, so if not, I'm just going to have this empty message. And yeah, so now here, and also maybe let's just set here this, I'm just going to update this set LLM call here itself the to false, the correction in this. Okay, so we will just remove this here, and now instead of just consoling, I'll just update into our the JSON variable. So I'm just going to have this JSON set into this variable. Okay, and here let's first set this updating to true, so indicating that we are trying to save into our DB. Okay, so next let's just make the API call here. So I'm just going to have this API data extraction. Okay, and then the save. Okay, and here this method, so method, it's going to be the post and the body. So we will just stringify this ID and the JSON. Okay, fine, and let's, once we make the API call, let's try to get the data from it. So I'm just going to get this data from this JSON. So once we have this, I'm just going to check the status. So if the status is not equals to 200, okay, so I'm just going to throw in here error with the message that whatever we got in the about data. Okay, fine, and if everything went well, so I'm just going to set this updating to false. So this is how we'll be saving in here. And now here in the step actions part, so basically I will just check the error message section. So if there is anything inside so here if we just go to the actions part, yeah, this is where, so I'll just wanted to check this, if the error message is not equals to empty, then if there is any errors, okay, I just wanted to showcase that in here in the p tag. So let's just have some margin top. Okay, and the text, let's make it as in the small size, and also the red color, so indicating that there is something went wrong and we have some error messages to be showcased, so that user can take the action steps accordingly. Okay, so this is the error message that I'll be showcasing here. And also now this button, okay, so the button to continue and all, so we will change this, the loading and all, so this will be disabled, okay, if it is updating, okay. And also here on click status, okay, we will handle the additional things. So first is, okay, so let me just remove this, set status to complete, okay. So here I'll be calling this send JSON, okay, the text, the method which we have just created, and in the callback let me have this router where I'll be navigating to the verification page. So I will just create a router object using the use router hook from next navigation, okay. So here let's just have this use router, and here let's go back to this button here, yeah. Now here let me just push or to the verification route, so that is the verification, and here this unique ID, okay, so fine, and that is in the success callback, okay. If anything went wrong, okay, so here in this catch block I'm just going to set in here the error message as something like, something went wrong, okay. And I'm just going to say here please try again after some time, something like this. You can add in the message whatever you want, and then the set updating, I'm just going to set this to false, okay. So that is a thing, and here now the text, okay, so basically here based upon the updating we will just show the spinner icon. So I'm just going to have this spinner icon, and here let's just have some margin right, okay. Let's say, and height and width I'm just going to set it to 4, and let me just apply this animate spin, okay. Yeah, so that's the change in this extraction step, okay. And also now in the data extraction pipeline, so we will just pass in this so if I just go here for this extraction step component, we'll just add in this unique ID param. So here this would be this nothing but data dot unique ID, okay. So that is the change. So now we should be able to save the JSON into our table, okay. And yeah, so that is it. And also here in this text recognition pipeline I'm just going to, we are not using this, okay, so we can just remove this, okay. We can just check it out now, so we should be able to save things, okay. So I just wanted to check again we are not missing anything, okay. So let me just confirm, and here, okay, we did extract, okay. And now clicking on this continue, we should be able to save into our extraction table, okay. So continue, so we are trying to, okay, fine, something went wrong, what is it, okay. Okay, here body is unusable, okay, fine. Okay, I guess in the return type of the save I think I missed something. Let's check it. Did I miss something in here? Okay, JSON message, the error and the status is what we are sending, and in the message we are just sending this, and also the status. What is it? I'm missing anything. Okay, I don't think so. But there is some type error. Okay, I'll just check this part. Okay, let's try to check it again. Let me just try to make a call again. Think the same. Okay, fine. There is some bodies unusable issue. I'll just check this and they'll come back. Yeah. Okay, so the issue in the save route is here. We did not comment this. Okay, so this was there and it was trying to extract the text and category from the body, which we haven't supplied. That's the reason it was throwing us a type error. So let's just remove this, and now everything it'll work good. So let's try to check it out. Okay, so I'm just going in here. Okay, this is the first step and the second step. Okay, this is also created. Now clicking on this continue, we should be able to save this JSON and also the update the status in our extraction table. So let me just now continue, and if you can see, okay, okay, at least if you see here the extraction updated, I'll see about this error message, but the it's updated. So if you just go in here, so if you see here, the status is to verify and the JSON schema is added for this record. Okay, so we are able to see this. Okay, and I see some issue. Why is that? Okay, clicking on this continue. Okay, this will not be found because the status is changed now, so it will not be able to found. So basically after this, on continuing, we should be able to navigate to our verification page. Okay, so here this is where, so if you just this is the page that we should be going to. So now we'll focus on this part. Before even going there, I just wanted to add the category also in the extraction table schema. So let's just go and quickly try to add in our the Prisma schema first. Okay, so here I just wanted to add in this category as well. So let's quickly add in this category, and here this is going to be string and optional. Okay, and I'm just quickly, let's migrate this. So let me just go to this thing. Okay, and here I'm just going to migrate. Okay, and the name I'm just going to say added category. Okay, so let's try to migrate this. Yeah, and it's in sync. So let's try to check the studio. So I'm just going to, okay, it will just take some time. Okay, so the category table, okay, so let me just stop it, and we'll check this out. Okay, so basically now, okay, if you want confirmation, if you just go in here and let me just showcase you. So if I just call this extraction and try to see in here. Okay, so basically let's just say find first, and here I'm just going to trying to query here basically okay, I don't see still the category. Maybe we'll have to restart this. Let me just, if you can see the migration, so we should be seeing that added category. Yeah, so fine, we just added this category. Maybe if I just start this, I should be able to see at least, hoping that. Okay, let's just try to refresh this. Okay, I'll just restart the studio as well. So here, let me just refresh this. Okay, I'll just check. I know, I don't know why is this. Okay, we'll just check and let it. Well, it is added. We just did not check this in the fields. Okay, if you can see here, it is disabled. Okay, so if I just showcase here category, so the category schema is added. So I did not do any changes. Okay, just as soon as we apply this migration, we should see the immediate change in the schema of our tables and see those reflection in the studio. Okay, fine. So now we just added that thing, and now let's first, the thing that will be making changes is in the data extraction. Okay, so let's just go here, these data extraction. So the saving, rather than this being the post, it's better if we change this to put, because we're not creating any new, we're just trying to update. Okay, so let's just change this to put a thing. And also here, now additionally we'll be sending this category to save into our the extraction schema. Okay, and the same thing here, let's just have a check for this category as well. So if there is no category, it's straightforward. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here or this category provided. Okay, and I'm just going to have, and now here after this we will have this category check. Okay, so same, I'll just use the switch. Okay, based on the category name. So if it is, I'm just going to make sure that it is falling into either of these three, or else we are just going to reply back saying that invalid category provided to us. Okay, so if it is, this is the case, we'll just break it. Okay, so or else, like if it is the invoices, this also it's good for us, so we'll just break from this. Okay, now the other thing, if it is the credit card statements. Okay, so this is also good. Okay, so I'm just going to break from here. Okay, so if the neither of those above things, okay, so in the default thing, so we'll just reply back saying that you have just provided me the invalid category, so please provide me the valid one. Okay, so here this is the error, and I'm just going to have in here reply back invalid category provided. Okay, and here in the status code, I'm just going to set in here the status code as 400. Okay, fine, so that is the thing. And once now here we'll be passing in this additionally the category. Okay, so I will just add in this category to it. Okay, so fine, and yeah, so that is the change. Okay, and now in this text recognition route also, so here I'm just going to change this also to put method. Okay, so we're just correcting the methodologies for standard protocols, HTTP protocols. Okay, and now let's go to the extraction step component. Okay, so there we'll have to handle this change. Okay, so I'm just going to this extraction step. So first thing is here I had to make changes. So here this send JSON, I was having this text, but we are not using, so this is ideally should be JSON. Okay, so here I'm just going to have in here JSON passed, and that will be using here. Okay, and also now here the method, it's going to be put not post. Okay, and additionally we'll be sending here this category, which will be the category dot value that will be passing to this. Okay, and so if I just go in here the continue thing, so now here instead of just text, I'll just set in the JSON for this. Okay, so that's pretty much change in here. So going to this text recognition pipeline as well, so here we'll have to change this method to put. Okay, so here, okay, so that is a change. Okay, so nothing much. Okay, we just added the category in the extraction schema, and the that's it. Okay, and change the post methods to the put. So if you want, we can just have a checkout it. Okay, so here let me just for the same ID. Okay, let's do one thing. So I'm just going to change this to extract. Okay, so that now we'll be getting that record in the data extraction section. Okay, so the thing that we just wanted to check for is the updation of the category name. Okay, so let me just again go through the steps. Okay, and see the updation of category into our extraction table. Okay, so this is the pretty straightforward, which you already know. So just let's go to here. Okay, and continue. Now we should be able to see the payload, the day the category as well. And now if you just refresh this, okay, in the Prisma Studio, let me, so you can see here category is added with the credit card statements and all. Okay, so fine. Now the thing, I don't know, there is some, okay, something went wrong. Let's see this. Okay, in this data extraction pipeline, sorry, in this extraction step. Okay, okay, this is not going to this, I don't know why. So ideally if everything goes well, we should be able to navigate to this, but we are going into this. Okay, and here I'm just going to add in here error message nothing. Okay, and also let's do one thing. Okay, I'm just going to remove this, the error. I'm just going to set this to empty text. Okay, okay, that's not a big deal. We'll come back if still it is showcasing. Okay, so now the thing is we'll try to fetch data for the verification step and all the things we need. Okay, and also here we have the common methods where we need to use across the this series of pipeline steps. One is the getting the s3 object url, and the getting the text. Okay, and getting the extraction data, all those functions. So it's better if we try to maintain in the library folder the function, so that we can reuse again and again rather than writing in every file. Okay, so I'm just going to create in here the new or let's say just the file. Okay, so the request dot ts. Okay, and in here I will just move all the that whatever we have the code related to getting the s3 object url and the extraction data and all will move to this section. So you'll understand once I'm trying to make these changes. So first let's get the data extraction thing in the dashboard pipeline section. So here we'll just move this completely. So I'm just going to let's for now copy, and later we'll change this. So let's go to our the request file. Okay, so here I'm just going to import all of these things, the auth options and the Prisma as well. So here, okay, and the status, so from the Prisma schema. So let's just have this. Okay, so this is the extraction data thing. And now same thing in the text recognition section. So if you just see in here, we have this, getting this s3 object URL and getting text. For now I'm just going to copy all of this two methods. Okay, we'll remove this. Okay, so I just wanted to avoid the error showcase us. Okay, fine. So here I'm just going to use this, and here let's import it from the next headers. Okay, yeah, and now we can reuse these things, functions in the all other components we needed, rather than writing in the specific things. Okay, so now let's try to import the same. So in this thing I'm just going to remove this thing. Okay, so here now we will just import this from the okay, what did we do? Okay, so here I'm just going to get this extraction okay, did we not export that? Okay, fine. So let's go here to the request. Okay, we will export all of this. Okay, then we'll be able to use this. Okay, so here export, and also here let's export this, and this one too. Okay, so now let's go to this here. So I'm just going to import from this request. Okay, fine. And yeah, so now looks good. Okay, so we can just remove the unused imports and all. So these are the options and everything, so that now it looks clean. Okay, so same thing in the text recognition also. I'm just going to remove these two methods. Okay, so let's just remove this, and the headers, the unused imports. Okay, and here I'm just going to import from the library which we just added. Same thing for the text. Okay, and now here in the verification thing, we will try to create and also here in the signed URL, if you just see, I think I hard coded the status. Okay, I'm just going to remove this. Okay, we no longer need this. And this hard coding of IDs, we'll see there is still some issue. I don't know about, I'll just have a look into that. Okay, and in the verification part now, in the first in the pipeline, I'll just wanted to make changes in the verification pipeline component. So here we'll be sending a lot of props for this. The data that we'll be needing in this here is the URL, the text, the category, JSON, file name, and everything. So here this will be received in the props for this. So let's just give here the props, the unique ID first, and then the URL, and okay, then the text that we did have in our extraction table, the category as well. So all these things will be getting it from the extraction table. So here the JSON schema and the file name. Okay, so here I'm just going to destructure all those values. Okay, URL, the text, okay, the category, okay, the JSON, and the file name. Okay, fine. So once we have this, same the like we did in the text recognition pipeline. So if you can just go here, this thing I'm just going to take the same to showcase the thing. Okay, so here inside this, for this main thing, okay, let me just add the bottom margin. Okay, so let's just say okay, and let's make this to be flex. Okay, a display, and the direction to be column, and I'm just going to apply this flex grow. Okay, and inside this let's have the one more div to showcase that thing. Okay, so here the flex, I'm just going to make this to be 1, and let's just center this items, and I'm just going to justify this center. Okay, and let's have the gap in the x direction 10, and here I'm just going to use this object thing to showcase our URL. Okay, and rest of the thing for now I'm just going to leave that as it is. Okay, so that is the change in this just we are passing these props, and we'll have to make a lot of changes of showcasing this. For now let's leave this. Okay, I just want to showcase the props that will be passing here. Going to this verification page now. So here this verification page, this ID section. Okay, so we will add in here the params for this. Okay, so here this params, so this will have this unique ID, so which is the string. Okay, and here I'm just going to get this data. So let me just query this extraction data from the library requests. Okay, and pass in here this params, unique ID, and the status. Okay, so from the Prisma thing to it will be in the verify stage. Okay, and this one I think I just have to pass in this. So let me add this inside our the request. Okay, so I'll just add in for this the additional thing. Okay, which is the status. Okay, so here this is going to be of type status, and here this I'm just going to pass in for this thing. Okay, so that it will be more flexible for us to pass in the customized params for this while we are trying to query. Okay, so let's go back here in this thing now. This should yeah. Okay, so now here let me make this fragment to be div, and let's just make this to be flex. Okay, and I'm just going to make this to occupy full height, and also make this the asynchronous function. Okay, and here this verification pipeline we'll have to add in all those params. Okay, props. Okay, that's the reason we see this issue. So here this params unique ID. Okay, the URL. Okay, so this is going to be this URL. This I'll just get it from this s3 object function. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in this ID. Okay, so that is going to give me the URL, and then the category. So here category would be nothing but this data dot category. So I'm just going to typecast this to a string. Okay, and the text. So here this data dot text. Okay, I'm just going to yep, and this JSON, this would be data.json, and this file name. Okay, so here this data.file name. Okay, so that is the thing, and this is how and also now in the in the text recognition part. Okay, so we see here in this thing now we will be not getting this URL and all. So I'll for us to pass this text and all, so the file name I'll be getting it from not from this thing. So here let's try to get this file name from the extract data method. Okay, so So I'm just changing in here this the file name from where we'll be getting, and also here the status I'm just going to pass in here to recognize. Okay, and then the s3 thing. So here we will just use this get s3 object url to get the file url. Okay, fine. That is the pretty much a change here. Okay, and in the data extraction as well, I think we just made the changes. So if I just go in here, we just have to pass in this status. Okay, so here the status dot to extract, and also here if you want we can just typecast this. Okay, fine. So those are the changes, and we just moved up the code to separate section, and also if there is an issue with this types, okay, that's not an issue. Okay, and also removed the status hard-coded in the signed URL route, and added the props to verification pipeline component. Okay, so we are just making sure what is the data required for the verification step will be provided. Okay, so those are added as the props. Okay, and now we will just try to add the layout. I just wanted to add the layout for the each sections, which is nothing but the we need the layouts for the each category. If you remember, for receipts, invoices, and the card statements. So we will focus on adding the layouts for each of them, and then we'll see going forward from there. Okay, before even moving to the separate layouts for each of the section, first I just wanted to complete the layout for the verification pipeline page that we had. So if you just see now, this is how it's the page looks like. Once in the we are in the verification page for that particular ID, this is what it's looking like. So we'll focus on changing the layout for this thing, and then we'll go further to add analysis API and all those things. Okay, so let's go back here. So moving back, first in the component section. So if you just go here, let me just add in here the height to be this fit height, and now let's go to the component that we wanted to focus on, which is the verification pipeline. So we just added this object, and also the two buttons to see just the process end and the confirm thing. So we'll focus on changing this. Okay, and also I just wanted to add the tabs component from shardcn. So we'll be using here to switch the tab view for PDF view and the text view. So let's better if I just add in the tabs component. Okay, so let me just go to this folder. Okay, and I'm just going to add in here the latest. Okay, add this tabs component. Okay, so it will add the tabs component for us in the UI section. Okay, so that we can use it for switching the view for if you just see. Yeah, so tabs is added. So now let's focus on. Okay, so here maybe for now I'm just going to comment this. Okay, so we will uncomment this later in the right place that we wanted to use. Okay, so let me and also minimize this one too. Okay, so here, and also let's just make no, I just don't want here the gap, and also let's remove this item centering. Okay, so here let me have in here this div with the let's say I'm just going to add in here the height for this 80% of the height. Okay, and the styling for this, I'm just going to set here the width to be full, and also make this display to be flex. Let's justify this center. Okay, so I'm just going to center this, and also the items in the start from the left start. Okay, and here for this div I'm just going to add in the gap. Okay, and let's add some margin at the top, negative margin, so that there'll be some space. So inside this div we'll have the tabs list, one for the PDF view and another for the text view. So I'm just going to import this tabs here. Okay, and the style, let's just have this height calculated for this. Okay, so I'm just going to have in here height calculated for this as the 100% subtracting from, let's say, some this numbers will be optimal once you start playing and figure out what is the best number for you. So you just figure out what is the best, but this should do quite a decent job. Okay, and here now the default value, I'm just going to set this to PDF. Okay, and let's add some styling for this, that is the width. I'm just going to set in here the 3/8 of it, and if it's the bigger screen, let me just set this width to 3/10 of it. Okay, fine. And here now inside this we'll have the list of the tabs, one for the PDF view and another for text view. Okay, so we'll just wrap this inside this tabs list. Okay, so here let's just make this as a grid display, and also width I just wanted to set it to full, and this column, so we two columns should do the job. Okay, and inside the each tabs trigger, I'm just going to add in this value first for the PDF, and the value that we wanted to showcase is this PDF view. Okay, and same way for the text view, so I'm just going to add in here this tabs trigger and value, or here this is going to be text. Okay, and the title that will be showcasing is text view. So this is the tabs list. Okay, and after this the tabs content. Okay, so now here in the first tabs content, okay, this is going to be value PDF. Okay, and let's add some padding in all directions, and also width and height I'm just going to make it full, and also let's add some background slate color, let's say a darker slate, and let's make this a rounded LG. Now here I'll just pass in this the object which we commented, so I can just remove from here and use this object now, and let's just try to uncomment this. Okay, so and also this, so this is the content for our PDF view. Okay, so for the text view also we should have the text to be showcased. Okay, so let me just copy this, and we'll make changes for the text accordingly. So here the value, here now in place of the PDF it's going to be text. Okay, and also here let's just make more padding. Okay, so that there will be some space, and also I'm just going to add in here this border. Okay, and border color, let's just apply the slate color like 200, let's say. Okay, and let's just remove this background. Okay, and also so this is the styling for this text content. Okay, now in place of this object we'll have the div where we will wrap the text inside this div. Okay, so here let me just have this style max height. I just wanted to restrict this max height, let's say this 52 vertical height. Okay, maybe you can make changes accordingly if this value doesn't work well for you. Okay, and here let's just make the text size to be extra small, and also I just wanted to give the color for this slate color, and here let's apply this white space break spaces. Okay, and overflow I'm just going to apply this auto. Okay, fine. And now inside this the text that we wanted to wrap. Okay, this is the content for the text view. Okay, Fine. And after this tabs, okay, I'm just going to have in here the div, which is going to show the title of the extracted data and also the JSON structure. Okay, so basically, okay, so till now we have this. Okay, let's just see how is it going to look, and then we'll proceed further to add the remaining divs that we wanted to be here after this tab section. Okay, so if I just go here, here you can see here, this is the PDF view and text view. I know the UI still we have to make a lot of work. Okay, but you can see here, this is the tabs that we did had, and we're trying to accommodate the good view for this. Okay, so now I'm not able to switch either of the things. Okay, so we will fix this. Okay, let's go back. Okay, and after this tab section I just wanted to add in this div, so you'll just understand what this is for. Okay, and here let me just make this height to be full and display to be flex and the column direction. Okay, and I'm just going to justify this center and make this to be a relative. Okay, and here the header for the extracted data section. Okay, let's just make size to be 2 times XL. I'm just going to add the margin at the bottom, and let's make font type to be bold. On the text color, let's apply the slate color. Okay, 800. Okay, fine. And inside this I'm just going to have this text extracted data. Okay, so after this let me have the div for JSON structure. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this background red color, and also the width and height I'm just going to set it to full, and here the text of this, it's going to be the JSON structure. Okay, so beneath this the div to have the buttons to cancel and going back to the dashboard, and the further button to go and analyze. Okay, so I'm just going to have this wrapped inside the div. Okay, so here where each button will be wrapped again. For cancel I'll just wrap inside the link component. For analyze we'll wrap that inside the button. Okay, and we'll try to make a call to API endpoint, which we have yet to we are yet to add, which we will. Okay, so here I'm just going to make this to be a flex. Okay, and justify, let's end it, and I have just wanted to have the gap of 2, and let's center this items and make this position to be absolute, and also I just wanted to have some bottom, let's say 12 thing, and also right extreme right. Okay, fine. So here the first link component. Okay, so this is for canceling and navigating back to our dashboard. Okay, so here I'm just going to add this button variants and make this variant to be secondary. Okay, fine. And the href, I'm just going to add in here the link back to our dashboard section, and the text of this, it's going to be the cancel. Okay, so after this the button component to just go ahead and analyze it. Okay, so here this variant, I'm just going to have this secondary, and the styling for this, okay, let's make this to be relative and display to be inline flex. Width I'm just going to have give let's say 40 for this. Overflow, I just wanted to hide this for this button, and background, let's have the slate color, so let's say here 100. Okay, and padding of let's say 1.5 pixel in all directions, and I just wanted to have this group how effect for this. Okay, so inside this we'll just have the the sparkles icon, and also the text. Okay, so for now I'm just going to we'll better Okay, let me wrap the text inside this icon and the text inside this span, and also we can just add the icon at the top, just to having the over effect, which I will okay. So here first thing, for the icon on the text, okay, so here let me just apply this inline flex, okay, and height and width I'm just going to set this to full, and items, let me center them, and also this rounded justify also, let's center them. Background color, so let's just apply a lighter slate color, and the padding x direction and y direction I'm just going to add in this 3 and 1 respectively, and let's add this of backdrop blur effect. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in this. Okay, now here inside this we'll add in this icons, sparkles icon. So first let me import this icons, okay, and we'll just use this sparkles, okay, and width I'm just going to have this 18, and height also, and the styling, so let's just make the display to be inline block, okay, and let's have margin at the right, and here this group hover I'm just going to have in here the pulse. Okay, fine, and now after this the text, okay, which is the analyze, okay, and also here I'm just going to add in here this span, just which is going to help us to achieve this hovering effect. Okay, so here I'm just going to make this to be absolute, and let's have this inset, let's say for now the negative 1000%. Okay, and here this group hover. Okay, so I'm just going to add in this animate effect. Okay, here let's just add in this spinning 2 seconds, and this linear infinite effect. Okay, and let's add some background color, which is the lighter slate color, and also now same at the group hover effect. I just want this background color to have the gradient. Okay, you can add the gradient. Okay, for now I'm just going to leave this. Okay, so we will come back. These are the ways to make it look as better as possible once you're hovering or any other things. Okay, so let's just try to check it out. Okay, I know the width and things are not working, but let's just see this. Okay, so at least now we added this div for the JSON structure and those things, and here we have these two buttons, cancel and analyze, and here this file view, I don't know why this heights are not working properly. The height I did give for this thing. Okay, we did give this. Okay, let's do one thing. I'm just going to remove this background color, and also the height for this. Okay, and also the height that we restricted. Okay, I'm just going to apply this height, and let's completely remove this because we are wrapping inside this tab content, so no need to apply for this again. So here for now I'm just going to make this height and width to be full. Okay, and rounded. Let's apply this and let's have a look. Okay, okay, there is issue with this, I don't know. Okay, fine, maybe it's not that good, at least better. Okay, and also here not able to toggle. So let's do one thing. I'm just going to change this here, the default value to text. Let's see how Okay, PDF on the okay, now looks good. Okay, so the PDF view, but the tabs part, okay, the default value I did keep is the text now, but I don't see. Let me just try to refresh this. Okay, fine. This is the text view, but we see this going behind the view, but ideally this is how, and also I'm not able to switch between the views. Okay, let's work on this. Okay, that's not a big issue. And here the extracted data, the JSON structure should be showcased, so that's why for now I just added the JSON structure here. That's fine. And okay, for now let me just switch back this. I don't know why this tabs trigger isn't working. Okay, we'll figure that. Okay, that's just the UI thing. Okay, so here if I just refresh this again, we should see the PDF view now. Yeah, okay, fine. So you just at least got the gist. Okay, don't worry about the UI that you're seeing currently. We'll fix that. But the gist is, the left side, we just want an option to toggle between the PDF view and the text view and see the PDF file that we have uploaded, and also the text that was extracted from this thing. And here the right section, we just wanted to showcase the JSON structure for this particular category. So that will be trying to showcase in here, which we don't have it. That's the reason for now I just added here JSON structure. And here we have these two buttons, one for the cancel and one for the analyzing. So cancel, it's going to help us navigate back to the dashboard page, and analyze, it's going to talk to our analyze API. Okay, which we will eventually integrate that. Okay, and yeah, so now let's focus on making the better this layout for the at least I just wanted to add a new component, kind of like object viewer, and try to I just wanted to first focus on one part. Maybe I'll just go for the receipt and make the object viewer, the JSON structure object viewer for receipt first, and let's then proceed further for the card statement and the invoices. Okay, so let's go back. So for the verification section, so here I just removed. Here we had this negative margin at the top, so I just removed. And now, and also I just changed the PDF URL. I uploaded the receipt file. So because we are doing the object viewer for that receipt first. So if you just see now, okay, so here this is what I mean. So if I just removed we had a more negative margin at the top, so now we are able to switch between the PDF view and the text view. And I just added the receipt because we'll be working first for the receipt, so that's not a much change. You can just go ahead and the text recognition, upload the file, and then identify the text and the category, and then you can just come back to this verification with this ID. Okay, so here this is what I just mean. I just showcased how to do the same for one of the examples. So same way, once you do this, okay, and you'll have this thing. Okay, and also now the this extracted data also, we just reduce the margin at the top. I mean, we just removed that, so now at least looking good. And also this, I can just go ahead and remove these two things. Okay, so let me just remove these two things. Okay, fine. So now I just wanted to work on the component which is going to help us view the schema for each category. So first, in the components section, okay, I'm just going to create here the new file. Let's name that as something like object viewer. Okay, and here let's make this object viewer component. Okay, so since we are being specific for each section, let me better name this as receipts viewer. Okay, so here this is going to receive the receipt. For now, let's just make this type to be any as the input props for this component. And here we will have the two state variable, one to know whether the items is open or not, and also to keep track of the this verified receipt content. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this as something like this verified the receipt, since we are in the this stage. Okay, I'm just I'm prepending with this verified thing. Okay, so here this set verified receipt, and let's just initially set whatever the value we received in the props. Okay, and the other state variable to know whether the items is open or not. Okay, so here this items open thing, I'm just going to set this initial value to true. Okay, fine. And now let's focus on the UI part. So everything, let's wrap in this side div. Okay, let's make this to occupy whole full width, and also the minimum height also to be full, and let's say just height to be 20, and padding of 2 in all directions, and overflow I just want it to be scrollable. So I'm just going to add in this. And now let's now add this div which is going to be grid view. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here the rows, so let's say 4 rows. Okay, and the gap to be 2.5, gap to be 2.5 between each row. Okay, so here inside this, okay, I'm just going to have in here the columns. Okay, so grid again, the 2 columns, let's just say 2 columns here, one for the label. Okay, so which is the label for from. Okay, so here I'm just going to make this to be a font type to be a semi bold. Okay, and here let's just make the color to be a slate. Okay, and I just wanted it to be self-centered. Okay, and text, let's apply this base for this. And here the label, I'm just going to have this from. Okay, so inside this, the content of this, it's going to be from. Okay, so after this label, we'll have the input for the from itself. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this input. Okay, here this id, it's going to be the label html from. Okay, id. Okay, and placeholder, let's just have the null value for now, and this type, it's going to be the text. And styling, let's have this width full and height of let's say 8 for now. Okay, and on change, I'm just going to call this this use this set verified receipt. Okay, and whatever we have in the verified receipt, will be just having, just will overwrite this from value with the e.target dot value. Okay, fine. And the value now, so the value for this will be nothing but whatever we have in this verified receipt dot from property. Okay, so this is the input for from. Okay, and after this we'll have the label for category, and the select component, which is going to help the user to choose the category from. Okay, so right after this div, let's have the same the grid thing. Okay, and here the two columns. Okay, and here I'm just going to maybe take this label and just rename this to category. Okay, this instead of the HTML4, I can just remove this. Okay, and this is going to be instead of from, it's going to be the category. Okay, so after this let's have this select component. Okay, here on change on value change. Okay, I'm just going to update the category section inside this set verified receipt. Okay, so here let me just pass in the other thing and category, whatever the value that will be chosen, I'm just going to set it here. Okay, and the default value I'm just going to set whatever we have in this category section. Okay, and let's add this okay, I mean we need to add in the triggering and everything subcomponents of this thing. Okay, so here let's have this trigger thing. Okay, and here I'm just going to apply this width and height for this. Okay, and here this value, so we need to use this select value component. Okay, and the placeholder I'm just going to set in here as an okay, select a category. Okay, so this is the triggering section, and then the content now. So the list that we wanted to populate in this select section. Okay, so I'm just going to receipts schema. Okay, so we have here the properties. Okay, and the category, the enum section, and let's iterate through this. Okay, and get this category. Okay, and now here I'm just going to populate this each value inside this select item. Okay, so here this key I'm just going to pass in this category, and value also the category. Okay, and inside this I'm just going to pass in this category value. Okay, so this is for the choosing the category, and that is for that. Okay, and next thing for the number. Okay, so I just wanted to let me just take this thing, and I will just use this. Okay, so right after this div I'm just going to change in here the label value to a number. Okay, and now this ID, it's going to be number, and also the placeholder, let me just keep it as usual, null. Type also it will going to be text. Okay, and here the on change, instead of the from thing, will be updating here the number property. Okay, and this one value, it's going to be verified receipt dot number. Okay, so that is this for, and yeah, so after this I'm just going to have the div for the date. Okay, so this one let me wrap this inside this div. So here let me just have this flex. Okay, and let me just take this. Okay, so here this label, it's going to be the date now, so I'm just going to change this to date. Okay, and also the after this date, okay, I'm just going to add in the span. Okay, slash or time, so just indicating that I mean giving more info to the user. Okay, so here let me just apply this semi bold effect. Okay, and color, let me just apply this darker slate color, and I'm just going to have the margin in the x direction, and also same the self-centered, and also the let's base the text. Okay, and here this is going to be this. Okay, and now the label, I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and after this pan we are just going to have this label for time. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this thing. Okay, I can just close this div here, so I can just take this. Okay, so now the we have the date slash time label. Okay, and okay, and after this div, I'm just going to wrap this input inside this div, which is again I'm just going to have the flex display, and let's just add some gap of 1.5, and here I'm just going to take this input. Let me just wrap inside this div. So now here the id, it's going to be the date. Okay, and the type, now in place of the text it's going to be date. Okay, and instead of me giving the full width, I just wanted to give here the 3/5 of the width. Okay, and also here instead of updating the from property, we will just have this date, and the value, it's going to be the date. Okay, and the same thing, let's just copy for the time thing as well. So here I'm just going to this id, it's going to be the time. Okay, and width here, let me just give 2/5 here, and yeah, and now this is going to be this time. Okay, the value, so that is the change. Okay, so now after this I'm just going to, okay, let me just have the div where we will try to have this adding the item button, which user can go ahead and add if in case something missed and all. So this is going to be a pretty big component because we have the big schema. Okay, and so if you wanted to see it, at least the glimpse of it, okay, we'll come back to the complete view. So here let me just create one function. Okay, called the object viewer. Okay, so here in here the props for this, I'm just going to add in the class name. So in case if you wanted to style the parent component that will be consuming. Okay, and the category. Okay, so here, which is going to be the string, and here then the JSON string that will be passing here, this string. So let me first get those values here in this component class name, the category, and here the JSON string. Okay, and now here inside this, okay, so let's just wrap everything inside the scrollable area. Okay, and for this we will just add in the scroll area component from shadcn. Okay, so once this is installed, we will just wrap this the receipts viewer component inside this scroll area component. Okay, so that then we will be able to scroll this. So it's installed. So here I'm just going to use this scroll area. Okay, and here let's just pass in this the class name that we receive, and also I just wanted to add in here width and height to be full. Okay, fine. And now inside this, okay, so here if this category is the receipts, okay, then I just wanted to display the above component which we have, so which is the receipts viewer, and I just wanted to pass in here this JSON dot, I'm just going to convert into object the JSON string that will be receiving. Okay, and let's just close this. Okay, so this is the object viewer, which is still not even 1/4 of the component is completed, but at least we have this. Okay, here let me just import this. Okay, so here let's try to use this component inside our verification pipeline. So we had here the JSON structure. So in place of this JSON structure, I just wanted to add in this object viewer. Okay, so now instead of just I added this background to see how much space it's occupying. So here let's just remove this, and I just wanted to let's just remove this background color. Okay, and here let's add in here some border. Okay, and also I just wanted to have some color for this border, and padding of 3 in all direction, and also overflow, let's just hide it. Okay, and I just wanted it to be rounded. Okay, fine. So now in place of this JSON structure, I'll be just using this object viewer component which we just created, and here we'll just pass in the category value and the JSON string whatever we have in this JSON variable. Okay, so now let's go and have a look how it's going to look. Okay, so here let me just refresh this. So now ideally here in place of this empty section we should be able to see this this one, so which is if you just see, we have here the all the properties. If you just see here the quantity, the description, so we can just copy this and try to see here. Okay, so let's just go to this object viewer component. Okay, here we will just remove this. Okay, but I just wanted to, you can see here the category. Okay, category is restaurant. Okay, and that is why we were not able to. Okay, if I just change this, at least maybe we should be able to see that. So here let me just change this and let's go see now. Okay, I'm not able to see anything. Okay, let me just undo the things. But this is the JSON that we are getting, and if you just see the date, time, the description and everything that we want, it's working and it's giving for me, but we are not able to view, see the things. At least let's do one thing. Let's see this. At least we should be okay. I'll just remove this. Let's comment this. Okay, I did comment right. Let's just refresh this. Okay, let's go back. Okay, so there's no issue. Okay, so I just wanted to inspect this, at least the component. Okay, so we don't see any. So inside this, Okay, I don't see anything. Okay, so let's do one thing. Here at least we should be able to see this label. I'll check this, but this is how we will be trying to display. I'll just come back what is going wrong here. Let me just cross check these things. Okay guys, so the issue is, so if you just see the data that we are trying to extract in this verification unique ID page, so uh, here we are just returning the file name and the text. Okay, so if you just see here in this thing, we are trying to return just this file name and the text of this thing. So I just try to console this output. Okay, if you can see here the so this is what we are trying to return, just file name and text, but we are not including the other things, so which is the category and the JSON. So that is the issue, we are not able to see that. So let me just go ahead and include this category. Okay, so which is the extraction data category, and then the JSON thing. So extraction data.json. Okay, so now if you just see here, go back, and here I just when I printed that, and also the issue that we were facing with the category and JSON, now we no longer. So this is how the category would be receipts, and then this is the JSON that will be passing. So if we just go back to the component that we were developing, so the objects viewer. Okay, here, so now the for this objects viewer, in the verification pipeline we'll be receiving the category which will be the receipts. This is what will be receipts, so this will be true, and then we'll be rendering this component. So here the JSON, this is what we'll be having, and we'll be parsing this into object, and then we'll be passing on to this. Okay, so now at least hopefully we should see, maybe I can just remove this consoles. Okay, so at least this one, and also in this verification section as well, here I can just remove this params and the data on URL. Okay, so now let's try to go and have a look. Hopefully we should see the thing. Yeah, so you can see here we are seeing now the from thing, so which we this is this which we got from this you can just see the name here, and also the category. So here the restaurant, and here we are displaying here the enums that we have set for this receipt section, so that user can choose the values if in case this doesn't so you can choose like this. Okay, so this is the select thing. So now let's go back and try to complete the object view for receipts for other sections as well. So here if you just go back to this object viewer, to this receipts, and also I'm just going to completely remove this. Okay, so here now, so let's continue with this thing. So okay, we had the time to, but we did not see that. Okay, why is that? Let's just check this. Okay, because we added the okay, we do have, but there is some UI issue. Okay, I'll just check this. Okay, okay, so if you just let's try to minimize this. So this div is for the from, this div is for category. Okay, and this is for the number. Okay, So if I just try to minimize this, okay, so did we miss anything? I don't see. Okay, let's not worry about that. It's just the showcasing. I'm not able to showcase all of those things, okay, which we will come back now. After this, the date and time, the things that we have to take care of is the items section, which is very important. So here, after this, I'm just going to wrap this inside this div. Okay, and let's add some margin in the y direction. Okay, and here I just wanted to wrap this inside the collapsible component, so that also I'm just going to add in from this shards cn. Okay, so here let me just add in this collapsible component. Okay, and we'll just wrap this item section in this thing. Okay, so this is for the items, is items open or set items is open. So now you might understand why did we add this items open state variable. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this collapsible. Okay, here open, I'm just going to add in this is items open, and here the on open change, let's just pass in this callback function. Okay, so now inside this collapsible section, okay, so here I'm just going to make this div to be a flex and item center, and let's justify this between. Okay, and here first the header, which is going to say the items as the header. Okay, and here I just wanted to make this to be semi bold, and also the font type, the slate color, I'm just going to make this to be 800. Okay, and here let me just have this items thing. So after this I'm just going to have the icons for brackets and all. So let's just add few icons here in this icons component. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in, let me just add in the brackets icon. So this we will use it from Lucide React. Okay, same way let's add in the icon for trash as well, and then the plus circle. Okay, and the chevron down up down icon. Okay, so here chevrons. Okay, this up down icon. Okay, so fine. So now let's just go back here, and here for this I'll be using this the brackets icon which we just added. So after this I mean here inside this thing. Okay, I'm just going to use this icons dot brackets. Okay, and let's have this stroke width for this as, let's say, 3, and the styling for this, okay, height and width, I'm just going to set it 4, and here this inline block. Okay, make this as inline block. So this is going to be the header. Okay, so after this thing I'm just going to add in the button, which is going to help us add more items. Okay, so here this is the button component. Okay, here the on click functionality, I am just going to update this set verify text. Okay, so whatever we have the existing things, let it be, and here the items now. So here whatever we have in this verified receipt dot items, I'm just going to leave as it is, and for the new thing I'm just going to set in here this description to the empty string, then the quantity to the empty string, and the amount to the empty value. Okay, so once we have that, okay, and here let's just apply this variant to be a ghost. Okay, and also the little bit styling for this, I mean I'm just going to restrict the height. Okay, and also let's add some margin in the left direction. Okay, so this is the button. Okay, so inside this I just will have this icon on the plus circle, just indicating that you can add more items. Okay, and the height and width for this icon, let's just set it to 3, and let's add some margin in the right direction. Okay, and the text of this I'm just going to say here inside this span tag. Okay, let's make this as small as possible, so I'll just add the extra small, and here the text of this, it's going to be add item. So this is the button which is going to help us add the new item to our existing object structure. Okay, so fine. So after this I'm just going to have the trigger. Okay, just the icon to toggle this collapsible section. Okay, so here let's just have this trigger point. Okay, and here let's this div. So this is again I'm just going to add in here this button. Okay, this variant, let's just set this to ghost. Okay, and the styling for this height and width, I'm just going to set this to 4. Okay, not just this, I mean let's set this for icon, not for this button, because it's going to be extremely small. Okay, so size, let's just specify here this to be small button. Okay, and the styling, okay, let's just have the width to be 8 and padding to be none in all direction. And here this will have this chevron ups and down the icon. Okay, so here for this we'll set this height and width to be 4, so that it will be small and good looking. Okay, fine. So here the text for this I'm just going to have in here, I mean for SR only thing. Okay, so here let's just add in the text here, the toggle text. Okay, fine. So that is the triggering for this collapsible section. So after this div, the content for our collapsible content. Okay, so here we will wrap this inside this. Okay, and let's add some margin at the top. Okay, so I'm just going to add in this margin top, and let's wrap everything inside this motion.div. Okay, so here I'm just going to, okay, let's just import this motion from this framer motion. Okay, so here let me add in this layout. Okay, so did I import it wrongly, the motion part? It has to be not default import. Okay, so here, yeah, okay, fine. So now I'm just going to add in this layout for this div. Okay, and the let's make it occupy the whole width. Okay, and also let's have some space in the y direction. Okay, and here I'm just going to wrap in this animate presence. Okay, from this framer motion. And okay, so here let's just iterate to the verified receipt items list. Okay, and showcase each of them inside this section. Okay, so this verified receipt, this items, I'm just going to get this item. For now let's just give the type for this as any, and then the index, which we know it's of type number. Okay, so here now inside this, let's wrap this also inside this motion dot div. Okay, and key I'm just going to set in the index that we receive, and initially I'm just going to set this to false. Okay, and the animate property, so here the opacity I'm just going to set it to 1. Okay, and y direction, let's just make this to be position to be 0. Okay, and the exit thing, so here exit I just want the opacity to be back to 0. Okay, and the y position will just change this to negative thing, and then the transition, so here for the duration of let's say 0.2. Okay, so that is the exit thing. Okay, and now this layout ID, so I'm just going to use this item with the index. Okay, so that it will be unique, this item, and then the index, which is the number, and then some styling for this. Okay, let's just apply this rounded to be medium. Okay, and the border let's have, and also the color for this. So I'm just going to have in here border, let's say 200, and let's have the padding in the x direction and y direction, let's say 3. Okay, fine. So inside this, first we'll have the label for description, and then the input for the same. Okay, so here this label, this again this is going to be, I mean the index, it's going to be the item appended with index, and then the property, which is the description. Okay, so here this label, it's going to be the description. Okay, and I can just use this input thing. Okay, so maybe I can just copy this. Okay, and then we'll change this thing. Okay, so this here, this input. Okay, and then we'll make changes for this description. So now the ID, it's going to be dynamic, so I'm just going to, let's just pass this thing. Okay, this is the ID, and placeholder, let it be null, and this type is going to be the text. Okay, and this now width, I'm just going to have it back to full, and now here on change. Okay, so let's get the new items. Okay, so here new items, which is the verified receipt dot items. Okay, and for this new items index, the particular index that is trying to change, I'm just going to change this description value to this e dot target dot value. Okay, and then we will just set here the items to the new items, whatever the user is trying to update. So here this new items, and now here this value, it's going to be the item dot description. Okay, so this is the for the description. So maybe you can just have a look in the UI. Okay, we are having an issue with the view, which we will figure out. Okay, but this is for how will provide an option for the user to change the description for a particular item. Okay, so after this div. Okay, so basically after this description thing. Okay, so I'm just going to add a div for the quantity thing now. Okay, so here let's wrap this inside this div. Okay, I'm just going to make this to be a flex display, and also let's add some margin top so that there will be some space, and let's justify between. Okay, and here again I'm just going to wrap this inside this div. So let's apply width to be off. Okay, and flex and gap of, let's say, 1.5. okay, and here first div for the quantity. Okay, so here again I'm just going to apply off width. So I'm just going to add in here the label. Okay, so the label, the ID, it's going to be, instead of now the description, so it's going to be this quantity. So okay, and now inside this I'm just going to provide in here the label for this, which is the quantity. So after this, the input for the quantity, so I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and let's have this. So in place of this description, so it's going to be the quantity ID. Okay, and placeholder, it's going to be null, and now the type, it's going to be the number. And now here the instead of changing the description, we will just change this to a quantity. Okay, and yeah, rest it's going to remain same, and here we'll just change this to a quantity. Okay, so this is for the quantity. Okay, so I just wanted to copy the same this div, and let's do the same for the amount thing as well. So here just below this, let's just change this to, so wherever we have this quantity, we'll change this to amount. So now the label, it's going to be this amount. Okay, and here also this is going to be the amount, and yeah, the type it's going to be number, and in place of this quantity it will be this amount. Okay, and here this value also, so we just have to change this to amount. So this is the label and the input for the amount section. So now after this we'll have the button. So in case if you just wanted to delete, so we'll provide an option for that here. So let me add in here this button. Okay, so here variant, I'm just going to make this to be ghost, and size to be let's say smaller size. Okay, and the styling for this width, I'm just going to have it a 9. Okay, and also just let's make this to be at the end section, so self end. Okay, and the on click functionality, so here let's just try to get this new items. Okay, so because we'll just have to update with the new list if he deletes this item. Okay, so once we have this, I'm just going to simple so splice the index that we are currently on by one thing, and I'm just going to set this update this verified receipt with the new items list. Okay, so this is how we'll be updating this. Okay, and here this button, so let's just have this icons, the trash icon which we added. Okay, and I'm just going to add in this stroke width for this, so let's just set 2.5. okay, and the styling for this, okay, height and width, I'm just going to set it to 4, and text color, let's have this slate 800. Okay, fine, and just let's have the text for SR only, so I'm just going to add in here this delete. Okay, so this is the button which is going to help us delete the particular item if user doesn't want it to be part of this thing. Okay, yeah, so this is the thing. Okay, so now uh, after this, okay, so what we will have is the section for the no, subtotal and the tags and the tip and overall total section. So that's the pending. So here let's have this displayed inside this div. Okay, so I'm just going to make this to be grid. Okay, and also the grid rows, let's have the same thing. So maybe I can just the main div and all, it's going to be same. So here this one more div where we will just have the columns. Okay, 2 columns inside this rows. Okay, and here this label and input, so I can just copy this. Let's just copy, yeah, I'm just going to take this thing. So now let's go here first for the subtotal. So here now instead of this being the number, so this is going to be the subtotal, and the text, it's going to be the subtotal. Okay, and this ID also, let's just change this to subtotal. Okay, yeah, and here in place of this number, this is going to be subtotal, and this one as well. Okay, so same way we'll have to do it for the so I'm just going to copy this. Next is for the tag section. Okay, so here this, let me change this to tags. Okay, fine. And here let me just capitalize this, and here as well to the text. Okay, fine. And now the tip section. So here wherever we have this, I'm just going to change this to tip. Okay, and here this thing. Okay, fine. And the last section, which is the total section, so we can just have in here this thing. So this is going to be total. Okay, fine. And let's just capitalize this. Okay, fine. So this is the object viewer for receipts. Okay, now you were able to see only two things. Okay, uh, maybe we'll figure out what is the issue now. So if I just refresh this and see this, we are now only able to see only two sections, which is from one category. It's just the thing with the maybe, yeah, so it's scrollable. Okay, fine. The overall width here we have restricted it to be 20. That is the reason. So if I just change this to, let's just set it this to, okay, fine. I'll just change that, but I just wanted to showcase you this. So if you see here, the object viewer that we added here is from then category, the number. Okay, so this the thing we can change, and then here this time and the input. Okay, and here this items list and the button to add it. Okay, and this is the you can see the collapsible view. Okay, and the subtotal, the tags, okay, and the tip, okay, and the total that added. So you can see now, and also the option to delete. Okay, this is the button, so which is going to help us delete in case if you don't want, and this is going to help us add the new thing. So if I just click, you can see here the new things is added, and if I just click on this, we should see that to be deleted. So this is the thing that I wanted to showcase, and this is how we showcase the JSON structure for particular section. So this was for the receipts. Okay, okay, so I don't know why something is not loading, but yeah, so this is for the receipts. Okay, and now it's looking at least quite good for me. Okay, so it was just the issue with the height that we set. Okay, okay, at least for the layout for this receipt, it's at least looking good. So now what we will do is we try to go ahead and try to add the endpoint for this analysis API call. Okay, so we will configure the route for that. Okay, and then try to use this. Let's go back. So let's first create the route for analysis. So let me just collapse all of the thing. Okay, and in this thing, okay, so here in this API section, so let's create the new section for analysis. Okay, so inside this I'm just going to create here this new route thing, and now I'm just going to take the post. Let's just copy this. Okay, and we'll just tweak accordingly. So here, so this is going to be pretty same this session, and if not, we're just going to return unauthorized. Okay, and now from the request body we'll be receiving the text. Okay, and the category along with that the JSON. Okay, so here if there is no text or there is no category or there is no JSON, we'll just return error saying that no text, the category, okay, or the JSON provided, and with the status 400. Okay, and now here let me just have this schema here, and here based on this category, okay, we'll just get that schema. So I think I just I can just get that. Okay, so this one, let's just take this. Okay, so here let's have this. So let's just import this receipt schema. Okay, and then invoices schema. Okay, and then card statement schema. Okay, if it's invalid, we'll just have this. Okay, so now this one, now instead of this to classification, we'll be making a call to our the analysis endpoint. Okay, and the body, it's going to be the same model thing, and here instead of these categories, now let's remove this. Okay, so here the JSON schema, I'm just going to stringify this the schema that we have. Okay, and then the original text. Okay, so original text is what we will be passing in as the text. Okay, and then the JSON output. Okay, so here this JSON output, I'm just going to have this JSON passed. So this is the thing, and yeah, and the rest it's going to remain the same. Here instead of this classification, so here this is going to be analysis now. Okay, and I'm just going to return this analysis. Okay, so this is the the endpoint to analyze our the JSON object. Okay, so now we'll have to make changes accordingly in our the object viewer component, and also to accommodate this API call. So first is okay, so let's inside this verification pipeline component, so in the component section, here in this verification pipeline, okay, first let me write this function, okay, which is going to be asynchronous, and it's going to help us talk to the endpoint which we have just created. So this is the analyze endpoint. Okay, so analyze function. Okay, so here we will be just for now, okay, having this. Okay, so let's make a call to this endpoint, so using this and which is the API analysis. Okay, and here this method, it's going to be a post. Okay, and the headers, I'm just going to pass in here the content type, which is going to be here the application slash JSON. Okay, and then the body here. So here let's just stringify this the text. Okay, and then the category. Okay, and here the JSON, I'm just going to stringify this. Okay, so verified JSON. So here the verified JSON, I'll be creating a new state variable for that. Okay, so maybe we will change here. So I'm going to create a state variables for first thing to know whether are we in the process of making a call to this API, that is it in progress, is analyzing or something like that. Then to capture the analysis result, and then to capture the verified JSON that we got from the endpoint. Okay, so let's just have this three variables for that. So first is for the analyzing. Okay, so is analyzing. Okay, and here I'm just going to have this is analyzing. Initially let's set this to false. Okay, and then the analysis result. Okay, so here set analysis result. I'm just going to set this to null initially, and then finally the verified JSON. So here set verified JSON. So I'm just going to initially set to the JSON that we have, so which is the this one. Okay, fine. So here I'm just going to for this pass in this verified JSON. Okay, and once we make a call, so if this response is not okay, then I'm just going to throw this new error with the, let's say, this error occurred. Okay, let's say something like while analyzing the JSON object. Okay, and if everything went well, so I'm just going to get this data, okay, which is the response.json, and then we'll just return this data from this function. Okay, so that is the thing. And now here in the extracted everything, so basically now we'll have to use this if analysis result is there, we need to have the way for us to showcase it. So for that, what we will do, let's do one thing. So here the extracted data section, let's just create in here this div. Okay, we'll wrap inside this. Okay, let's just add some margin at the bottom. Okay, and it's going to be the flex. Okay, and let's just have this justify between. So inside this, I'm just going to wrap this extracted data along with that the section for analysis result. Okay, so now and also let's just increase this margin bottom. Okay, fine, so that let more space. Okay, and here based on this, if there is analysis result and it's not null, then we will be using this. Okay, so I'm just going to use this motion. Okay, let me just import this motion. Okay, and here let's wrap inside this div. Okay, and initially let's just set this opacity to 0 and y position to 10. Okay, and then the animating. So here I'm just going to set back the opacity to 1 and y position to 0. So inside this we'll have this button. Okay, so variant I'm just going to add in this ghost, and height let's just give the 10 for this, and here I'm just going to have in this sparkles icon. Okay, and width let's just give 18. Okay, and height I'm just going to give same thing, and let's add some margin at the right. Okay, this is the icon, and here then the text of this button, which is the show textual let's just say analysis. Okay, so this is the button which is going to help us show that, but for now let's leave this. Okay, and now here after this, the object viewer also will try to add here the callback function, and also for setting the verified JSON, so which we will make changes for that. Okay, so let's first go there and make some tweaks to our component. Okay, so here lot of changes will be happening to this object viewer. So first is let's just make tweaks here. Okay, let's make here in this receipts viewer, So receipts viewer, the props, now it's not going to be just the receipt. Okay, so we will be getting in here. So here let me just change this and rename this to something like verified receipt. Okay, and let's for now make this to be any. Okay, and then the callback function to update the same, so which is the set verified receipt. So here this receipt, this is going to be a type any. Okay, so now let me just get the same. So here this verified receipt. Okay, and then set verified receipt. Okay, and now we can just remove this completely. Okay, and so yeah, so that is the change. Okay, so now we'll be automatically updating the verified receipt in the verification pipeline variable, so that we'll have the updated values that user is making changes here. Okay, so that is here. So now here in this objects viewer, we will just rename this to JSON. Okay, and we will have this callback function to update this set verified JSON. So I'm just making changes here. So instead of JSON string, so I'm just going to pass in JSON, and then the this callback function, which is the set verified JSON. So here this is going to be JSON input. Okay, and this is going to be callback function. And now for this receipt, okay, so it's going to be now this verified receipt. Okay, and I'm just going to pass in this just the JSON, because this will be already the object, so we don't have to do it again. And here the set verified JSON, so I'm just going to pass in this set verified JSON. Okay, so this is the update. So now we have made changes to objects viewer. So now here, going here to this verification pipeline section. So first thing is here we are passing here the JSON string. So now it's going to be just the JSON. Okay, and in place of this JSON, I'll be passing this verified JSON, which we have created the state variable, and then the set verified JSON callback function. So I'm just going to pass in this callback function. Okay, so fine. So here after this, for the analyze button section, we will have in here the depending upon, so this will be showcased only if analysis result is null. Okay, so that is when we'll try to show this button. So here I'm just going to pass in here. Okay, and also this will be disabled based upon the value of is analyzing. Okay, I'm just going to pass this, and rest I'm just going to, now here we'll have to add in for the on click functionality. So here this on click, first thing is we'll be setting is analyzing to or true. Okay, and then the we'll call this analyze function which we have created, and then in the callback, okay, let's try to get the data from that function. Then if I get that, I'm just going to update the analysis result with the data that we received, and then set back this set is analyzing value to the false. Okay, so if something went wrong, so we'll try to handle that inside this catch block. Okay, and get this error. So maybe we can just console this error. Okay, and to see what is the issue, and then let's just set this is analyzing to back to false. Okay, so that is the change. And also here here the icons, maybe we can just change here. So inside this span, okay, so basically here if it's the analyzing, okay, then I'll kind of have this spinner icon. So here this spinner icon, okay, width and height, let's just have the same 18. Okay, and here let's add some margin right. Okay, and apply this animate spin. Okay, and inline block. Okay, so here if this is true, okay, or else I'm just going to have this sparkles. Okay, so I can just wrap inside this. Okay, so that is the thing, and yeah, so rest it's going to remain same. So now we just integrated the analysis endpoint to our verification page. Okay, so let's try to check this out. Okay, so going to here. Okay, so let me just minimize this, and here PDF. Okay, so here now clicking on this, it should change this to we should make a call to this thing. So for now let's do one thing. I just wanted to, for now I just wanted to hard code this output, because there are some things that we are to make for this. Okay, let's do one thing for this thing. I'm just going to add in here for now this here the corrections. Okay, we are not going to make the call for this for now, so we'll make it later. Okay, so here this text analysis, I'm just going to add in here something like, we can just showcase here something like, upon analyzing something the text. Okay, for now we'll change this. Okay, so if I just go back, okay, and try to make a call here. Okay, fine, so this will never be set to false. I get that. Okay, so we will check this. Okay, so now the thing is, because we'll have to make the correction part for this thing, what I mean to say is we'll have to have the correction object for each of the things, that is for each of the property, from category, number, date, time, the description for this, and also the suggestion in case if we missing that is missing in our the JSON that we are having. So for each thing we'll have to add in and then showcase that analysis. So it's going to be quite a bit work for us. Okay, so we will work on adding, at least passing the corrections list to our receipts viewer, and then try to showcase some suggestion there itself, so that it will be good. Maybe there might be little confusion what I'm trying to say, but once I try to add, you'll understand what I'm trying to say. So let's first go back. I know we, for now, let's not make a call to this analyze endpoint, but we just integrated, and I just defaultly returning something, which we will take care of that. First let's add the corrections list for all the properties that we see in our the JSON object for our receipts section. So going back,